Back to the downside we go here to kick things off on a Friday morning for not only the NASDAQ, S&P in negative territory right now, ever so slightly. I mean, chopping around here, that's how the NASDAQ looks on a 3-minute time frame so far. A little bit of a down move in the past 30 minutes or so. Just hearing some comments from Sam Altman on CNBC, ChatGPT 5 out in the world as of late yesterday, including in this country. As of this morning, I tried to get on it last night. I wasn't able to. I did all of the prep this morning, though, for the show on ChatGPT 5.
Thoughts?
I didn't touch my keyboard once.
It's not great.
So we'll see how it goes. It's a little shocking from that standpoint. But yeah, no, it's crazy. So much faster, so much. It almost seems like more common sense. Like it wasn't, you don't have to hold its hand so much and like over explain things to it so much. So from that standpoint, just absolutely incredible. So as I said, we'll see how it goes. Meta this morning making some headlines as well. Huge power deal for a data center in Louisiana, teaming up with PIMCO, $29 billion. Meta not doing anything on that. I was listening to a interview both last night and then again this morning. I went back through it again with Jim Farley, talking about the state of EVs and how it sounded like anyways they were transitioning more towards some sort of hybrid technology for Ford specifically, and they were really going to focus on the cheaper end of the scale, urban,
makes sense,
city living type smaller vehicles with higher efficiency, as well as the delivery end of the scale, but nothing in between. He said the high-end vehicles in the high-end market is more of a hybrid business that they don't want anything to do with.
And I like how practical and pragmatic he is, Brendo. He gives Chinese EVs a lot of credit. He basically says that they're light years ahead of where we currently are over here. So it's nice to see him actually be realistic about it and know exactly which market to target. And if he can get that out there, Brendo, think about that, being able to front run the Model 2, even if it's not a strictly BEV, if it's a hybrid, right? Maybe along the lines of Li Auto, where you actually have an onboard engine to charge the battery, so you get that full experience for BEV. So we'll have to wait and see, but good luck.
And he was talking a little bit about 700 miles in range on a combination of exactly what you were saying. The gas-assisted electric engine. So I think that's a more logical way to be heading for this technology at this point. So anyway, we'll keep an eye on Ford. Again, not really doing a heck of a lot. Apple we'll touch on this morning as well, moving around a little bit. Couple of earnings reports, nothing too significant. TTD, the big one this morning to the downside, the trade desk off a cliff. That's a 3-minute chart. We'll zoom out here a little bit and give you a wider angle on this. I mean, it was the forecast really the problem here, but kind of concerning, guys, coming on the back of earnings reports from Meta, earnings reports from Google, earnings reports from anything advertising based. The Trade Desk is a online advertising platform essentially that sells ads to all kinds of different websites. So kind of concerning from that standpoint specifically on the back of decent earnings on the ad side of things for both Meta and Google.
Well, we were experiencing more of this, Brendo. I mean, look at what Pins just did. Again, another advertising platform that didn't do that well, right? It seems to be the big boys that get the bulwark of the ad sales. And I've always talked about this anecdotal, of course. My buddy works in the digital ad sales, and I always ask him, who are you using for these campaigns? Because that's what he sells. He resells campaigns. It's always one word, Brendo: Meta, and I'll give you a third guess. Another Meta. You liking the heat in here? It's nice, a little sauna, Brendo. On a Friday morning.
Yeah, we'll try and stay awake here so far this morning. It's almost 27 Celsius in the studio right now. So.
Horrible.
Happy Friday, guys. Sean off today for much-deserved day off. Obi's in. Good morning.
Yes, get ready for some action. We were just talking about Trade Desk. Here's the thing about it is, it wasn't like they didn't have the best earnings, more the worst earnings. Like, I think it was pretty middle of the road. CFO's going to be out, but you have choices now. And at the end of the day, you get to pick. It's a more of a stock pickers market in this situation. So if you have any comparisons, Pins falls into that category. If I can go into a stronger advertising name, then why do I need to be in Trade Desk? Why do I need to be in Pins? Like, Pins had growth, but it was a small fraction. It was the same thing as Snapchat. Pins and Snapchat had solid growth, but it was nothing compared to Reddit and Meta. So you lose. And they win. And the trade desk, unfortunately, falls into that. Very, very heavy bid on it. Rocket Labs is to the upside. So that should be an exciting one here today. Maybe it'll be a rocket ship. I don't know. It's not even double digits just yet. Obviously, names like Tesla, AMD, Palantir has made some fresh highs. And I'm sure there'll be a few old boys. And maybe they'll involve Alphabet.
Maybe, yeah. No, I like the look on Google as well. What's going on, everybody? Hope you guys have been having a solid week. What a market! What a crazy market! There are so many opportunities every day, and every morning my morning watch list is so packed with earnings names, with technical names, with fundamental catalysts. It's absolutely crazy, and you're definitely right on that one. It is a stock picker's market. Yeah. Stock selection is going to be really huge, and picking the right stocks that align with your playbook, of course, is going to be the key for sure. I think Soundhound I'm watching as well. This price action is looking pretty decent. Another earnings name. Lots of earnings names on watch for me today. We can kind of go through some of them. Trade desk we already talked about, but yeah. Call this one 10 toes down, more than 10 points down on the day. 59s all the way up from 88.60s yesterday. So we're getting closer to 35% right there coming into the open, almost 35% down. So definitely going to be SSR coming in off of the open. And a similar story with Pinterest as well. That's also pretty much down almost 15%, not quite there yet. As of right now, roughly around 13% from prior day's close, but you can see nice little range that we've made off of that earnings reaction. Let's see if we can crack that low, 31.67 as well. Pinterest going to be very interesting. And some day two plays as well, guys. I got Crocs, so let's see if this one can grab any footing, but nothing yesterday as it just continued to sell off. No real bid. 74.13s was the low on Crocs, and I'm looking for that continuation. Let's see if sellers kind of stay dominant on this one. Twilio, another one, Neil, TWLO, another one that is in SSR territory, coming into about roughly 15% down as of right now, trading at 104s. But yeah, it should be an interesting day. Hopefully you guys are locked and loaded for some of these opportunities, and hopefully we can exercise our skills in the best way possible.
The other thing that's going to be in play is don't sleep on that Fly day two IPO. Unfortunately, the breakdown.
Look, you took it yesterday? That was no. You said you went for a walk.
No, I said I elected not to take the opening print. It felt like it just felt all kinds of wrong in every single way. There wasn't enough liquidity. From what I could tell, there wasn't the exuberance. You could see in the book that there wasn't the higher. Here's the best, actually a better example. Forget about the imbalance locator, which we were talking about, where when you had for Circle and for CoreWeave and for Figma, you just constantly had like massive numbers and buy imbalances the entire time before the stock opened. On those three IPOs, at this time already, or like at least by 9:30. You had imbalances to buy of like over 1 million, in the millions. With Fly, you had nothing, almost up until the point that it opened up. So it just felt like an easy pass. Unfortunately, it did break. So that flap bottom, that 60 break where it broke through the low, that happened right after the close. So that trade is clearly not going to happen. I'm kind of disappointed here with that trade. The 60 breakdown is not going to happen. I want to look to fade anything back into that first day low. Thing is, if they can get it back above like that, the initial support, then you don't want to be fighting it. But Fly definitely on my radar, and the Fly that I caught is not. So I caught a
some
fly.
torture practices were happening.
No,
with flies
it's not.
this morning.
First of all, it's not torture practice. We have flies around. It's construction and the windows and doors being open sometimes. But I caught a fly and I was going to dispose of it, and then these guys are like, leave it there as a deterrent for the others. It's not working. Like it's flat
As if the flies are self-aware.
It's like they don't care. They really don't care that I trapped one in a bottle. But anyway, it doesn't really matter.
No.
I think we have a special treat this morning, though.
Yeah.
And that treat is, if I heard correctly, did I hear that correctly, Assassino? We've got Joey Options. Let's get it started. Joey Options on a Friday. Let's do it.
Good morning, everyone, and happy Friday. Yes, let's start talking about some options. All right, guys, it's earnings seasons. We're in the middle of earnings season, and a lot of the big names have already reported. And now we've been looking at expected moves throughout our intraday sessions as well. So what I want us to focus on, last time we talked about just not purchasing contracts into the earnings report. So let's focus on selling after the earnings report, because I think it's really important to note that with an increase in implied volatility comes an increase in premium. So during that earnings report, we know that the volatility obviously increases, the average true range of the stock increases as well. But what I want us to focus on is the aftermath and the decay of the volatility and the decrease in the average true range, and how you can take advantage of that by writing options after the report, all right? So for example, let's take a look at Microsoft. Microsoft's earnings report, you can see that we put in a pretty large range here. And then shortly after that, notice how the average true range and the width of the candles starts to condense. Well, when you have these massive spikes, increase in premium occurs, right? But after that, it starts to decay and it starts to decrease as well too. So we want to be able to take advantage of this, and let me show you how, all right? So this is Microsoft, but there's a big name that I really want us to focus on, and that's going to be NVDA. Let me pull up our chart here. So we know that they're reporting on August 27th. So right now, the IV is actually relatively cool. We're looking at an 8.6% expected move with a high of around $200 and a low of around $165. But the 48.5% at the money IV has not yet increased. So now let's lead that to our chain and how we can work and establish on how we're going to write an option between these two ranges, $200 and $165, all right? So right now, on the August 29th expiration cycle, if NVDA stays within that $165 and $200 range, right now you can see that the at-the-money IV is priced in, but that will also start to increase. So after, essentially, what you can do is you can construct an iron condor trade after the earnings report, and you've gone through that massive volatility spike. And then now you know in the likes of Microsoft and some of the other big names that have reported is that the volatility is going to decay day by day, and the chances of the underlying assets staying within that range grow significantly as time passes on. So not only are you collecting premium from theta, you're collecting premium from the volatility decay, and that's where you can make big time money when you are trading after the earnings and selling options after the earnings, not into the report, guys.
Get it, Joe. That's what it's all about, everybody, and that's why we have Joey Options on the team. And the best thing about it is, I know everyone can see all of the renovation we have going on. Like, I mean, you got ladders just hanging on, one on the ground. I don't know why it's on the ground. One standing up. We're painting. We're moving. We're moving production to the floor. We're going to be down there, and it's going to be a different experience, but it's going to be a bigger and better experience for everybody on the show. That's what it's all about, for all the viewers especially, and we'll be able to integrate. Like, we won't have to go over to Joe. He'll just be chilling on the desk with us, and it'll be, I think it's going to be an unbelievable feel. So we're excited. You do have to bear with any construction noises that you might hear from time to time, which we do talk about. But yeah, it's all going to be worth it, I think, and always sound advice for sure from Joe. I like this. Econogate in the chat. We're calling it the trading pit. I like that. Yeah. It's almost, the thing is, like, it's easy to call it a pit because we're raised now, we're looking down, but then this whole raised area is going to be gone. It's just like the whole floor. It'd be cool when you guys get a better concept of like the size of the space that we have, which I think is going to be really cool for everyone to see eventually.
It's a little difficult to tell the depth right now, but yeah, no. Just going back to that fly, I just wanted to reiterate, like, it was not what we were like. I feel like a lot of people were like, okay, well, you know, we're looking for the next, what was it, fig, right? We're looking for the next fig. You got to understand, not the same space, not the same market cap, not the same kind of notional offering there. I think it was around 700 million. You know, that Circle was $1 billion. Fig was even bigger at 1.2 billion. It's just a whole different thing. And what that really reminded me of was when Circle came out, there was Voyager that came out right after, right? And everyone was still, it was the same playbook. Everyone was looking for that Circle move. And this is what happened to Voyager coming in off of the open. Pop and drop, sellers dominant, and that's pretty much what happened on Fly. Sure, it wasn't necessarily just as clean. We did kind of take out the high with a halt up, false break, because I think, again, it's not going to be that easy. But once the sellers do come in, it kind of shows you it's pretty much the same move where sellers are still dominant off of the open of this IPO. So let's see if we get more of the same. This is distinctly different than Fig. But yeah, it's flying to the downside, this one. Let's see if we can see some continuation on the day today. That 60 level had some serious size on it. I was short pretty much almost every price going into the close, and I covered right before imbalances. And guess what, Neil? That 60 comes in after market before 4:15. Yep. So I was like, oh boy, I gotta do better with holding it, because if the trade is there, the trade is there, and we're getting that beautiful continuation coming into the day today. So shout out to some of those swing shorts getting involved on day one, just overnight coming into those 50s, and there was a lot of size flashing at 55s. I was like, oh boy, these guys are flashing 50s, they're like, okay, we're buying here, and I'm like, is price going to go into that liquidity? This morning, we're seeing exactly that follow through. Let's see if we see more of the same.
Sometimes that's actually worth noting. It's an important thing. Sometimes you will see people talk about size in level 2. Oh, if it's size on the bid, it's going to bounce away from it. There's another aspect. If a stock is cratering and trending down, and there's like one piece of liquidity just sitting on the bid that everyone can see, like down at 55, as Obi said, a lot of times it'll hunt that liquidity. It'll drive down to that price, and it'll just get there a little bit faster when it's especially illiquid. So if you're a short seller and there's a vacuum and you see a monster level way down, you're like, no, let it get there.
Take inventory into there.
Like it might not scare it to bounce. That you want to almost take it short into it at some point. And that's pretty much what happened on Fly.
At the end of the day, at VWAP, right here, around 60, I think it was 63s or 64s, there was a 2,000 lot Memex order that just stood right there, and price ran away from it. I'm like, that is the sign. I'm like, okay, that gives me even more conviction, but it should give me more conviction to hold into the close, because then it's like, all right, if Buddy's going to sit there with 2,000 lots on a Memex, you know, joking around, memeing around, you know, members exchange. You know, that's my favorite. There's
a lot of jokes you can make about that game.
Yeah, no, for sure. But you know what? Sometimes the tape is very telling. And yesterday, Firefly, pure momentum, pure tape read, absolutely beautiful opportunities, but definitely very, very ranked, I would say, in terms of difficulty. But it was absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, no question. And we have a lot to get to. We have questions about some of these earnings names, like whether it's Tempest or MP. We're going to get to all of that, but let's all get on back to the desk before we do.
Another earnings name moving around right now, guys. There was a bit of a spike on XYZ block. Back higher right now, got back above 83, but higher, better than expected. I mean, I sound surprised, I guess. Better than expected report here for block. I mean, spending, holdings up, stock was up after the close last night. Here we are higher again. But I mean, if you zoom out a little bit, these are really, really long-term levels here. Like 83 to 85 might be a problem.
Yeah, and it was interesting because it's up nicely here to start the morning, Brendo, up 8%. But when you actually look at the report, they missed on the top and bottom line for the current quarter for Q2, 62 pennies. The street wanted 69 on revenue of 6.05 billion. The street was looking for 6.33 billion, so it's clearly a miss for the current quarter, but it was the guide coming up. You know, and there's always like this odd part about it. It's like, hey, we missed now, but trust us, we'll do better next quarter. That's how the market works. With respect to their different segments, Brendo, they did decent here with Cash App. That grew nicely, about 2.37 billion in GPV on that. They do face rising competition from Toast and Fireserve's Clover as well, but they did gain more market share in retail, they were saying.
Yeah, which is good for them. I mean, it's been a struggle ever since the pandemic for XYZ for blocks. So we'll see how that shapes up today. Here's Soundhound as well. A few of the other smaller end of the scale AI type names catching a bit on this. Again, better than expected results at this point for SOUN, extending this gain here this morning as well. So
and a big revenue jump, Brendo. 217% increase on that top line number year over year, smashing the estimates. They printed about 43 million in revenue. The street was looking for 33, so not a bad look. Their EPS, they were also able to control costs quite well. They printed an adjusted loss of 3 pennies per share. The street was actually looking for a 5-penny loss, so not a bad look. And they raised their guide too, Brendo, 160 to 178 ahead of the 164 consensus.
I watched the presentation yesterday, the OpenAI presentation yesterday when they released GPT-5, and one of the things they really concentrated on, I'm trying to update our calendar here. One of the things they were concentrating on and said they put a lot of time and effort into for GPT-5 was the voice side of things.
Interesting.
And the conversational aspect of it, which is part of what Soundhound AI is doing, to a point where the conversation, I haven't tried it yet, but some of the examples that they were showing on the presentation yesterday on the rollout, it was mind-blowing. Like if you just came into the conversation without knowing what was happening, you would have thought it was a person.
I got to tell you, I've been using the one that I didn't use 5 yet, the voice for 5, but I've been using the prior one for the paid version. And Brendo, it just gets better and better and better. Can I tell you, it actually has a native Egyptian speaker now. And if you know anything about Arabic, there's a zillion different dialects, and they don't sound alike, and they don't. Sometimes you can't understand each other. And they have specifically one for every country, so it's just getting better and better.
Yeah, I mean, agent mode specifically, if anyone hasn't tried it, go out and try it. It's just things you would have had to write an entire Python script for in the past, you no longer have to do that.
Yeah, and you've been talking about that
You can just say, go and do this, and then sit there and watch your computer actually go and do the task. So,
fantastic. I
was just checking on this real quick. I just saw this pop up in front of me. We did get Canadian employment data there. Yeah, it is. Wow, that's a huge miss. So we shed 40,000 jobs on this side of the border last month. That was versus an expectation of a gain of 15,000. So pretty negative for the employment outlook here. Yeah, I don't know about that. Pretty negative for the employment outlook here in Canada on that number. Let's go over and get some upgrades and downgrades from Adara. That's not a good number.
Muted, Adara. Yeah.
So I mean,
I didn't realize the mic was on mute.
This is like the old Canada thing, by the way, that was just being ironic. That's terrible. We've said this before. Canada, the Canadian economy has not been very good, realistically.
This economy?
No, this right now a lot more strength in the U.S. than in Canada. It's definitely not holding out pretty well. But of the names you guys were just talking about, we're going to go back to Adara, but we're pretty jazzed about this move that you see in Soundhound, because Soundhound looks real good. But we'll get to that name. Adara's got her mic fixed. We'll go back up and get the upgrades and downgrades. But I mean, Soundhound got its own upgrade, whether it's on the board or not.
Sorry about that, guys. Yeah, Soundhound not on this board, but a lot of earnings names are. We're going to start with Fortinet. This is a day 2 play. They got hit pretty hard to the downside yesterday. Today, DZ Bank upgrading this one, $45 price target. Elf Beauty, another day 2 earnings play with an upgrade from Erent. Peloton, Goldman Sachs upgrade up another 5% yesterday after a pretty strong move yesterday, at least decently. Then we have Block here, XYZ, Maness, Crespi, and Hart. This is probably one of the best gappers to the upside today on earnings day 1. Downgrade side of things, Crocs, Stifle hitting this one with a negative note. We know that one sold off pretty much all session on Thursday. Microchip with a downgrade from TD Cowen down about 4 or 5%. CoinCheck actually gapping up, but getting a downgrade from Cantor Fitzgerald. And last but not least, Atmos Energy with a downgrade from Ladenburg Thalmann. Back to you.
Thanks, Adara. Look, yesterday I didn't want to buy the dip on Fortinet. I didn't think their earnings report for Fortinet wasn't complete disaster. Realistically, when you go through it, so to have expected 20 to 25% down felt like a little bit much. My approach was, well, I feel interested in buying the dip, but I don't want to buy this thing. So in lieu of taking a sympathy name, I just decided to pick up Cyber, like CIBR, which is it's hilarious because it's a cybersecurity ETF, but it would be CYBR, except for the fact CYBR is an actual company. CyberArk, which is being bought out itself. I don't wonder if when that deal closes, will these guys change the ETF to CYBR? It just make it a little bit easier. I hope they do, because that would be cool. No, I just felt like I couldn't decide what I wanted to buy in the cybersecurity space to pick up on sympathy for that down move in Fortinet, so I went to an ETF. And I said this yesterday, the reason why this over Hack, CIBR holds more Palo Alto and CrowdStrike than Hack does. And I like those two companies. So it was as simple as that. I wanted more exposure to the two names I like the best, and this ETF gave it to me as opposed to, it's nothing against Hack and nothing for CIBR. It's just, the composition is what mattered to me more. So that's why I decided to pick this one up. And that's just in the PA. I don't think I'll be trading any Fortinet today, however. But the interesting name on that list, I know we're going to talk a little bit about Block. I know it got the upgrade. It was good earnings. I'm not that jazzed about this at all. Like, it essentially gaps into, you made the move and you gapped into a pretty big resistance level from February. And you're sort of failing right out in front of it. I just see it, and then it's going into a chop zone if you go out further back in this area. I just think it's going to get a little bit choppy up here underneath the 85, and I'm not going to be a buyer of Block because of that.
Yeah, I think the one I'm watching there is a downgrade on Crocs, putting some more holes into this price action. You can see all-time highs of 183, stepping down, kind of coming back into these range lows. You can see this strong leg all the way down from the highs. I'm like, all right, if that's kind of the size of one leg, we could not get to the highs there, just kind of consolidating in between, but coming into some interesting structure. This is a weekly chart coming into 75. Hey-yo, hello. We're trading in and around that 75 mark right now, which is that prior structure low right here. The next low, or next significant low, coming in all the way at 48. So we're kind of making a beeline to the lower end of the range here. So that's what I'm looking for. I guess a lot of longs, definitely a little bit offside off of this price action. Here's the anchored VWAP coming in off of the earnings report as well. Yesterday, pretty strong sentiment for sellers. Sellers were very, very dominant. Could not let it get past VWAP and closing near the low of day and trading below that 75 level as well. So let's see if we get that continuation coming into today. A little bit of a downgrade, maybe giving us some more oomph to the downside, but anchored VWAP from yesterday is currently sitting at 77.76. So yeah, if we do get a bit of a reversion, I want to see if sellers step back in right where they were yesterday here on Crocs. So that's one of my main watches here on the day, and a little bit of downgrade definitely gives some level of confluence as well. So see what Crocs has in store for us.
We love that confluence. Let's there's a lot to get to. Like we said, there's a lot to get to here today. Let's get off to the desk and maybe talk a little future. Maybe get into that watch list, everybody, because it's going to be a wild one. It's been a wild week. It only gets better every day because earnings season is an absolute blessing. We got a lot to cover.
Some of the tech names trying to get back to the upside here. I was just noticing Alphabet, Google back to session highs. I mean, not a huge move as of yet so far in the pre-market today, but we did start the day notably yesterday, leading the way. If there's going to be any kind of strength in this market today, I think it's going to have to come from some of these. There's Apple, pretty good look here in the pre-market so far this morning as well. This Tesla story is kind of interesting. I mean, not really affecting the stock too much, bit of a downtick right now, but Dojo in question?
He was asked specifically on the call, Brendo, by analysts about Dojo, and he was dodging it. And I remember thinking at the time, why is he spending this money on, I don't want to call it a dated idea, but you're already investing hand over fist on these H100s and then the B200s for your build out for XAI in Tennessee. Why do you want to do a separate Dojo computer when that seems sort of dated at the moment? And he's like, no, we're going to use it, and we have transferable talent that can kind of move from Dojo into XAI. He was dodging the question on the call, and then today we get the news headline that he's canceling. It was not a surprise to me, Brent.
Yeah, I mean, the initial plan, correct me if I'm wrong, was to have it on site in Austin.
Yes.
I mean, within proximity of the actual factory.
And to train the FSD on it, right? And so it looks like he's taking a different path, probably going through that GPU AI path rather than doing Dojo. That's what it feels like.
The one thing that I didn't see, correct me if I'm wrong again, but I didn't see anything on cost savings or potential cost savings from this. I don't know if they talked about that at all with the cancellation, but We'll keep an eye on Tesla today. Again, bit of a downtick. Right now, let's get a look at the overall market here to kick things off.
All right, guys, 63, 64, or 65 is where we closed out yesterday on the ES September contract. We're still kind of not really clearing that 6,400 point area, despite, you know, being back, being above it in late July. So we got above 6,400 momentarily yesterday. We got up to 25 and sold back down. The overnight high still below 6,400. So we're going to continue to use that 100 point area as resistance. We'll use the 50 point area, 6,350, Brendo, as support.
As always, if you haven't done so yet, make sure you take a second, jump down to the description of this video, and top link in the description will get you to the sign up page for the watch list. Absolutely free, comes right to your inbox every day. All you need is your email address. This thing looks absolutely terrible right now. And in this thing, I'm referring to TTD. Off a cliff after the close last night on this earnings report. We just covered it a little bit. I mean, there's a long list of negative analyst moves to go along with this earnings today. I mean, here we are at session lows. We're approaching $58 on the trade desk this morning. This thing went out at the end of the day yesterday at $88.
Yeah. And we were above 90 momentarily too, Brendo. So that's a big drop off the cliff there. Let's talk about how they did. Sorry, guys, no infographics today. Q2 revenue did rise 19%, Brendo, to $573 million, but the growth slowed from the 26% that they grew last year on the quarter in Q2 and 25% earlier this year in Q1. So the demand for connected TV advertising service weakened, they said, as brands tighten budgets amid economic uncertainty. We'll have to see if that picks up after, you know, tariffs are all said and done with. The brands in key categories like auto, Brendo, consumer packaged goods, they all saw heightened volatility in Q2. And here's how they did. Their operating expenses actually increased about 18% in the quarter, pressuring margins, and their Q3 revenue guidance, $717 million. But that was roughly in line, but it seemed to fail to excite these investors.
Weekly charts required for SR, support and resistance levels, guys. I guess you got to go all the way back to 2023 here. Last time we were down here for the trade desk.
So yesterday, I mean, if you look, when you guys watch Brandon and Sharif up there on that gorgeous desk that Randy built, that's the trade desk yesterday.
Yeah.
Now today, that bad boy, you remember when you were in kindergarten and they had that joint that was like, it was like the chair attached to the little tiny desk, and no matter the size of the kid, you were always too small for that thing, and getting in and out of it was a pain in the butt. That's what the stock is today. And it doesn't really matter what it doesn't even matter what the earnings are. This move is so far outside of the band of what was expected that it's in its own world right now. In terms of downside, like this is the worst move we've seen on a decent sized company all week, and it's so far gone through all the big levels. It's like, what are you supposed to do? Like 65 to 67, when you're looking at it overnight, it's like, okay, well, you'll be maybe playing off of that area because that's where it tried to bounce early. We're at $58 already here, down 33%. So like the move it would take to even get back into what I think would be the prior support and the resistance, and you're going to try to throw up an anchored. It's like, it's actually a pretty large move. It's 10% to an anchored VWAP, which is nuts. That's a pretty hefty bounce.
Within range.
And it's within range. No, it's within range. Like it could happen, Obi. I'm not saying it can't happen, but like the pop that you would almost need to get for a reasonable short at this point, I can't even think about that. If it happens, it happens. Like if you get into 64, 65, fair enough. Cross that bridge when we get there, $7 higher. $55 is closer, and that's the last place that this had any real activity for a prolonged period of time, like 54 to 55. So in the event that happens first, I just want to find a reversion. Like Fortinet had a good one in yesterday's trade here. Can I zoom in so you can see this better? Fortinet trended. When it broke trend, it went to VWAP right away. So there's Fortinet off the open. This is Fortinet breaking the trend, and it goes to the volume-weighted average price and holds that trend break area and just kind of continued stair-stepping it up for the rest of the day. That's in the event that it doesn't immediately go up to 65, then the first play would be looking for a trend break in front of 54 to 55 on the trade desk. Not a very good day for them. Before we go to Yobi, I want to make sure we got this super chat because Nick W. been very patient. But I wanted to make sure we address the super chat. Neil, I like the swing long on Alphabet. Thoughts? Obi and I spent some time talking about Alphabet amongst ourselves this morning. And suffice to say, I love this chart. You've got a clear, obvious resistance at 198. I actually tweeted that out this morning. Look at the 198. That's an obvious breakout level. Anybody can see it. There's your breakout at 198. That's what it looks like on the daily chart. If you break that top, you're breaking a trend high as well into like the trend line, the trends and channel high into the 52-week high as well on Alphabet. And on top of that, if you look at the last stock that had a trend high similar, I'm not saying Palantir and Google are the same thing, but if a trend high breakout, Palantir went nuts after it broke it. It broke a similar channel. So yeah, I like this Google, and I hope it breaks 198 today. But if it breaks it on Monday or Tuesday, then I'll be looking for that breakout myself.
Yeah, I just want to go back here to February 13th of this year. One of the prior earnings, you can see here, a nice quadrunk, roughly about a 30% drop. That's what we're seeing. And look at what it did coming in off of the open here on Trade Desk. Kind of a selling dominant day here, even holding that VWAP on the session pretty cleanly. So guess what, Neil? I'm going to be honestly looking for more of the same. Sure, that was a while back. We gapped down pretty aggressively, but this is a little bit of a continuation from in and around the same areas here. So once again, we dropped down roughly about 30% coming into the open here. 35's coming in. So I'm going to be asking, where is anchored VWAP today? It's all the way up at 65. So yeah, quite a distance away, extended off of it. Intraday VWAP though coming in at $60. So I'm going to be continuing to watch this one. Let's see if sellers stay dominant. Longs are definitely offside. I'm not going to be biased, but if people are hitting the bid, guess what? There's probably going to be opportunities doing the same and getting with those sellers. Now, got to be careful for the SSR bounce. This is SSR. Don't forget about the SSR mechanic. You cannot hit the bid unless you are already long, unless you already have inventory. So if you see dark red prints on the tape below the bid prints or people hitting into the bid, you can get a feel for the sentiment that it is longs who are selling or people who have tried to accumulate. And if you see that, then maybe it can give you some direction as well. But got to watch out. If size starts getting taken out on the ask, Neil, that could be a nice SSR bounce as well. So lots of opportunity. Definitely one of the top names on watch today. Let's see what it does. Holding that $59, $60 area pretty well in the pre-market session. I missed a couple shorts on that 59 there, but it is what it is. Only about 60 pennies lower. Let's see what this one does. I'm looking for that continuation.
All right, let's go on to Tesla. We just went over it a little bit, but we'll touch on it again. I mean, again, shouldn't really affect the stock overly this morning. We are heading back to the downside here. I mean, the whole market is, but if you missed it, Tesla, according to Bloomberg anyway, is going to can their Dojo project in favor of the bigger Tesla AI.
Yeah, I'll give more details on this, Brendo. So Pete Bannon, he was the VP of Hardware Design and Engineering. He's leaving Tesla after joining them from Apple back in 2016. Bannon led the development of Tesla's Dojo supercomputer, and he actually reported directly to Elon Musk. And now Bloomberg is reporting that Musk ordered the Dojo team to be shut down, with engineers being reassigned to other projects. So nobody losing their job, at least not yet, from what the reports are. So this is kind of the whole idea here behind Dojo was to build the process, was a massive vehicle of data, for AI training to improve the driver assistance and enable robo-taxi capabilities. That was the original objective of Dojo, so it feels like he's taking a different route. And he says, Musk says Tesla's focus is on real-world AI for cars and robots, while XAI develops kind of super intelligent software. So he's not exactly overlapping the two, but he's going down the AI route, Brando.
Just noting Rivian back to the upside here this morning after what happened yesterday. This is a daily chart, so we did get quite the reversal candle yesterday. We are trying to hold on to $12 here once again. Big level for Rivian too.
Yeah, Rivian Randy's not here to buy that level up, unfortunately. So I don't know if it's going to catch that bid that everyone wants. Or maybe everyone doesn't want it. I don't know how many people are interested in looking at Rivian, but I know people are interested in looking at Tesla. And look, at the end of the day, Tesla, love it, hate it, in between. This is coiling for something I'd like to think special, right? Like it's been condensing for quite some time. Maybe not the best on top. Who cares? You've been coiling up and condensing for break on Tesla. I obviously hope self-servingly that it's to the upside. Let's be real. but it plays in both directions. We've seen breakouts on this stock. Like, it'll get to a resistance level, like that 312 area, fail the breakout, then go. Yesterday, it failed the breakout above 320, kind of went in the afternoon. Today, it'll probably test it again here. I'm eyeballing just above that in that 325. I think if you fail the open, we've seen what can happen when it fails the break. It's just a good short. So if it breaks out the top, which right now is about 322 and change from yesterday's highs, let me zoom it in. If it fails that breakout, I want to look for a quick reverse short, something I wasn't doing before. And then look for a breakout higher. Like, it needs to be, I think the big break's going to be at 325 on Tesla. If that short does play, then I'm waiting till 316 to look for any kind of a long. So Tesla's on the plan, but a little bit of a different action thing. I want to look for that failed break of the open high, and then the reversal back in, which worked 2 days in a row back earlier in the week.
Yeah, I'm looking at the weekly here on Tesla, Neil, and absolute wind-up. Look at this nice little flag, if you want to call it. Price compression is what I'm seeing here, and a strong wind-up. Look at these tight holds of lows, higher lows, higher lows, higher lows. Sure, we're not getting any higher highs on the weekly here, but nice little price compression. Now, I want to throw up I know you guys get a little flabbergasted whenever I throw on all my indicators for Tesla, but just going to a 30-minute, you can see. One thing I do want to focus on is the convergence of all of these anchored VWAPs. Now, it's irrelevant as to where they're really anchored to, just anchored to prior events and things like that, maybe some off of the more recent highs, but something I do want to point out is they're all converging in an area where, yeah, it might be getting a little bit crowded. So the pressure that's being built up here on Tesla is very interesting for me. We have been making higher lows, so I like that a little bit, but lower highs as well. When this pressure kind of finally releases, I was just telling Neil, I definitely want to be involved there. So I'm going to continue watching this one here with some attention as it consolidates and tightens up within this range here. But yeah, anything above prior day's high, I think could be interesting if we start pushing into some of these levels, 330s, 336s into 340s. That could be nice as well. But still trading within this range of the strong selling that came in on Thursday, July 24th. We have not been able to break out of the earnings range just yet. So just holding that earnings range is something interesting. If and when we do attempt to break out, I do want to get involved. We did attempt to break the lows here on August 1st at the beginning of the month, but the beginning of the month, the bid came in pretty strong, and we're holding structure a little bit higher, 320s as of right now. So Tesla definitely an interesting stock on a much higher time frame. Intraday, let's see if it gives us any opportunities, not necessarily the top one on my list.
Pinterest, another one with miss on the earnings side of things to the downside this morning at session lows right now, although we are trying to bounce a little bit. Interestingly, or interesting comments coming from the CEO during the call regarding food and beverage and the food and beverage category, suggesting that that category is one of their key categories and remains the strongest.
Really?
I don't understand how. Are they selling some sort of food products or restaurants maybe? I don't know. Anyway, regardless, the number's not good. The forecast's not good either.
My experience is a little bit different. So I use it more for fashion. I'm just speaking for myself. So they've got this actual AI kind of feature inside the app. So say you like a particular pair of pants or a specific style.
Sure.
You can actually just upload the picture, and then it gives you other alternatives with that same style and give you suggestions, which I really like, right? So if you're looking for something maybe a little bit less expensive, you see something more designer, something Louis, here's a less expensive version maybe from Michael Kors or Coach or whatever.
Or Amazon.
Right? Yeah, or Amazon, whatever. So I like that aspect of it. What I also like, Brendo, is they're actually tapping into a younger market now. About 50% of their users are actually Gen Z users with 578 global monthly active users, which easily beat the expectations by the street. Here's how they did on earnings, guys. Q2 EPS came in at 33 pennies, missing the 35 expected on revenue of 998 million. That beat 975. So a beat on the top and bottom line. Sorry, beat on the top line, miss on the bottom line, with sales growing 17% year over year, and they took home about a little bit less than $39 million in profit, so they are profitable, with the Q3 revenue guide in the range of 1.033 billion to 1.053 billion, above the 1.025 consensus there. And just to give you some ideas about some other advertising social media platforms, Snap missed their expectations, but Amazon ads grew 23% year over year. Reddit's ads grew 78% year over year, and Meta's revenue, well, we don't need to mention Meta's revenue there, Brendo, and neither or Google's. They both did quite well.
Yeah, they're fine. Yeah, they're fine overall. Pins has had a pretty good run here, though. If you zoom out on a daily chart, back to essentially highs before this earnings report. Just on the clothing side of things, one of the things, if you remember, that came from the Google event back in the summer was that AI product where you could upload an image of yourself. And then go to a store, grab a pair of pants or whatever, and it would just, with AI, show you essentially what it's going to look like on you, which is
I feel like there's more of that coming.
Oh, 100%.
So many different iterations of that,
Maybe Pinterest, too. But on the food angle, I was just reading as well, one of the things they do with it is they teamed up with Instacart. I didn't even know that. But if somebody uploads a finished recipe or like a finished meal with a bunch of recipes in it, you can actually, from Pinterest, order the ingredients to make it if you wanted it through Instacart. So that was the combination.
Love it.
There, guys.
While that is cool, Brendan.
That is so cool.
Pinterest, you've seen Reddit, you've seen Meta, you've seen Google. You know how strong they are. You can't win. I'm telling you, you cannot win. You know what's Rocky, baby. Look, Rocky's awesome. But it's just true. Don't get me wrong. This was an unreal stock for the pandemic. Because I remember, like, okay, well, what's going on a little bit more in my health? My wife was all over Pinterest. And I'm like, well, what can we buy? Pinterest. Okay, great. Awesome. Well, when the pandemic top came in, it wasn't so awesome after all. Lo and behold, there were better places you can be. We've already named a couple. The good news is, hey, maybe we're breaking a down channel on a monthly chart. Well, I don't know what good that's going to do us. Possibly breaking a downward channel on the monthly chart, you'd require getting back to these highs and breaking out. So like the excitement for like a big move or something extending past where we are, it might have to wait a quarter or something along those lines, at least for today, as Obi was mentioning for the SSR mechanics and when a stock is down over 10% and what it can mean for some bounces if you start to see it come in, that 200 period moving average in the 32 area, that's kind of the spot. Like I'd be looking for a reversal there. I feel like there's a bunch of other names which I'm more excited to trade, whether it's Google, whether it's Tesla, whether it's HIMS, whether it's Trade Desk. There's a whole host of them that I would put above Pinterest. But if it were to get down back into that low off this 200 period on the daily, then sure, I would look for a bounce play on Pinterest. But as far as the long term goes, I had a great moment during the pandemic, and maybe it's still going to be good, but yeah, I choose Meta over it. Recently bought some of that, and that looked pretty good. Well, multiple times this year, and I don't have to show anybody a Reddit chart either. You guys know exactly what that one looks like compared to Pinterest. When you have an opportunity to pick amongst names that are exposed to the same types of growth scenarios in similar spaces, then it's pretty clear the market has been deciding rather harshly the winners and losers. Like the strong are going ham and the somewhat weak are getting smoked. You just have to trade around that and understand if you're not in the best names in the space or if they have a direct comparable in this earnings cycle, watch out. Because the stronger names have reported first is going to be a pretty high bar for someone like Pins. That's it.
Yeah, out of Pinterest, man, we had a strong uptrend into some prior structure. This is a weekly chart that I'm looking at here. So that prior high coming in at 41.43. So yeah, a strong push off of those 24 lows. Look at that failure to follow through of that 24. Multiple weeks we were there just holding. The strong selling, no continuation. Nice, beautiful bid coming in with that April turn. We saw a lot of stocks take that bid off of that the April time there, and a bit of a pullback pullback, a break in trend on the higher time frame happening here. We were there, we closed in around 39 last night and now trading at 34. So a bit of a break in trend on the weekly, going down to a shorter time frame. On the 15-minute chart, you can see that we're still holding below this anchored VWAP, which is coming in right at 35 and holding some of these after hours structures as well. Pre-market highs coming in shy of that 35, just at 34.87 right there. So some of those pre-market highs coming in as well. So I'm gonna continue to see, do sellers dominate there? We were bidding up pretty nicely. Do people take profits coming in off? We're only about $4 off of prior day's close. Do we come in with a bit of a bid? That's another question that I'm asking, but almost SSR, Neil. I think let's actually calculate where SSR would be. That's the last candle right there. So roughly around the close, SSR about let's see, we would be about
gotta break
33. Yeah, so around 33.33s. Nice, 33.33 is almost exact right now. So let's see if it can crack that. That's actually a little bit higher than the earnings reaction low. The earnings reaction low coming in at 31.67. This anchored, I don't know if it's any significant just yet. You got to go to a higher time frame. Okay, so yeah, a little bit of significance bouncing off of some anchors from prior events as well. So maybe a potential look for the bid down here in the low 30s if it's going to be there, but I'm looking for that continuation. When that trend breaks, a higher time frame reversion might be on the docket today. So I'm going to be watching this one. Definitely one of the top 5 names here is Pinterest on the day, selling off pretty aggressively on I guess mediocre earnings.
Twilio back to session lows here. Just took out 102 on its way to maybe $100 in a hurry. Not good for Twilio here on the earnings side of things.
No, Brendo. There was some good things, but there was it was a lot more bad. Revenue up 13% year over year, beating the estimates by about 3.4%. They provided above consensus Q3 revenue guidance, but 4th consecutive quarter now of growth acceleration, but gross margins did fall for the 5th straight quarter, and that's likely why we're selling off. They also implied a weaker second half operating margins, as well as higher research and development spend, which will eat into margins, which will eat into free cash flow. So we'll have to keep an eye on this one, but the market's selling off here to the tune of almost 17%.
Yeah, it's ugly. What was it, 123, call it, 124 at the end of the day yesterday. $100 incoming for Twilio, guys.
It is, but first, everybody, want to take a look over at VinFast, who have delivered over 35,800 EVs in Q2 2025, marking a 172% jump from last year. That brings their first half total to more than 72,000 EVs, up over 220% year over year. With stronger sales usually in the second half, they're on pace to easily double 2024's 97,000 units. They're also crushing it in two-wheelers, with nearly 70,000 e-scooters and bikes sold in Q2, up 432% from a year ago. And with gas-powered two-wheelers being phased out in Hanoi and Ho Chi Minh City by next year, the growth potential looks huge. You can find them on the NASDAQ with ticker VFS. Scan the QR code for more information. And yeah, scan the chart of Twilio for a losing stock today, unfortunately for them. No, Sharif just went over the numbers, and I know Obi was like, yo, you got the big movers and HIMS and trade desks to the downside. Well, Twilio might have even more momentum downside right now than Pinterest, I would say, having lost 50 and the 200 period moving averages consecutively here. And I mean, $100 on a Friday as well with options expiration is an obvious level. It's too far down. That 100 level is going to stand out at the open. It's sort of an obvious place where if it can regain that level while under SSR, it gives you an obvious bounce play. Now, I'll admit, like, this is not a stock that we would usually trade outside of earnings. But when you're down 10 points and when you're at a $100 level and it's a Friday, if it's able to lose the bid and then regain that level, that whole standard play back into VWAP makes sense to me. It's not on my list of names because, like, at the end of the day, look, I just like to take a look at that Google, and this is maybe the only chance to mention HIMS. If you weren't watching the aftermarket show or through the afternoon show yesterday, you probably don't know that this has been happening on HIMS And I am ambiguous to which direction it resolves. I don't care. To me, holding this trend line, breaking this trend line down on HIMS means losing 50 today. If that happens, I go short. If it doesn't happen and we hold the trend line, then that just simply means it can hold this prior day low. So I'll stay out of this thing between 50 and 51. But if we hold that 51 and bounce, then I'm looking breakout in HIMS. I'm looking the dip that doesn't break 50 in HIMS. So that's one that's on my radar for sure. The only thing I won't like is if HIMS just goes sideways at 51 all day long. That will kind of suck.
Yeah, I think Twilio, another one that's bumping the trend on the higher time frame. You can see here, nice structure that built up on the weekly, a hold of 212s, and then through that earnings report, we're cracking down almost 10 points lower. It's currently trading at 102.50s, back into some of these prices from prior earnings from May, Neil. So interesting territory that we're coming into here, breaking some of that structure. I like that. Looking for that continuation. Once again, another stock that is coming into that SSR mark right there, already trading at SSR. So once it opens, or if it opens in and around these prices, definitely gonna be SSR off of the open. Now anchored VWAP is sitting at 108 halves. I'm looking for more seller domination on this one there. A bit of a breather. Let's see if we get that market tailwind as well. Twilio, Pinterest, and Trade Desk, all kind of in that similar territory, gapping down, selling off pretty aggressively. Let's see which one of these the sellers are definitely going to be in charge on, but a little bit of a different look on the next ticker we're going to be watching, some sound price action on that one.
Just having a look at Under Armour to the downside right now, just hearing a couple of notes on UAA. We were talking, Sharif and I were just talking about this one as well. MP materials to the upside again today. This thing just doesn't stop. A little bit of a reversal right now, but $71 coming into play for MP. Let's talk about Soundhound. Some of the smaller end of the scale AI names in play here this morning. Much better than expected results here after the close yesterday for Sound. We are reversing, however, right now.
They did well here, Brendo. They're still losing money, but let's talk about it. The adjusted loss per share is 3 pennies, but that was better than the 5 pennies loss the street was looking for, while revenue grew 217% year over year on the quarter, $43 million, smashing the estimates of 33 by $10 million. The growth here was driven by new wins and cross-selling across the customer base. They're guiding 160 million to 178 million, with being above the midpoint of 164, so a beat on guidance there. And the CEO called it their strongest quarter ever. They're trying to target rapid expansion in voice and conversational AI markets. Brendo and I talking about ChatGPT and their voice assistant, so it's kind of very similar to that. And the CFO says the company's moving very, very quickly to capitalize on the industry growth through more R&D spending.
Yeah, and I mean, I think more and more as these AI tools, not even necessarily the bigger ones, ChatGPT and things like that, come into play, even individual type ones, apps, things like that, even on your phone, a company like Soundhound will become very, very interesting and needed. Here's Underarm. This was that latest move. We just had a little bit of a spike back up about 10, 15 cents. Quickly reversing again, but yeah, not good for UAA either, guys.
Oh, but Soundhound, it's actually very quickly before we get to Soundhound, the imbalances came out a couple of minutes ago, but really, there's nothing over 1 million shares on the early look. QuantumScape, maybe the most notable, 570,000 to buy. BBAI, 300,000 to buy. Novo, 300,000 to buy. Pinterest, a sell of 230,000. So not very large on any of those imbalances whatsoever. Look, Soundhound, I was just telling Obi, like, this is one, I'm disappointed. I thought this was going to be a lot more, I thought this was going to be way better. If you look at the daily chart on Soundhound, it's up 22%, but 1360, 50 to 60 resistance on the daily. Everyone can see that. It's pretty obvious on that daily chart. It goes and trends right into it and is now trending back. So the notion that this was going to be a clean breakout trade is sort of gone. It needs to break this down channel. If it loses, to me, if it loses the bid here, you could have a big gap fill on Soundhound. I wanted to see it hold that top, get back above the volume weighted average price. Show me buyers starting to win again, not be in a downward trend. So off the open, much more inclined to be looking at Rocket Lab Oh my goodness, Rocket Lab's already going. Rocket Lab, which is already going 8%, and this one wants it. It's holding the volume weighted average price the entire way, Rocket Labs, versus Soundhound. It's trending up going into. You can come to my chart for a second? No? Yep. It's been trending up going into the open. It broke a trend on the daily chart as well. So to me, I want to be looking long in a stock that's done that. Whether it's, I don't think we dip back into 45.5. At this point, it looks like it's just going to be a 48 breakout if I can't get any kind of a reasonable dip in Rocket Lab. So I'm preferring that, at least for now, to Soundhound.
Yeah, no, Soundhound is looking pretty solid there. Only about a minute left until the open, but I'm looking for this bid to continue. Like I said, pretty sound price action coming in off of the earnings reaction, stepping up, stepping up, stepping up. Once again, 1375 holds. We're still above anchored. Right. Kind of broke a little bit of this trend line that I drew in, but you can see the wicks are coming in a little bit lower. The bid is actually on top of anchored VWAP for now because we held that in the after hours as well. That's coming in at 1265 as well. So good luck to everyone right there who is along here with us. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Only more 20 more seconds, Neil. And the market's maybe catching a little bit of a bounce into the open. Trade desk, oh boy, those sellers are coming in real hot right now. Thank you, Adara, for the bell there. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
Get it.
Whoa, look at that mallet. That's a big mallet right
That's
there.
why we got the custom new mallet. I want to thank everybody for tuning in. The trade desk is 100% Huaduking. 36% to the downside. That is absolutely nasty. Tesla's making the run at that prior day high. The plan of action here is if it fails the breakout, I want to look for the short reversion. We also could get potential breakout in Rocket Lab happening as well. So obviously a lot happening. The market's coming back in a big way, everybody, after that little bit of a down push that we have. I see you're into the trade desk. Rocket Labs just broke as well, and you can see Tesla absolutely flying. Whoa, Tesla is not failing this break whatsoever. Rocket Lab, get to 49, get to 49, get to 49. It almost got to 49. Oh, I didn't go to Rocket Lab for you guys. We're still on Tesla. Rocket Lab did get very close to that 49. I'm trying to eyeball this if I can get the short on Tesla on the way back in. Rocket Lab about 50 cents in the money. We want more than that.
Oh boy, yeah, no, this trade desk, like I said, right off of the open, people hitting into the bid. Got to get out of that one there. Oh boy, flip long. I don't really like that one. Got to get out of this one right here. 59s. Oh boy, that was pretty nasty. Flip long on that, back through that 56, but things are crazy. Didn't flip long as much as I had the short, so it's perfectly fine. 55s now coming in. Oh boy, 55s. Can we crack those 55s, Neil? Right off of the open, and the market taking on trade desk here. 55s incoming now. 56s was pretty choppy as we kind of bid back through a little bit, but $1 down now. Bids are definitely getting slapped out of the way there. Google through 98, Neil.
I know.
Hopefully you have that one.
No, we missed. Look, you can usually take one breakout at the open. Whatever. You can take multiple breakouts at the open. I usually take one breakout. I have dip buys everywhere else, but Alphabet did break the 190. I just want to recap. There's a seller at 50, which makes all the sense in the world on Rocket Labs. So it's a Friday. Took some out when it broke. I actually tried to sell in front of 48.50, and it was so fast to the upside, I was selling at like 60 the first time, then at 49, then at 49.5. I want to hold to a 50 break if we can. But Alphabet, I don't have a pun for it. Maybe you can do it, but it's going. That 198 is gone. This is a big-time breakout potential play. It just needs to, I want it to close the range above 98, and then we can be all systems go. Jumping in because we didn't get that 98 break. I don't want to chase it up here all the way at 99. So far, just the one position, Rocket Lab looking absolutely fine. I did want to jump back over to, well, you're already on the trade desk.
It was, I guess, yeah, I didn't really hold it. Man.
No, it was Fly. Yeah. Not the Fly that's flying around and annoying everybody in the office. Fly the IPO broke the bottom. It already flushed $3 in here, but if it's not going to pop up and it's just going to be the sellers winning left, right, and center, I might have to jump into this thing if it can close. I want this candle to close underneath the low, and then I'm going to take my first shot at Fly. We had to pay for locates here. Wow, Rocket Labs, that was quick. Right back to break even. All right, well, we took our money on it, and it decides it wants to go back. That's fine by me. I don't want it in Blue Ocean. I don't want it in Blue Ocean. Thank you very much. If it holds, great. I'm not trying to get caught on a Friday on any kind of a false break. If I get my $50, $50, break it and take it is the way I want to go. I want to move on to the next trade. It's likely to be that pesky fly.
What's going on there? You
It dumped.
It's holding. It's holding.
Dumped like an absolute champion. At least you're into Google.
Yeah, I mean, I took it a couple times. That first push, I was definitely chasing a little bit there and pulling back into that VWAP, holding VWAP as of right now pretty well. Let's see if we can get through that high day. 198.88, Neil. That's coming in about 10 pennies away. Let's see if we can crack that 199, maybe take some inventory into 200. I don't know if it's poised just yet. I don't know if it's ready just yet, but oh boy, what a miss on the trade desk. Look at the market catch a strong sell there. That strong wick on the NASDAQ and the ES, absolutely wild there. But yeah, no, Google is breaking out of a multi-week high here on top of 198. So let's see if it sustains. Does that resistance turn into support? That's the question that I'm asking, if it'll have us. Let's see if we can crack that 199. It is still very, very fresh off of the open. The first 5-minute candle just about to close printing right there in about, I think it's about 10 seconds here, Neil. And we're sustaining that 198 pretty well. 55 is potentially coming back here on the trade desk. Here we go, 199s. Can we break through, Neil? Here we go, 10 more pennies, 199s. There it is. Can we get to 200? Oh boy, it's not going to be clean. It's not going to be pretty. But let's see if it's actually going to come in and give us some of that continuation here. Market tailwind is what I'm looking for as well. VWAP is currently at 198.26 on Google.
Yeah, I'm
200, man, on the horizon.
That Google 199 is proving to be a little bit of resistance there, but I think it's strong enough to chew through it. At least it looks like it temporarily. I keep looking over to see if they're going to catch that bid. I'd love to get back in, but I'd rather it go up because I'm sure lots of people are long. Fly is struggling right here at VWAP, but it's not giving it up the bid. So I'm not going to jump into that short just yet into a strong market. I think we made the right call on Rocket Labs to get out. That failed the top and is now coming right back in under VWAP. One and done there, which is fine. I don't mind taking that trade in that regard. But I do need to go over to the chips to you guys because AMD, which oddly enough, AMD is allowed to go down. Right back into prior day lows. My take on it was it needs to hold 174. There was a big swath of resistance at 174, and if it can't be above that price, I don't want to touch it at all. But the trade desk, that was the missed opportunity. It looks like it's done the SSR bounce, or at least begun to do the bounce play. And it was right in here through 54. Like it held 54. I mean, on my chart exactly, it bounced off exactly $54, 0-0, which is pretty much insane to me that it would have been that clean. So yeah, you take what you can get. Rocket Labs is still languishing. Wow. I guess the other side of it is, like, we could have been, if I was bearish on Rocket Labs, it might have been even better because then you would have been shorting into 50, which is just as good of a trade. But you got to take what you get and then don't be upset is what a good friend always told me. I don't know. He might be eating 17,000 eggs right now. Poor left. Well, it's not 17. He's eating 17 eggs.
17 eggs. Oh boy, yeah. That always smells so good.
It smells
amazing. Look at that egg salad.
Don't even. Oh boy. It smells so good.
Oh
it's
boy.
Not even fair.
That's what it is, right? It's an egg salad.
It smells. It smells as good
with mixed veggies.
It smells as good as Palantir looks.
Oh boy!
Right now.
Wow!
How
Look
about
at that Palantir go.
Yeah, like it smells like Sharif's dish smells like this chart on Palantir. 187. Not going to finish the sentence. Is where it's at right now. 190 is where it's headed, almost certainly. Look, this stock. It did give you stair step yesterday to be able to get into this thing, so I have to look for something else. My goodness, Palantir is super strong. VWAP, that'll make sense. As I said, I'm not that interested in Fly as much anymore after missing out on that first opportunity, but that does bring me back to the other name that was initially on the list outside of Rocket Labs, Fly, with HIMS. HIMS does not test 50. HIMS does not really spend any time down at 51. So as far as I'm concerned, it is holding this trend on the daily chart. So I'm going to take my shot at this to the long side. I'm okay with flipping this if we break down underneath that trend support on the daily, but for now it's holding up pretty well. Let's go for the first time to our friend at the desk, Adara.
I'm going to let you guys know here, TRIP looking really good for earnings day one. They did beat EPS estimates. Those sales were below expectations. I also want to let you guys know we don't have any numbers to worry about coming through at 10 a.m. Fed's Muslim will begin speaking at 10 a.m., guys. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara, as always, or better yet.
Thank you very much, Dara.
Always. Yeah, someone just asked what's going on with DraftKings. More of what happened yesterday, I'm guessing. Yesterday at the open, DraftKings had the heaviest offer of any stock that I was watching. It was just insane amount of selling. There was no bid. Looks like it's done the same thing at the open, but look at what it did yesterday, right around this 43.5. If it does any kind of a big bid, might be worth taking a look at that reversion play. But my eyeballs are on the name that's on the plan. I want to see if I can't pick up HIMS off the volume weighted average price as it's trying to dip back in. The other thing worth watching is, oh my goodness, Tesla. The other side of the coin was I was looking for a fail break pullback, but it ended up breaking away from 325. My goodness, Tesla is absolutely flying. I don't know, like I'm disappointed in Alphabet, that breakout at 98, but this was also part of the plan of action. If it can take back that high, I'm inclined to buy the dip here as well. So I'm on a bit of pins. Want to see this curl on Alphabet before I jump in. Like I want to see it show some kind of a bid first, but I still like this at that 198 level.
Yeah, the 198 could be very interesting, Neil. VWAP's coming in 198.25s. There, we did get a bit of a bounce here on the trade desk. 54s held like a champ, and the market a little bit of a shake and bake there. You can see within this same 15-minute candle, we ripped all the way to those highs. We pulled all the way back down, and then we're taking another push right back up. So a little bit of a shake and bake across the board that I'm seeing here, Neil. Absolutely crazy. Apple hasn't really gone anywhere. Google hasn't really gone anywhere just yet, but reclaiming that 198 now, maybe now we're poised. Here's that VWAP right now, that blast coming in pretty nicely across the board as the market catches a little bit of a bid here. Tesla not doing too much. Amazon not really doing too much. What a beautiful reversion we had on that one there yesterday, Neil. I don't know if you saw that, but it was absolutely beautiful as we got 100% reversion all the way back down.
Sick.
And then ripping right back up, back into the close there. Right now, actually, you know what? My charts are not, here, I got to reload. That's why I'm like, wait, why is nothing moving? I'm like, okay, things should be moving. My charts were a little frozen. That's why I was like, why is Tesla, I have two different ones. Tesla's actually ripping right now.
Tesla is
going crazy right now. Neil.
Oh, HIMS just lost a bit.
Yeah,
we're going to be
not looking at the right charts.
We're going to be 1 for 2 because HIMS does not hold on to the volume weighted average price. It was doing a good job of it before. Well, maybe it's going to try again. I'm going to nibble in. If this ends up being a bottom wick, not in anything else right now, so if it ends up being a bottom wick, I'll probably jump right back into this thing if we can close it above, what's that, 51.70 or so on HIMS. Rocket Labs, wow, that came back to earth so fast. It's still not looking like a re-entry on Rocket Labs here. It just is disappointing. It was a clean move on the break to 50, but where are the buyers again? This was supposed to be, like this is a hefty break and reversal. Here's the daily chart. I wanted more. I think if you break 50, you had 52, 53. I thought it had double digits on it here today. So still looking for the strength to come back into Rocket Labs, and I'm likely to take another shot at HIMS as well. I see a few people still talking about advanced money doubler. That's AMD. Now it's back into breakout territory. When AMD did this before, it gave you this nice pullback, breakout a little bit later in the open, about 9:50 yesterday. It's about 10 minutes ahead of schedule right now on AMD, as this has been better than NVIDIA the last couple of days.
Oh yeah.
No ifs, ands, or buts about it. It's just been the better stock. It's kind of weird that it's almost, just momentum-wise, I should say. I still like NVIDIA infinitely better than AMD, but momentum-wise, this has been the better stock the last couple of days. Rocket Lab's struggling to get to that 48 again. HIMS trying to hold 52. We'll see if we can get back into that. And yeah, I've given up on that fly short. It just doesn't feel like that's going to be a short today, and that's part of the game. Like if it can set up looking like a short under VWAP or something, maybe I'll take a shot. But you had to have this right at the open, and I was busy with Rocket Labs, unfortunately.
Yeah, this Google is knocking on the door of high day. Look at those futures run up there. The ES and the Spider absolutely flying to the upside.
AMD.
Right now, 198.90s trading, 199.07s is the high day. So only about 20 pennies away from that. So, oh boy, what a strong bid, but no real follow through here happening just yet. So maybe give it a couple more minutes here as we finish printing that second 15-minute candle on the day. Actually, the first one, the first 15-minute candle of the day about to finish printing as we attempt to push a little bit higher and higher here. 199s, I'm looking for that 200, 199.03, 199.02s. I feel like an auctioneer. Can we get through that day high? Oh boy, nothing happening just yet on this one, Neil. So I'm gonna be packing my patience for this one. 07s, 08, 09s, there we go, high a day break. Can you print the quarter? Can you hold the quarter? And can you print the half? That's the question I'm asking next, Neil. Google has been pretty crazy. We're breaking out of a higher time frame technical consolidation area here on Google. Market tailwind is definitely on our side when we say this, Neil. So 99 is a bit of a struggle here. Let's see if we can continue. Again, VWAP 198.34. It can chop and churn, but I'm looking for straight continuation. If it doesn't have me, then that's okay as well. I'm going to give it a little bit of room here as we come into the close of the first 15-minute candle. Only about 20 seconds left for that one, Neil.
Yeah, we're getting close. I mean, obviously, it's been a wild 15 minutes already. The trade desk, well, we didn't get it on the way down. So we're going to take an attempt, zoom it back in, to the volume-weighted average price. The trade desk down 36%. We've already gone. It wasn't like it was that bad or doom and gloom or anything like that. But at the end of the day, perception doesn't really matter. Price action is what does. Volume VWAP on a bounce play, if I like the short, is almost a given. But remember, this is a short sell restricted stock. So if it's catching any kind of a rollover, it's a lot easier to get filled on the way up than on the way down. So a lot of times I only want to be in the back end after it's failed VWAP, but I've missed the curl so many times on an SSR name because of that I'm catching it on the way up. If we go well past the $0.50, I'm going to give this just a bit less than $1 worth of room because I think you've got way more than $1 worth of upside, obviously, or in this particular case, downside on TTD. So I got 56 is short. If it gets to 57, suffice to say I will be out. But this one looking like it wants to resume its trend back into the downside. SOUN starting to look good, Obi.
Yeah,
oh my goodness.
Kind of, yeah.
All right, well, you know what? What's good about this is if Rocket Labs isn't going to go, that frees me up to move that level 2 to Soundhound. Because I said I like Rocket Labs long off the open, and I wasn't going to take Soundhound, but now Rocket Labs isn't doing anything, and we're already in and out of it, so I can pay more attention to Soundhound here, as that's clearly broken trend and flying to the upside. I'm going to go VWAP long because I don't want the breakout.
Yeah, this 199 quarters is just holding on the ask here, Neil. 199.25's just churning and churning and churning. No real hold just yet. The question I'm asking is the same. Can you hold the quarter? Can you print the half? There's the hold of the quarter. 33s, 50s. Can you push into this? I want more, Neil. I'm going to look for some more. I'm trying to get some more through that 200. Let's see if that 200 comes in. 99.5's on the horizon. Let's see if we can push a little bit higher. Can you get much higher? Google 200. Let me get that. Market tailwind is definitely on our side here, Neil. But oh boy. I'm gonna lighten up the load a little bit here. We're still sitting on top of 198s here. 199 halves. 200. I just want to take some inventory into 200. Oh boy, 199 halves. Can you hold the halves now? I'm looking for more. I'm looking for more, Neil. Is it going to show me the right kind of action to take more here on top of the 150s? I like that. Sorry, 950s right here. 9950s. I'm looking for that 200. Like I said, market tailwind is more than on our side with this one, Neil. The longs are coming in real strong. I think, yep. What's going on, Indira?
I just want to let you guys know about UU. This is Energy Fuels Day 2 earnings play reported. Not so well received earnings after the bell on Wednesday, but this morning they got a price target increase from HC Wainwright. Beautiful push higher here for quadruple U. Back to you. Get it, Sharif.
Get it, both of you. Get it, 200. You're like, get it there. Get it, Sharif. Get it, everybody. Get it, Google. But also get Beta Pro. by Globex Canada. Savvy Canadian traders that want to boost their exposure can now tap into the NASDAQ 100 and the S&P 500 with Beta Pro's 3x daily leveraged ETFs with built-in FX hedging. This aims to amplify short-term market moves, minimizing the impact of currency swings. So whether you're feeling bullish or bearish, these ETFs are built for everyday active day traders ready to take on the markets. Read the full risk disclosure, the prospectus, and check out betapro.ca before investing. Scan the QR code you see there. Shout out to Beta Pro. Wow, I was just eyeballing that 200, wondering whether I was going to take it on Google, but it doesn't. Ooh, I see you punched out the same moment that it looks like it reversed. Two things to get to.
It's a different trade.
First one, yeah, the reversion's a different trade altogether at the 200 level.
No, I'm saying into the 200 is, I think it's a different trade.
Yeah, it's a different.
Now, just a scalp-wise. It just didn't follow through. Like we tested 99s.
Yeah.
We're still within range. I'm watching trend, but is it going to give me that 200 right away? No, but I did get really aggressive on top of 99 halves and 99. So again, not really the best in terms of getting too aggressive because I'm looking for that push coming in. Market's taking a little bit of a pullback here as well. My average again your average does not matter. The move is what matters. The trade is what matters. But my average came a little too close to 199, and I'm like, that's well within range of pulling back in, consolidating, and then running for that 200. So VWAP's all the way down at 198.67s right now, Neil. So, oh boy, let's see if we can catch that 200 push. I'm not even looking at anything else right now, but AMD with a bit of continuation happening. AMD is happening here as well. Yeah, so let's see if we can come back down into VWAP here on Google. That was quite an aggressive push, and reasons to buy, reasons to sell. A little bit of a reason to sell on top of, in front of that 200 as it couldn't quite make it right away, and thankfully pulling right back into 199s. Maybe it gives us another chance here, but a strong reason to sell there as we not really false broke, but failure to follow through on the initial momentum into 200, but the level might still be on the board because 198 is the level. Let's see if that already kind of held as support. Let's see if buyers step up a little bit higher. Here's 199s again on the goggles. Can't say didn't see that one coming, but Apple coming in here back into 220s as well. Oh boy, the spider pulling back a little bit here as well. What is this one? That one is the Trade Desk. I definitely missed out on Trade Desk, man. What's going on?
Jag 8322. We'll just call you Jag. Obi's new oh boy reminds me of Mayor Mel Lastman saying nobody. And if
is that's the Lazy Boy ad?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, of course.
And if you're from here, then Mayor Mel Lastman was
very good,
very well loved here in the city of Toronto. But he owned like a furniture shop, and their ads it was awesome. It was a family-owned business, and they were absolutely fantastic ads because you could just tell. It was just him, and now I believe his son still does it. But at the end of the day, look, Google might break that 200. Yeah, I'm taking a shot at it. Like, I'm probably going to take the breakout trade. I'm just going to get my order in now. I'm on the bid of Google for the dip as well. But Trade Desk off the volume weighted average price. Remember what I was saying about trying to catch this on the way down as opposed to on the way up?
There's the 200.
There's the break. On the way up, on the way down as opposed to on the way up.
Can you hold?
This thing, I tried to add to this when it slammed back into the volume weighted average price, and it just completely fell apart on me. Right quick. Like the second I was on the offer trying to grab more at VWAP at $56, it was right back $1 lower. So the bid is pretty heavy. Just keeping in mind here, on the daily chart, in the Trade Desk, this is the area that I was looking for a bounce on. It gets right into this supply zone at that 54 level. So at double bottom, I'm out of this thing at the double bottom because this is the bounce spot. I think I should have been long into VWAP and not necessarily short. So I'm going to get out of this thing in front of 54, and which I don't mind. Like, it's just everyone has to have their own style. Like, for every time, I said this yesterday, for every time that this looks like the right decision to have jumped out of Rocket Labs, I'm a little shocked by how far this fell back in. There's other times where I get out of something and it'll go like another 10% higher. You just have to trade your own style. For myself, I want to stick to the plan and jump out of this thing, as I can even see it catching a bid here in Rocket Labs. When I see the buyer step in on an SSR name, I'm not going to play games with another 30 or 40 cents. If I see the buy come in, I'm jumping out of it. So we're out of Trade Desk. That was a good short. Unfortunately, HIMS long, no good, but Trade Desk short good. Obviously, Rocket Lab was good. And now, before we go to Adara, I'm buying in front of the prior high on Soundhound. I wanted to, Obi says inventory, I like that term. Inventory into the
think
break,
like a wholesaler.
but I want to buy it into the volume weighted average price. Went from Rocket Lab to this, because Rocket Lab stopped going, I'm going to give Soundhound a chance. Adara, what do you have for us?
There isn't a glut of volume on this, but keep an eye on BZAI. About 700,000 shares traded on the day. Ragnarok issuing a short report basically alleging that the company may have committed some fraud. So BZAI on watch again, guys. No economic number in 6 minutes, though. Fed's Musalam will begin speaking at 10:20 a.m. Back to you.
I need like a cold brew or something. It is like balls hot in here.
Where's the next
yeah, the trade desk VWAP was pretty tight. But here's I was saying this.
Dude.
No, but the thing about it's SSR. So the exact point where you want to add to the position, you can't hit the bid.
That's fine.
So only filled on the way up.
You know me, I like getting
fills on
involved
the way
with the
down.
front side.
Yeah, I know you do. I like it.
Especially on SS.
Wait, no, I'm not.
see him coming.
Not saying that.
What?
No, I like getting it on the other side of the
On the
V.
back side.
On
I
the
like
other
the
si-
oh,
on
you
the
know,
other side of the V.
I love the backside as well.
On the other
call it
side
like
of
it
the
is.
V.
You know, 200 holding. Oh my God, why did I get
out of that?
Why am I not involved on this one?
Yeah,
Still
200
holding
holding.
so well. So let's see. We did break back below 200 a little bit. Market is still holding above the initial 15-minute candle high. So opening range high on the 15-minute, holding really well there. Oh boy, I got to do a little bit better. It's the aggression, man. I have good inventory from the 198. That's where I should have inventory, right? That's the technical breakout. So I'm taking it into 200. If I'm getting too aggressive, I don't want to use a different word, but if I'm getting too excited for that 200 push, you know, it's you got to be a little bit patient there. So gotta protect the trade idea as well as manage risk well. But that 200 coming in with a little bit of a struggle right now. I'm seeing a little bit of a double top here happening on the shorter time frame at 238. VWAP's coming out 199.40s. This 15-minute candle has about 4 minutes left to finish printing, Neil. So let's take a quick look across the board and see what's happening here on these markets. SPY, hella strong on the day. Oh boy, Tesla is coming in real hot. We were talking about some of that compression, 320s to 330s. Oh boy, Tesla is going crazy. So hopefully you guys are involved in that one. Google coming right back up into that 200 as of now as well. So let me know in the chat, what are you guys involved with? I'm curious to know. Let me pull up the chat here. There it is. So
ETH is going ham to the upside.
oh boy, Fig to 190. I don't know about that, buddy.
ETH is up 3%. Well, I mean, does the 24-hour market percentage doesn't matter. Super strong move to the upside. Bitcoin is like at 116.8, so not even doing a heck of a lot there. It's an ETH story. But you know what? We got a better way to do what you're asking, Obi. If you are interested, and I'm interested, what everyone is talking about and looking at, then type $, and then that ticker. I'll give you an example. We'll go $ETHA, and then at some point that should fly down. There you go. ETHA, ICE Archer, Worksport, Apple, Palantir. There you go. That's what I'm talking about. Roblox. Ooh, that's one. BBAI, Oscar, HIMS as well. ETHU. So we'll check back to see what's leading the list. Right now, Palantir, Tesla, Alphabet, BBAI, AMD, BMNR. Hey, if ETH is going up, then you know those treasury games, treasury plays are going to be going well as well. BMNR. It's pure squeeze play, these. I don't know how much. Look, I personally don't trust the treasury plays for the longer term. I think you just be in the actual thing. Like own Bitcoin, own some ETH, like that kind of a deal. But if you want that extra oomph, then this is the place to go. Just be careful of the other side of this. Like when these drop or reverse the trend, it can get a little bit heavy. There's a better example of it on the daily chart. Like you're barely even moving compared to where this was before. But it's a celebration ETH. That much is for sure. Obi, Google lost 200 again.
Yeah, it's chopping now. I'm watching it real close. So every sell that comes in through that 200 is getting bid right back up into that 200. So do we expect a little bit of turbulence on top of 198 and 200? A little bit of an interesting level, especially on a Friday. I don't know what the chain's looking like that one, but that chain is probably off the chain. That 200 open interest there. So I have no idea, but market tailwind really strong.
Like spinners on, you know what I'm saying? Like you.
Oh, Oh, yeah.
Spinners on that chain.
Spinners on that chain. It's spinning around. It's churning, chopping. It is definitely picking up some liquidity. There's that bid coming in real hot there, Neil, as we only have a minute and 50 seconds left to finish printing this 15-minute candle, and 200.5s coming into play as of right now. So, oh boy, on that one, Neil. I gotta learn how to hold this, but it is what it is. Where is the next trade? I'm looking for reversions now. Tesla's looking a little bit overextended here, but where will the sellers come in? No idea. I'm gonna start pulling that one up now and see if that one starts to set up for a little bit of a charge.
Speaking of reversions, it looks like Rocket Labs might have finally caught itself a bid.
Yeah.
This required ample amounts of patience here, because Rocket Labs was a good breakout, but admittedly, the short was even better. Like, if you were short this thing, you're absolutely, I mean, look, you had to be shorted in front of the 550 level. If you shorted going, I mean, you probably stopped out if you shorted it at 48. But the first time that it attempted to break this downward trend, I'm taking my shot and giving into this prior bar low on Rocket Labs. I don't want to give it back. Like, I'm not going to give back the breakout trade because it's a completely different look. It's a reversion trade, and I have to give it a little bit of juice down into that low. So I cannot give it past that 43.5. So it's about 30, I call it 50 to 60 cents worth of risk here in Rocket Labs. If it can hold higher, it might be worth an add. But at this point, the market's flying, and just because I like the long on this doesn't mean I have to get married to this making a fresh low. So Rocket Labs, if you had it early, look, the breakout was absolutely fine, but it looks like this is maybe headed to another fresh low here, unfortunately. And it's the same thing with Soundhound. You know, but for myself, it's like, it's always pretty binary. Like, if Sound holds on to VWAP, enter twice. There you go. It's just weird that I always have to hit enter twice on these. If we hold VWAP again, I don't mind, but I wanted the consolidation over the prior high. You lose volume weighted average price. We're jumping out of Soundhound. So you try to hold on to your wins, get out of your losses pretty quick. I do need to check back on the trade desk. What's it doing? Still the same thing as before. Actually, it's not even moving trade desk anymore. So it looks we might have gotten the most you can get out of this. And I want to point everybody to Fortinet. Like, if you're looking at trade desk, yesterday on Fortinet, when it was down 20-something%, when it caught that first bid to VWAP, it then held a higher low, and actually trended for the rest of the day. So it wouldn't surprise me. I'm not going to jump back into that short, because I think you could see the same thing happen today, potentially, for trade desk. It's just down so far that it won't take much of a bid for it to come back. Let's go over to Adair. It's already 10 o'clock.
Oh boy.
What's happening now?
What's happening now is honestly like a pretty solid push higher for the market. NASDAQ almost at yesterday's highs after two strong 15-minute candles to the upside. Honestly, yet nothing really negative to say about this look. S&P 500 also looking strong. For the record, for those wondering about if Donald Trump, president of the U.S., is set to make any appearances today, apparently I'm seeing that he's going to be meeting with the Prime Minister of Armenia, but I have not seen an official schedule release for him. If I get any more details, I'll let you know, and I'll post it on X. As of right now, I haven't posted any schedule because I don't have one. Let's take a look here at TSLA. Really strong today. Initially a little bit lower pre-market after Bloomberg reported the company's disbanded its Dojo supercomputer team. And they also, I guess one of the people who was on this team, Pete Bannon, left the company after about 9 years. There's also a whole bunch of other people from the company leaving to join a startup started by a former Tesla executive. So interesting stuff there. TTD, one of the biggest earnings moves on watch, down by more than 30% after a okay earnings report. Guidance was more or less in line with estimates, but the street not liking this one. Same with TWLO, reporting an EPS and sales beat. The guidance weaker than estimates. Back to you. Make sure to like and subscribe if you enjoy the content.
Twilio not looking good. 17% still for them to the downside. Unfortunately, it's just a different type of day though for the Nasdaq, where we're trying to close in on that 1% mark. But you know, you look over, Google looks great. Tesla looks really good. There's a bunch of strong stocks out there. Amazon is not one of them, not today. At the low of the day, Amazon, say it ain't so, unfortunately. And again, look, it's been a stock pickers type of market. So you'll see Apple, that's still trending higher. Meta over here, load, PC, load letter. doing absolutely nothing. So you got to be looking at the right names. That's why I'm still sticking to like at least for now, like the movers and shakers, for lack of a better term. So Rocket Labs has a refresher or just a seller at the $0.50. So in that move, usually the first leg, I'd want to see if it can't push into 45 more, but someone was selling it for the first like 5 minutes on that bounce play right at that level. I want to see if I can't let it hold. I added to it here to get more aggressive on that out, but I want to hold all the way at least to 45.5 and try to get out before 46. When you look at this on the higher time frame, the reason I'm not thinking this is a big blowout is on the 15-minute chart. Let's go for the small bounce play. Even more so, the more I look at this, I should be offering 45.5. Like you can't be thinking, I'm not going to be thinking ridiculous home run here on the bounce. But the breakout that's a big failed break on Rocket Lab. So yeah, it goes $2. But the fact that it came all the way back into that low at 44, yeah, I'm kind of thinking this might even only be a dollar play. Now that I think about this, I've just talked myself into it. I'm looking at this, and when I zoomed it out, now I'll take the dollar on that bounce play because that's a not good looking chart at all. Like, yeah, it bounced off our support level, but that's a nasty reversal when you zoom it out. So I'm just going to take it and run. If it goes higher, fine, fair enough. Go to VWAP, do your thing. I just got to trust the read there.
Yeah, this Google's looking a little strong there, Neil. I did get short a tiny amount on top of that 200. That's not really working out right now as we're pushing all the way up to 201s. So a big miss on my part, not really catching and holding that trend. That trend is holding so nicely here on, you can see the 15-minute on a bunch of different time frames there, holding really, really nicely. Extended above VWAP, yeah, a little bit, and 199.50s is where we're at on VWAP here, but 201s, and look at the market continue that strength here as well. So, oh boy, a little bit of a hold on this one, a little nasty, I would say. Holding against me a little bit, but let's see if it slows down here at all. 201's holding so well. That structure held so nicely. That 198 hold, pulling back into 199 halves, holding that 200. Well, let's see if it continues to hold that 200. We're only about $1 away from there as of right now, Neil. 201, what's the high day? 201.21 is the high day as of right now. Market maybe trying for the next 15-minute green here on the day. Absolute strength. And Tesla as well, man. Tesla 234 is high a day. Absolutely crazy.
Oh my God.
Aggressive pushes on that one. Hood.
Well, I guess I'm not getting that dip buy in the long-term account on Robinhood today. Congratulations, everybody that's in Robinhood. It's perfectly fine. I'd rather everybody else win on this stock, and it's not that I don't own any fintech, but I don't see SoFi doing this. And what's Webull doing? Maybe I'll feel a little bit better if Webull's having a good day today. Go, come on. Boo, Webull. Boo, Webull. What is SoFi doing today? Maybe it's just Robinhood's world and we're all living in it. See, the whole idea with this, you're now allowed to add different types of investments into your retire account. What happened to that lifting all ships? All ships should include SoFi. I'm trying to will SoFi into a breakout. I'm not even trading it. Doesn't really matter. No, the story right now would be Robinhood. 4%, all-time high break without even looking. You know it's an all-time high break. This is just a company that stands to benefit from all of the easing. We're going 24/5 trading sometime next year. Everybody knows this. You get PDT rule being loosened. They're not getting rid of it, which they should, but they're not going to completely get rid of it. They're just going to go 25,000 minimum to 2,000 minimum. That'll open things up. Throw on top of that, of course, tokenization, and it's just anything and everything is coming to Robinhood. I think to a certain extent Coinbase as well. But yeah, good look for Robinhood today. Palantir going nuts. And I saw in the chat, someone's like, who's buying here? The Joe code in the chat? Well, look, I said yesterday, I have no way in heck I'm buying this in my long term up here, but it's just momentum. Remember, there's the beauty of the market is the vast amount of time frames being expressed in any given day. You're going to have swing traders that like this as a break of an all-time high to hold for a short period of time. You're going to have people covering shorts. You're going to have maybe some people that are just pure day trading, piling in the algos, and all of that gives you the action that we all love every single day. So, yeah, well, I might not buy it up here. Sometimes the momentum is just the momentum. Like, I'll tell you right now, where'd Rocket Lab go? Like, I'm not a buyer of Rocket Lab, but you go day trade that to the long side. I wouldn't touch this thing up here. I think the valuation makes no sense, but you can trade it. That's for sure. So I might be done with Rocket Labs just because this chart's a short and we've gotten away with kind of pegging a couple of longs here, and this is a failed break, a hold of VWAP short, a hold underneath VWAP short into an upward trending market. So like this one, I don't want to fight it. You have to pick your spots, and I'm not going to tempt fate here. Like, what are the odds that I'm going to be able to peg the exact moment to go long again? It was just a good setup right where it closed yesterday, like right just underneath where it closed yesterday and where it kind of stuck up in the aftermarket, and then it broke a trend line. You don't always get that magic twice, but speaking of the magic, the trade desk has lost its mojo. It is not bouncing at all off this low. 38% to the downside. And just absolutely flatlining here. I'm not really seeing much of a trade there for the trade desk. What's going on with Palantir? Let's shift over to something which is actually moving. Palantir off of VWAP. The trade desk is not going to do anything. Just like when Soundhound didn't look good and I went over to Rocket Labs, Palantir looks good. So if I'm not going to be trading Rocket Labs again or trade desk, I'll put that level 2 on Palantir and see if we can't go off of the volume weighted average price for some continuation on this big time runner.
Oh yeah, this a little bit of a slowdown here, but still holding that structure. We're still stepping up on top of that 200 right now, Neil. So I do have to come into a point where I am respecting this this aggressive bid that's been happening here on the goggles. As I say that, yeah.
Same.
People selling into the bid there. Let's see if we can print that 200 again. 200 halves coming in now. Yeah, a little bit of break of trend. Let's see if we can revert back into VWAP here. VWAP's 199.60s. Don't know if we're going to quite get there, Neil. But that 200, definitely a little interesting. Like I said, on a day like Friday, Joe, I don't know how those 200 options are looking like, but maybe poised for a little bit of a wash. I always like taking some things to the laundry there. Let's see if we can wash that 200 a little bit there. But 200 halves holding quite well here as of right now. Oh boy, that bid coming right back in. This is crazy action. Crazy action.
Who's dumping oil right now?
Oh boy.
Let's
some news.
Let's go to Adara. Something's obviously happening geopolitically. Let's go to Adara.
CF Industries up on this because they're also related to this catalyst, but I'll just explain what the catalyst is. Apparently, we've got Bloomberg reporting that the U.S. and Russia are planning a Ukraine deal that would cement Russian gains. Oil is dropping on this. CF Industries, which is actually, I guess, apparently its imports from Russia have inadvertently helped fund the Russian war efforts in Ukraine. They are also dropping on this, so keep an eye on oil and industrial plays. Again, it does look like here, according to Bloomberg, that the U.S. and Russia are planning a Ukraine deal cementing Russian gains. Back to you.
There you go. That explains like the $1.50 drop that you see in the crude oil futures contracts right now. Maybe it'll catch a little bit of a bid. I don't look at it. These are not necessarily names that we trade. I'd say they've been a little bit disappointing. You can see XOM right down off of those, right down to fresh lows. This was actually trending up. So, yeah, don't want to catch a falling knife. Rather be in something that looks a little bit better. Good news. Look, I don't care who you are, man. A deal that ends a war. If you can't celebrate that and can't be happy about that, then I don't even know what to say. So I think it's ultimately good news. Oh, come on, Palantir. Hold a bid. Trend break was not the plan of action. I wanted to be looking for a long in Palantir the way the market has been pressing higher today. I don't want to have to put this on the back burner. This might have just flipped into not as appealing of a long as I was looking at before. I'll have to give it a little bit of time here to try to hold this volume weighted average price on Palantir. Before I have it up on another chart, I don't want to have to stare it down the whole way for you guys. But AMD, that's lost the volume weighted average price. As the market goes higher, AMD has lost the prior day low. This is very similar to what I look at for Intel, where if it fails the initial break and then holds VWAP off of the open, I usually want to short it for the rest of the day. But before I do that, I just want to see if I can't do it on a worse name. I don't know why Intel's not moving, but this is pretty hilarious. Yeah, algo. This is, I mean, you don't see this very often. Yeah, this is a short right here. And if it breaks, and this is the day that I lose shorting, this is the volume weighted average price, so be it. I'm getting into this hopefully right now. You guys can see this trend line. If AMD is giving it up while the market's higher, and Intel is holding this downward trend line, and I can short it at VWAP, this is an easy in, because I can try to get 88s, I can give it to 93, that's 5 cents, and then if it sucks, or if it stinks like yesterday, because it was a short off the open, it was a short at VWAP, it was a short at VWAP. If it does this, you can usually hold it for the entirety of the day. So 5 cents worth of risk on Intel makes sense to me. If it breaks that trend, I probably should go long, but I won't because it's Intel.
Yeah, these longs are coming in real nice, Neil. But if you look at the futures here, futures taking a little bit of a pullback here. Minute left to finish printing this candle, and look at the Nasdaq. Pretty much a strong, aggressive wick on the upside there. Let's see if this can go a little green to red on the day as we pull back. Sellers maybe pushing into the close of this 15-minute candle. Oh boy, is what I'm saying here as we pull back a little bit. Let's take a quick look at some of these earnings names here. Yeah, Trade Desk worked out pretty well. Twilio worked out pretty well. Pinterest with a bit of a bid, eh? Okay, that didn't really come in. What else was I watching? I was watching Crocs. So Crocs coming back into its anchored, so that bid up pretty nicely there on the day. Soundhound holding well on top of its anchored VWAP. Oh boy, so that one's coming in quite nicely as well. Is this a lick grab of the highs as the futures candles or the futures sellers kind of step into the bid? Let's take a quick look at the Mag 7 and see what's turning around. Tesla with a bit of a turnaround here. NVIDIA, I can't see you. All right, cool. So opening range high on NVIDIA. The first 30-minute opening range high, 182.77. Amazon with a bit of selling coming in. Softy maybe taking a little bit of a turn here. Hit a high of 524s. Oh boy, 200s on Google. Let's see, we held that 200 halves pretty well last time. We're pulling back in through 201. I know I'm a little bit on the front side of the move. I'm looking to catch much more, I guess, inventory on the back side there. I did draw the trend, and that trend is all the way, maybe we can come into 200 and still be within range, I would say.
Can I show you just once, because this is what I'm looking at on Alphabet right now. I'm looking at from open, boom, on a 3-minute. It just top wicked. Like this is a little bit. That's an obvious setup. So what I'm looking at Google, the boom, 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 boom on the trend line. It's 4 contacts and then a topping tail candle at 201, breaking the high and then coming right back in. So I don't know. That's a pretty standard setup for me to play back into the volume weighted average price. We talked about this. If a thing is a runaway freight train that if I believe the higher time frame is a long and I'm short, then I'm short it to VWAP and no more. It's that simple. Like I'm shorting it not because I think it's going to fall apart, but because that's a standard setup and I short to VWAP. And that's actually a new rule for me. Because sometimes I'm shorting it to VWAP or I'm not shorting it to VWAP, but it's binary. The rule is enter prior bar high. Why am I bidding there? That should be 26. Yeah, sometimes we typo these things. I typed in $200.60 instead of 26 cents. That's where I want my first exit. Then I want probably somewhere in and around 200 and then the volume weighted average price. So very, very clear. If it breaks a new fresh high, I'm not giving it any pennies after that. My stop is literally above a new high. I don't even want to give it to like the nearest round number. Don't even care. This is a pretty standard setup. All right, Tesla, let me go over to Tesla for a quick little second for everybody in here. Tesla is pulling into the volume weighted average price. If it can revert the trend, this is another name that I'm looking for the long. But looks like Google is going to try to break that top there, Obi.
Hey man,
it's trying. It's like, my stop's in. I'm kind of like, I'm not on the wheel on this one anymore. Like to me, this is always one of those binary, you take it, it works or it doesn't. Like think of it like Rocket Labs. Like Rocket Labs, you just kind of get into the position, I throw the stop, and it either works or it doesn't. And you try not to get too emotional about the trade. When it does, great. It's like a breakout. Like I know I'm getting most of a 48 breakout before 50, and then I throw it. Once it gets up to 48.5, my stop goes into break even every single time. So the trade just gets pretty standard. But I'll always take a shot at a trade like this. nine times out of 10, I should say, because there are always going to be situations where you see something that you just don't like. This wouldn't be one of them. The R to R was certainly there. Alphabet, if you look at it on the higher time frame, there's resistance overhead. Like, I might not like it as much if it's at all-time highs already or breaking all-time highs. That would be a different story. And as someone asked, it was a good point, because I had gone to AMD and I had pointed out that AMD was going down despite the market going up, and then I shorted Intel. So the reason for that is, if I'm going to lose shorting on a chip name, then instead of losing on this one, I want to lose on this one. It's a very obvious difference. Intel had bad news this week. Well, I don't even think it was new news, because when they announced a new CEO, at the time there were already concerns about the China ties. So all of a sudden, when it's like CEO needs to resign because he's conflicted, it's kind of just like yelling about something that was already mentioned when he was hired. Either way, the company isn't doing well, hasn't been doing well since their earnings. Just going to get a bid at this 84 level, see if I can't catch it here. So I'd rather short it. It's not as good as yesterday. Like yesterday, it gave you multiple bigger shorts, like 3-4% type of a move from the highs. If you can get half that, I think I'd be perfectly happy with that on Intel. But yeah, it's a good thing. I'd say it's a good thing we got away from this on Alphabet, took the shot, but it just took that high one more time. Google's just so super strong.
So strong.
Here today. It's an absolute beast, man. Beast.
Yeah, absolutely crazy here.
I like Google.
Coming in at 201 halves, and I'm just like, oh boy, why don't I have anything long on this one? That 200 might come in, might not come in, but that Tesla reversion came in real nice here, 334s, all the way down to 330. So nice little reversion happening there on Tesla. But yeah, this market is hella strong. We attempted to push a little bit lower, but this 15-minute candle catching a strong bid there. Let's see what's going on. These are large caps. What's going on in the small cap recap?
At least in my opinion, it's been a pretty slow day for these small caps. IWM looking kind of similar to the market with some strength off the open, though IWM, it's also worth noting, actually had a red 15-minute candle to start the day, which the SPY in the NASDAQ did not. And make sure to like and subscribe, guys, because I see that there. These small caps, some of them are not technically small caps. All of them are earnings plays, or at least they reported earlier this week. Unfortunately, it was not a super impressive batch today. Let's start here with Lionsgate Studio, LION. Yes, I know, a bit of a larger studio. It does have about a $1.8 billion market cap, so on the smaller side. Actually missing here on earnings and sales, and yet pushing to the upside. No notable short float either. We do have a notable short float here in ULCC, about a 20% short float. This is a day 4 earnings play. They reported before the bell on Tuesday. As you can see, not a great look here for Frontier Group Holdings. Last but not least, LZ. This is a day 1 earnings play, much like Lionsgate. They reported last night. Good look for LegalZoom. Inline earnings per share, sales beat, and up about 35% today. I want to mention as well with regards to Robinhood, and thank you, Neil, for bringing this to my attention. So they announced yesterday, not today, but yesterday, about 22 hours ago, Robinhood announced they're going to be holding some event in Las Vegas. It's their second annual event of its kind. It'll be on September 9th and 10th. Unfortunately, it will be in the evening, so we won't be able to cover it in the show. Oddly enough, it's also the same day that Apple is rumored to be having their iPhone launch event. So again, Apple hasn't confirmed their date. Robinhood has September 9th, but that came out yesterday. Back to you.
As always, thanks, Azara. And this is what is the beauty, one of the beauties of the show. You know, ultimately, we saw someone mentioning it might be news to that move that we had on Robinhood, and whether it's old news, new news, we can always get the story correct when we have Adair around. That's what it's all about. 4% now for Robinhood. What an absolute beast. Yeah, I'm happy for everyone that's in this one, but what an absolute beast it's been. 4.5% to the upside. But the other thing that's going on adjacent to, I mean, it's not, look, Robinhood's not just only a crypto play, but pulling back is ETH right back into the volume weighted average price. The question is, can it hold on? Palantir held and confirmed. That's one name I'm looking at here for VWAP. Oops, that's NASDAQ, of course. But I want to see if ETH can do it as well. I'm sure Joey Options is looking at the same thing. So confirmation that we're holding the volume weighted average price, because you had the dip under, it holds 186. So the next time it dips in, I want longs into $186, and I can put a stop before I'm even in position, and I can get bids out there as well. So I want to buy the dip here in Palantir. Ooh, Kendani in the chat saying Rocket Lab double bottom. Is it though? Oh, see, okay, it's at the bottom again. It's not a double bottom unless buyers come in. Like just because it's at the same low as before, it's tempting to get into it, but my whole take on this one was I like the daily chart where you had on earnings a bit of a break of this trend. I think that's fantastic. But when I zoomed it out to the 15-minute, this is a sort of it goes step to step to 50, fails 50, flushes, does not even attempt to hold prior resistance levels at all, and goes right back into where we started around this bottom. So I just didn't love it. You even saw me when I was in the trade, didn't even hold it for the extra 50 cents and just took the buck. So I'm not trying to go back into this long. It's a good support level, but I'm not going to tempt fate with Rocket Labs. I'd rather just stay away. To me, the phrase I always use is got away with the long today, because that's a downward trending stock. So if I look at it and said, okay, well, Rocket Labs, the call is long, was that right? I mean, I'm up on the long, but was that right? No, it wasn't a long. It was a better short. Like if you were short at almost every single area and held, you'd be better off in the short. It's a downward trending stock since the open. So I'd rather be getting away with it than trying to force it. And it might work off this level. Good luck to you if it does. I believe we have a little something to take care of.
Yeah, so Trade the Pool. You've seen Trade the Pool here with us for a while now, and now Trade the Pool has created something special just for you. A free ebook featuring 4 proven swing trading strategies from Trade the Pool's top funded traders. Inside, you'll see exactly how they approach the markets, how they manage risk, and what setups they rely on, so you can learn how to grow from what actually works. Download it now by scanning the QR code on the screen or hitting the link in the description. All right, guys, so yeah, the market is holding up pretty well here as we continue to push here, going into the first hour, or the end of the hour here in about 5 minutes, Neil. The end of the hour coming in off of the open. That's what I'm trying to say.
Ooh, your short's coming.
But yeah, short's coming in now, but we'll see if it actually follows through. Like I said, buyers are very dominant. I'm just waiting and seeing if it'll actually come in there. I did get involved a little too aggressively on the front side, but let's see if that trend finally comes in. But again, 199.90s is where VWAP is, and the average participant, are they sitting on top of VWAP? If you look at some of those volume candles that we churned through 200, some of the highest volume candles on the day, you can see right here on the 200 break as well. Absolutely crazy the amount of players kind of potentially pushing in for that 200 break. The question becomes, can we revert back to the mean? Do we print 200s on the day? I have no idea, but that's what I'm looking for as of right now. But let me know in the chat, what have you guys been trading? The first hour has been absolutely wild. A lot of opportunity. Tesla was there, Google was there, Apple was there. If you took the futures, the ES and the NASDAQ was there. Trade Desk was there, Twilio was there, Rocket Lab, sure, it attempted to push a little bit, but a failed launch on that one as it pulls back right in to some of those pre-market lows right now. JFrog, I was looking for a little bit of a jump on that one. Didn't really quite happen. No follow through. Pinterest, oh boy, the only thing pinned there are buyers into the ask. So that thing is bidding up. Not necessarily what I'm looking for here. Crocs, holding that anchored VWAP. Might take that one for a walk. I don't know.
I'm not trying to follow that up.
That was so many puns. All I have to say is get it, Obi.
Damn. That's all I got to say.
Here all day.
I'm like that. No, seriously, that's as stereotypical as possible. The brother only has to say damn. That's all I got to say, Obi. I love it. No, it's too much. It's absolutely too much fun. Here's another one that's moving today, unfortunately in the wrong direction for anybody that's not trying to dip by the stock at much lower levels. MP Materials has given up the gap, unfortunately. This looked like it was just going to be another parabolic move up. The other concern you're going to have with this is when something gets final, because right now, look, US and China, it's like a truce. It's really just a truce, and there's that next deadline coming up next week, right, the 12th. So you want to see something get done. If something concrete gets done here between the US and China and it opens up some rare earth metals, this is a stock that could have a bit of a pullback. Now, admittedly, I'm hoping for a deep pullback that I can buy into. I don't want anyone to lose, but that's what I want to be able to do. I'd be watching this really closely. I think there's going to be some profit takers ahead of next week because of something that could happen in China. And someone in the chat said it's a speculative stock, right? Like it's a very, it's 100% a very speculative stock. I think if you're betting on them for the long term, you have to understand that they still don't have the refining capacity here, and they're going to need to build that out. They need investment for that. They need to raise cash for that. There's a lot of things that have to work. I believe in them. I think long term, it's going to be a great company. I just hesitate to buy it up here, but I think it's going to be great if you can catch it on any kind of a dip. All right, I've seen this ticker a bunch of times, and I've seen it in the chat. I'm just going to throw it up here. How many times can Circle bounce off 150 before it's a long on this desk, Obi?
I don't know, man.
The answer, so I look at this stock. You have to pick and choose in a market like this what you're going to pay attention to. But at the same time, CoreWeave just did this off 100. Like we were talking about Fly yesterday being a good opportunity to not get involved in these IPOs that have been flying around, for lack of a better term, and been free money all over the place. But there's another side to this parabolic IPO market, and that is when they fall heavily. Right? Like if any stock that goes from $60 to $300 in a couple of weeks, when people were questioning the valuation at half of that, you have to expect when the other side catches wind, it's going to start to win for a while. Well, guess what? The buyers came right back in a circle at $150. So if you got it here, you're absolutely laughing. I'm still only in the Intel short. The market is up and the stock is down. So what else is new? I don't think it's that big of a deal. That's just par for the course for Intel. We'll probably hold it all day. Palantir, however, is up when the market's up. Earnings, big, crossed the $1 billion mark. As you can see, nary a red day on Palantir since. And this is what I hope Alphabet can do when it breaks this trend. A post-earnings channel break. I think Google's starting it. Palantir ended it for the short sellers a few days ago, headed for the 190. I'm still sitting down. I guess maybe under VWAP is the wrong way to go. But I'm still looking for underneath the volume weighted average price to get back and get into this one.
Yeah, Neil, I'm still looking for that volume weighted average price to come in here on Google, like it did on Tesla and some of these other names on that pullback in, but no real sign happening here. Kind of makes sense. The futures are ripping to the upside as of right now. Look at that 15-minute candle right here, tending to push some fresh highs on the NASDAQ. So yeah, can Google push a little bit higher? I think, yeah, well within range, holding that structure pretty well, holding the stair step up pretty well as well. I'm only looking for a little bit of VWAP, to be honest. And if that doesn't happen, that's perfectly fine. We kind of talked about, you mentioned it earlier, shorting a really strong stock. Can you really expect more than VWAP? Sometimes not even VWAP. If the strength is there and the buyers are definitely adamant, that's where you see those extensions off of VWAP and continuations, right?
Yep.
Excuse me, that's what we're seeing a little bit here on the goggles. So I definitely have to be respecting that piece of information the market is giving me. But yeah, a little bit of a slowdown. It is 10:30 as of right now. So yeah, let me know in the chat what you guys have been trading. The strongest stocks I see, Neil, on my chart are just Tesla, Apple, and Alphabet. Palantir as well, of course, like you just mentioned, is hitting the upside as well. So in terms of chips, SMCI to the downside, Micron is very, very strong. Distinctly different is Micron right now, holding up pretty well, looking very similar to that of the market. So yeah, let me know in the chat what you guys are trading. More than welcome to check out some of those stocks. Let me pull it up here. So yeah, Google, Palantir, SPY, BINI. Okay, all right, maybe we can take a quick look at that one there. Which one?
That's Mullen.
Oh, is it? Oh,
Yep.
they changed their name.
Yep. Nice try, Mullen.
Oh, boy.
Nice try. You're fooling absolutely nobody, I hope. And I have nothing personally against this company. It's just, here's the thing. Monthly chart of Mullen. Probably not even going to load. Is it going to load? Or is it not going to load? Oh, yeah, that's right. I have to put in the new one here. See, it did fool me temporarily. This is a monthly chart of this stock. These are real numbers. right? So I think you understand, most people can look at this and understand what's been going on with this company. It's, pump and dump and reverse split more times than I care to even count. And what do you think happened when BINI, which is Bollinger, whatever they're calling it, reverse split and tanked again? Let's just say some hedgies that short this name, it's putting their kids through college. And all they do is wait for it to reverse split, and then they short it, and then they win. So don't get trapped in. There's longs that you can take when these things bottom out, but yeah, it's so disgusting. It's literally annoying looking at it, as a matter of fact. Let's just look at a chart of Palantir so I can feel better about myself. It's just so annoying. Like, it's ridiculous. Like, how can it be that predictable? How is there anybody on the bid of that thing after it reverse splits in the first place? It's absolutely and utterly ridiculous. Anyways, Palantir going back into the high of the day. Let's check out Tesla, because I'm not going to catch that bid on Palantir. Tesla pulling back into the high of the day. This stock is absolutely ham. It just wants 335. Maybe, look, Tesla here, I'm going to show you a 15-minute chart of Tesla. You are through. Maybe go to a 30. Is the 30 going to show up better? I think so. Thank you. The 30 shows it a little bit better. You are through the post-earnings resistance level and now filling in a bit of the gap. I think it's not a good punch long through the high because you still have some chop from the days before earnings up here, but it can be a consolidation long on Tesla. I just think it's getting a little bit toppy. As you see on that 30-minute chart, you have a little bit of resistance into that 35, 34, 35, 36 level here on Tesla. But yeah, long so far looking very, very good. Somehow Intel's at the low of the day when the market's making highs of the day as well. I love Google and I want it to go up, but I don't want it to go up because I know you're shorting this one.
I mean,
but
here's the thing.
I'm mad at myself for the 98
long.
long. I'm mad at myself.
I'm mad at myself for not holding the 200. Maybe that's why I'm a little countering a little too aggressively here. But you know what I mean? I'm a little aware of that. And yeah, bit of a miss on my part. I even called it out. I'm like, how can we take inventory into and through 200s?
Oh my God.
Oh boy, what is that?
Eli Lilly.
Wow, nice continuity. That's earnings day 2, right? Eli Lilly.
Two or three. You short this, Adara? Go to Adara.
100% I am.
See, this is the funny thing about it.
Wow.
Like you just
let's go.
This a good mark.
Trading.
A mark of a good trader, or just in a general sense, like if a trader has this actual strategy that makes sense, then if you watch that trader, you should be able to sometimes just, like I absolutely knew. I looked at that chart and was like, Adara short. Because you know what Adara does as a trader. This chart sets up exactly how she would play short. It's like a mean reversion. Like I can look at it and be like, that's an OB play right there. I'd be like, this is a support and resistance, that's a Sean play right there. I knew this was a Adara short, get it Adara. But that being said, I own shares of Eli Lilly, so maybe don't get it too harshly because, no, look, at the end of the day, this stock, while we're here on Eli Lilly, this is what I was concerned about on Eli Lilly on a monthly chart. Like this is testing channel down on a monthly and possibly breaking it to head to the 50 period on a monthly chart for the first time since 2018, if it breaks that. So there's something pretty hefty going on here in Eli Lilly. I'm hoping, well, my plan of action is if it can close this month holding this channel, I'm a buyer. So I'm not buying back into this thing likely until next month. And if I miss the bounce, I miss the bounce. I already own a bunch of this thing. I own it. My average, it doesn't really matter. I bought this. There was a moment a few years back where it was Biogen. I remember it was like Biogen and these guys for an Alzheimer's. And it was like, oh, Biogen's going to be the play. Alzheimer's going to be a huge drug for them. And I remember not liking the price action in Biogen, thinking it was too risky. And then I was reading that you had the same upside if you invested in Eli Lilly. Plus, they were also working on this GLP thing. I was like, oh, that sounds cool too. But it was really more about the Alzheimer's play. And so I ended up getting long into this thing in and around the 200 area. And then the GLP thing blew up and I was in it. And it went from like a stock that I'm like, oh, this will be good, to like one of my top 5 holdings out of nowhere. So I was selling a couple times up there, and I've been hesitant to jump back in on the bid because I like trying to price where the bottom is going to be is a little bit tricky. But one thing you can do if you're looking to price where the bottom can be, maybe look at where the trend lines are, maybe look at a level 2, maybe take a look at implementing new strategies. E-signal, everybody. It's right here. I'm literally showing it to you because I'm using it on e-signal. And guess what? The first month is still free. How long are they going to do the first month free when you guys sign up? I have no idea. But we're going to keep saying it because they keep giving it to you free for the first month. So you have a highly customizable platform. You've got every indicator you could possibly imagine. You can backtest your strategies. You can trade them through multiple brokers. You can use the API to automate your trades, which I don't. I like hitting the keys, but you can if you want to. You got the imbalance locator, as we said before, and you can try it for 1 month free. So check them out, scan the QR code you see in front of you, and don't fall too hard, Eli Lilly. You got to catch a bid somewhere, please. Yikes, it's not looking good for Lilly. That's not good. That is not good. Not good at all. Yikes.
Oh boy, yeah. That's see, I gotta pick the right names here, and we talked about this. We talked about this in the morning, Neil. Stock selection. This is definitely a stock picker's market where you have so many things that are available for you to exercise your playbook and exercise your abilities on, and picking the right names at the right times is definitely the game to be playing as well. So yeah, those of you, again, a lot of people talking about some of the stocks that we've already been mentioning. Tesla, absolutely crazy. Google, absolutely crazy. Apple as well. Rocket Labs. What else do I got on watch? See, I didn't have too many, but I had about like 8 to 16 names, I would say. That's a lot, right? And that includes that includes some of the Mag 7. A decent chunk, like 4 or 5 of those were the Mag 7s. I was looking at Apple, Tesla, Google, Amazon as well, and maybe a little bit of Softy. So I was looking for add a decent chunk of some of those names coming into the day today, but not everything. I didn't really catch everything. That's the thing, man. And it is what it is. It's 10:39 here, Neil, and some of these stocks are holding their gains pretty well. We're already looking at the Mag 7s. We saw some of the small caps. Let's see what sectors are doing with Sector Watch there.
I'm actually going to start by letting you guys know about another small cap mover here just because it's looking really strong. This is another day one earnings play, American Axle and Manufacturing Holdings, $600 million market cap, 19.5% short float. They missed on sales, but they beat on EPS, and they said they're actually trying to mitigate most of their incremental tariff costs this year. So great look here for AXL. This is at day's highs, it looks like. Let's take a look here at our sector board. Oh, there we go. If I could use technology, perfect. Here we go. We're all set up. This is green across the board. Electronic technology looking great. Apple, after a bit of a weak start to the week, pun not intended, actually doing really well in the last 3 days as we get Tim Cook and Donald Trump announcing an extra $100 billion investment in America from the company. Technology services, Google, as it breaks above the 200, looking great. Palantir, Netflix, Meta also strong. Finance, green across the board. Retail trade has some strength. Consumer durables looking great. Tesla leading to the upside. Producer manufacturing green. Energy minerals green. Health services green. Non-energy minerals. Transportation has some weakness. DoorDash actually dropping here on day 2 earnings. Uber day 3 earnings also pretty weak. Health technology a bit mixed as well. Gilead up 8% on earnings day 1. Eli Lilly down though on earnings day 2. Back to you.
There, and I just want to point out, wow, Fly. This stock is heading heavily to the downside. Yeah, down 11%, that IPO from yesterday, it's absolutely flushing, but you're catching a bit of the trade desk is catching a bit of a bid here. Might be doing a bit of a reversion to VWAP, man. You needed to really have it, forget it. You need to have it like 50 pennies ago off of that low. And I did see, I know we had a trader, at least one, that liked Rocket Labs again down here at 43.5. I elected not to get into the long. I might give it a better look here. As long as the market continues to hold this trend. I mean, at the moment, the NASDAQ is trying to push through those highs that we had yesterday at the morning. Maybe you're getting topping tail. Zoom this out so you guys can see. Like, we're getting a bit of a topping tail, but we have, for the most part, held above yesterday's highs. I just want to see some continuation before going into the long on something which is trend down, like you're seeing here in Rocket Labs. We got away with it twice, but we might be giving it up a little bit here. And if we are, I'm inclined to look for like that whole reversion short notion. And there's a few names that you can choose from here. One of them I hesitate and hate and might have already missed, and that's Robinhood. Like, Robinhood's so incredibly strong, you might have missed this one. I might have missed this one already. Heading back into the volume weighted average price. Now, if it gets there, we can see if there's any kind of a bounce play to the long side. Is SoFi going further? I see the Marines asking about SoFi. I hope it is. Oh, no, not further down. No, SoFi back at the low? That's not what I wanted to see. That's a problem. Hood's at VWAP. This is at the low of the day. Which one would I rather pay attention to look for that bit of a curl? I think it's an obvious and easy answer. You know, I'm going to favor the one with the upward trend. I want SoFi to go up. I own it, not Robinhood, but ultimately, Robinhood's the one catching a bigger bid here.
Yeah, I think definitely something to watch out for. The futures, I was looking at the futures candle coming in to some of these lows here, but with only about 2 minutes left for this 15-minute candle, bit of a pullback here below 201s on Google, but still holding pretty well, consolidation sideways. So continuing to watch that one there. Yeah, so that Crocs off of the anchored VWAP, man, that was a place to be. That one is coming in quite nicely here as well. Let's see if we can print the first red 15-minute candle here on Google, as we only have about a minute left to print here as we go into 10:45. So still watching that one, still watching this Tesla. Tesla has not given up the bid, Neil, and is continuing to the upside pretty strongly. So continuing to watch that one. Oh boy, the market, are these all-time highs on the NASDAQ? 23,700. I think I heard somebody, I saw someone in the chat saying it was like 23,6 something. I don't know if these are all-time highs on the NASDAQ just yet, but we are pushing into that territory.
Not yet.
We're close.
We're close. We're not there yet, but seems like that's an inevitability. Whether it happens today, does it really matter if we break the all-time high today or next week? I don't think so. I think it's all good. At the end of the day, I think we have a little bit more room to go. I think you have for like 100 to 150 points. I have the Qs up there because it was just the easiest thing to type in. But I think you have like 100 to 150 points on the NASDAQ futures before we actually get to that high. It doesn't matter. I was asked multiple times to look at SMCI. Oops, SMCI. Not split adjusted, so we'll zoom it in. Unfortunately here, disappointment on earnings. It's always more fun if stocks go up. I don't own the stock or anything like that. I was just excited for a potential breakout trade post earnings, and it just hasn't happened. And yesterday, on day 2, it looked like maybe this was going to try to fill in the gap, and then rejected all the way to the low. The continuation is gorgeous. If you're short, the continuation is nice into the low. The good news, at least, is for now it's held the earnings low, so you can always bounce off that level. That's always fine. Look at the example of Tesla. These stocks are nothing alike. I'll get that out of the way first. That said, gap down, make the low, fail to follow through, but then hold the low. If you can hold on to that earnings low, there's always a chance that you can break it out later. So maybe there's a moment for SMCI a little bit later. I just don't think it's going to be today. Come on, get down. The only reason why I want the chips to go down is because I want Intel to make that like next move flushing. So AMD is about to break the low. Been sitting in this one as it's trying to go back to the low of the day. I'm just going to get on the bid. Like, it's already bounced twice in front of the 3/4 mark. So it would make sense to take something out in front of that as well. I don't even have a very good entry here, and I have to respect that somebody's got this on a trend and they're selling it into this trend line. So if I get some out there, I'll look to try to reload on the trend line of Intel. Ultimately, the stock is just it's a slave to its own whims.
Yeah.
But if the chips catch a bid, I probably want to respect it at least a little bit. You never really know. Oh yeah, BMNR.
Yeah,
you see that thing?
I haven't looked at it in quite a while there. I remember last I looked at it, it was holding that 40-something. I guess it reclaimed. 44 hold, I think it was.
Well,
that was a while back. Yeah,
no, you're probably talking about like way back here or yesterday?
Yeah, no, that consolidation.
Yeah, way back here, this consolidation.
We reclaimed, which is
sick.
Yeah,
because when something like this breaks down, usually you're thinking,
you're looking for it to follow through.
Yeah, follow through, fill in the gap, and just screw everybody. But that's not what happened here. ETH caught another bid, and this is a nice little rounded bottom. And when it goes, it can go for a couple of days. But just remember, if you're trading this or what's the other one? SBET. If there's any weakness that happens over in ETH, sometimes you got to get the you-know-what out of Dodge. As long as ETH is an uptrend, then it's going to go ham. That's what it does. But the second ETH breaks trend and starts heading to the downside, rug can get pulled very, very quickly, everybody. Passport chaos, to chaos, sorry. Can you look at Fig, pretty please? Well, you sent a super chat. The pretty please actually would have got it done. I'll slave to that too. Figma. First off, Figma was very good to the long side on day one. Since then, it's been a short. It's just going in the other direction. It's been going in the other direction pretty heavily as well. So, you know, like I said, you always have to be careful with any IPO after that initial rush. This one is no different. It looks like this is headed for a retest of a quote-unquote all-time low because it's only been trading for a week. Every single day that it makes a low is going to be an all-time low past here. This could be a flat bottom break. I was looking at Fly today for a short opportunity. It never really came into fruition, but I can replace it with Figma. I just have to go pay for some locates.
Didn't give you anything to swat at?
Oh, I did pay for locates on Figma. It didn't give me anything to swat at? Yeah,
Yes.
that's a good one. I like that.
I mean, I was watching it as well, and I think that level came in quite nicely there. Was it the IPO price was Fig was 85, and Fig's kind of been doing some things with that 85 as of recent. So interesting action on that.
No, the
one
low
there.
is 76, like 60 or so. So it's got like $1.50 to get to that bottom, and it could break. So it can break today's low and yesterday's low before getting to an all-time low, which means going short into it actually makes sense. I paid for locates. I might take a 78 break. I don't think it's SSR, so I should be able to get filled. Yeah. I'll take a shot at this breaking 78 and then try to hold it into the all-time low, which is only $1.50 low. But I believe this is, I think it's like a short till it's not kind of deal with Figma.
Yeah.
Oh, it's already 10:50.
Oh boy.
Oh, time to get little money talks. What's the U.S. dollar doing? And at some point, you got to figure out what's for lunch.
This is the US dollar. I've talked a little bit about how we're trying to hold some kind of higher low support. That level has not been super consistent. We're above 98 though, which is a good look. And again, I think we might be okay unless we make a decisive lower low below that 97.5 level. I do want to mention that we are still largely seeing a 25 basis point cut coming through on September 17th. That would be the next Fed meeting in over a month. But we do have some more key pieces of economic data to come ahead of that meeting, which a lot of Fed speakers have mentioned and opined on with regards to how that may or may not impact their decision. Right now, 89.4% of participants are pricing in a cut, 10.6% expecting no change. We do have Fed's Muslim. He started speaking at 10:20. I only started seeing comments coming in about 5 minutes ago. Nothing super major or market moving, and I'm just seeing apparently those remarks ended. Now, I'm very excited to talk about our new Fed member. His name is Stephen Moran. I whipped up a quick new infographic, or I just edited my existing infographic here yesterday. This is on X at TTV Research to show Stephen Moran now where Adriana Kugler used to be. Now, it's been pretty clear he is not their pick for the Fed chair. He's just going to be Trump's pick to fill Adriana Kugler's position until January 31st, 2026, which is when Kugler's term as the Fed governor would have ended. Now, I want to mention as well, Stephen Moran, I did do a little bit of a deep dive. He has been critical of Powell in the past. He is very much pro-tariff. In fact, even yesterday, a couple of hours before his appointment was announced, he did say in an interview that Christopher Waller, this individual here who has been potentially viewed as the next Fed chair, he said that Christopher Waller is the only member of the Fed who has not succumbed to, quote, tariff derangement syndrome. So he could be a bit of a firecracker within the Fed room. Back to you.
I like that. Firecracker. Well, I mean, it's excitement for sure, but certainly things are getting spicy around the Fed. And it's not just because we're going to ideally have a rate cut in September, but you had a historic thing happen at the last Fed meeting, which has been 30 years since you had 2 dissents. And then on the back of that, you had double barrel action where both the labor market pointing us toward what needs to be, well, what many would see as a need to be cuts because the labor market shows a ton of weakness. in a surprise report. And on top of that, you get a new Fed member, which we know leans more on the side of cuts right now and also supporting tariffs. So definitely a shakeup there for sure. Someone asked in the chat, they were saying it was surprising that we had to pay for Figma locates for the ability to short. So I'll let you know what the cost was. It was 0.00026 per share to get shorts on Figma. It's effectively free. Yep. You just have to go process it. It's basically free at the end of the day. Like it's Fly on day 2 is like 5 cents per share. Like it costs us, what is that, like 2,000 times the price to short Fly than Figma, and even Fly, you get a couple hundred shares, it costs $10. So to say that we have to pay for locates on Fly is kind of, or on Figma is a little bit, it's not, it's
Would you
true.
say it's short-lived?
No, well, yeah, the long was short-lived. Are you kidding me? Absolutely short-lived.
Fly's short lifespan.
Well, they do have a short lifespan, but the ones
like
around
24
here,
hours or something?
the ones around here seem like they live forever.
Yeah. Forever, ever?
This still can't catch a bid. Trade Desk is not catching a bid here. Right back into the low of the day. That's disappointing. I thought there'd be a bounce play on this so you could try long. It's just not happening. The futures are starting to roll over a little bit. Let's have a look to see Tesla. Still at the high of the day, Tesla. That's holding up pretty nicely. And Palantir's right back into the volume weighted average price. So this is kind of that spot. Like, is Palantir going to be able to bounce again? Or are we going to get another flush job?
Yeah, I think.
I just heard we're going back to Adara quick.
Yeah, rough day here for Blaze Holdings BZAI. I mentioned earlier Ragnarok Research issued a short report on this name. Now we have White Diamond issuing a short report on this name. Why, you may ask? Because of Ragnarok Research's short report. Yes, that's right. They literally cited another group's short report as the reason they would issue their own short report. Just so you guys know, Ragnarok Research's report had to do with fraud. Because they're quoting this report, I'm guessing White Diamond's reason is pretty similar. Back to you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, as always, Adara. I promised I would, and I didn't do it. I know Joey Options will get upset if we don't find out what is for lunch. Yeah. You know how we do around here.
Oh, yeah.
This really, oh, goodness. Well, maybe you're not going to like this one, Joey Options. It's not, first of all, lunch is not beef stroganoff. We've got blackened bassa. Again, says Ramin. Which we did have. Didn't we have that? I think we had that last week. Vegetable pilaf, seasonal vegetables, and chef's choice salad. So,
y'all are way too picky. It's just sustenance for me.
It's just sustenance.
Yeah.
Well, I know you'll eat anything.
Feed me so I can be ready for the next opportunity. That's how.
No, food is fuel, but you can enjoy food.
Oh, of course.
I'm a big believer.
Not during the trading day.
Man. I'm just saying you can.
We save that for after hours. You know what I mean? We can go out somewhere nice. We'll do
That's
whatever.
fine.
You know. But
I like a good meal.
When we're working,
I can't lie.
The tank has to be maybe not extremely full, but I would say at least 25 to 50%.
25 to 50%.
Yeah, because you still got to be a little hungry for these opportunities.
You could be hungry when you're at 80%. Are you crazy? No, I'm not trying to be 25% full.
Yeah, why not?
No.
You can snap.
Now, metaphorically, yes. Literally, no.
Fair.
Absolutely not. Hungry for like opportunities, hungry to get all that kind of stuff. Yeah. I'm down with that. But literally hungry?
No,
hell no, man.
You can't be in hunger mode.
I want to be blessed
like
to not be but to not be literally hungry. Let's be real for a second. You don't actually want to be that hungry. But the short is starting to come in. I just saw in the chat someone just
roll over.
Snowflake. I didn't notice this. Snowflake on the daily chart. That's not good. That is not good at all. This is heading for a jaunt. It looks like at least back to 190 bucks. We did not notice this yesterday either. Snowflake is really starting to break down. Not looking good at all. And I've seen a couple of point outs to this one, and that's Micron. Micron with a buy program again. So Micron's right back to a very, very big level at about 116 bucks. Trend into this 116 level on the daily. Can I show that on a 15? There you go. So you can see it on the 15-minute like this. So big time buy. I don't know if there's any news specific to Micron here, but it is definitely trending differently from the other chip names. and much, much stronger. If this can hold above 116, I wouldn't touch this with a 10-foot pole unless I know what's going on with it, because it's at a huge resistance spot at 11 o'clock, which is usually a reversion time. So yeah, good one on Micron. It closed above the 50 period, looks good for next week. More maybe this afternoon. But that's a big one there, Micron. Going counter trend, because we were looking at AMD. I mean, Intel's at the low of the day, but Intel's Intel, so who cares? Like, it's at the low of the day every day. But AMD's at the low of the day. That's a bullish stock, and it's looking pretty weak. NVIDIA's having a good day, but I wouldn't call it a great day. As it, 1%, barely better than the market. So Micron's definitely doing this one on its own, to a certain extent.
I think with the futures pulling back this much, I'm looking for, like I said earlier, like where is the reversion? It seems like the reversion's only on some of these beta stocks here. Apple not really pulling back that much. Alphabet not really pulling back that much. Circle, I guess. Well, that's not the next one. Let's see what else. Oh, Softy's the one, Neil. Softy's the one about to break a low of day. So that's the one giving us a little bit of a selling spider as well. Nice little pullback on that one. Oh boy, coming in with a bit of a bid once again here on the goggles. Oh boy, the consolidation sideways is absolutely crazy, man. I'm looking for that breakdown. The 280 is reserved pretty well here as well, and just holding and stair-stepping even higher going into the end of the hour here. Only about a minute left. Crazy, crazy price action on the day today. A nice little chop and churn here on the goggles. Let's see if it'll hold. Let's see if it can print some fresh highs. I have no idea. I'm still waiting on this one. VWAP, nowhere to be seen is VWAP. And yeah, the aggressive bid going into the close of the hour as of right now. Maybe that 15-minute candle going a bit red to green as well. So, oh boy,
check this one out.
Gotta respect that one.
Remember when we said we don't trust block?
The block is hot.
The block ain't hot at all. The block is a fail. Block all the way red. All the way red after their earnings beat. You're talking about $85, and this was the thing that tripped me out, was you were going and gapping right into a big resistance on the daily, and then you already failed. Oh, this was a missed opportunity. Well, like, you already had failed it because you got there in the aftermarket, you came in, gapped underneath aftermarket support. There's not a single green candle on the 15-minute chart the entire day for block. Good shout out, but it's already 11 o'clock, everybody.
Oh,
well, we've got blackened fish for lunch.
Yes.
I'm gonna have a salad. We'll see if there's actually fish with the salad. I have no idea if that's gonna be true or not. But until we get back to you guys at 2, which we will, you've got Joey Options, who may or may not like the blackened fish. You've got the professor, who's already had 17 eggs, so he's locked and loaded and ready to go.
He's definitely 100% full.
You've got some madness and some small cappers, some options. Talk about probably some Bitcoin or ETH, which is doing actually much better today. Let's go get it, boys. Enjoy the show.
Comes on the screen. You know what's up.
Yeah, you know what's up. Oh, you're wearing what? Oh, we got the same gear on today. We didn't,
Beautiful people, welcome to the midday show. That right there is your boy Joey Options, and I'm Sharif. Where are my peoples at? Let's go. Let's go, YouTube. We got Halmies. We got Bob Knob. How about Darwin? The OG's back. Shout out to the OG Darwin. A proper dang paradox. And we got Damien Tarza, Adrian, 35. We got Big Joel, and we got Dijon Mustard, B1G Wick Energy. Love that. PC Duck. Gin Vesting and Farm Trader joining us as well. Shout out to Man Ford Man, D Westermeyer, the OGD. We got Mig Raj and Roger Noonan, Ticker Checker, Roadrunner in the house, Cucumber Road, whatever. Sorry, I probably butchered that. Jaguar Knot. We got Adrian again, Mr. Ian, 2 New York cents. We got Grandpa Trades. That's what I want to see. I want to see Grandpa Trades there. I always say old man hands can't hang. Likewise, we're in the same team there together. Shout out to HC Baby 888 and Buddhist Priest. Shout out to ABF Unlimited and Big Sky 69. Excellent choice of numbers there. Good morning, Joseph. Everything good on your end there. I saw you sat Some nice ether trades.
Yeah,
Show the people.
Yeah, man. We were ether, man, doing some due diligence on that, and honestly, just kind of going with the flow on this one, guys. Nothing special, to be honest with you. This is what we just try to do. At the end of the day, if we could pull up the old screen, I took 2 trades today. That's going to be on ether and on Soundhound. We'll go over Soundhound first, and then we'll break down what was cooking up on
Break it down.
ether. So essentially, with Soundhound, it's trading really nice right now. I took a long. Where is it? It's nowhere to be found.
Show yourself long.
Did it? Where is it? Why can't we find it, Sharif?
Want me to call
Okay,
it?
there it is. No, there it is. Bang. So yeah, we went long once here at the break of the volume weighted average price, and then it stopped out, and I just didn't take a second stab at it. I'm like, okay, let me focus on ether. So that was a break-even trade, and then you can see after Soundhound, a nice move to the top side and continue its trend throughout the trading session so far this today, guys. All right, so let's break down the ETHA trade. So you can see where ether was opening up on a daily. We'll pull that up here real quick to see what we got going on. I was looking at some gold futures, ETH. So yeah, essentially what we're playing is the break of this resistance zone right here, and you can see last night's session we were relatively strong, and in the post market we were continuing to climb. So I'm like, all right, today might be the day where we go for that push, and we're just going to try to take advantage of it. I can go through the notes as well. I'm going to get stopped out break even here momentarily, it looks like, but that's okay. Anyways, let's break this down. So we were long here. I'm like, oh, this is so strong. Tape extremely strong. Okay, I got to get out of that. So I'm all out of that ether trade. So there it is, boom, we enter, we triple the position up, and then boom, 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 we just take it to the top side. And then I added, but I was just free rolling essentially, and then I got stopped out. I did take a small loss on that one, but nothing substantial whatsoever. It was just a small 10% add to look for the move to the top side. And then here we go again. I'm like, perfect, an indecision print at the volume weighted average price. Let's start building a position. Boom, boom, we get going. It holds those lows relatively well. I wasn't sized too heavy, so it allowed me to hold this position. And then as soon as the volume started to stair step higher, that's when we got involved in this name and we added a little bit more to the position, and boom, boom, we take it off. And I did get stopped out right there, about 50% the remaining of these 3 adds. So yeah, ether was definitely our better trade on the day, a big breakout of that previous pivot high, Sharif.
Okay, all right. Big Spile Burdette, not wasting any time. Shout out to my man, Big Spile, $10 super chat. Just pause for a second. Ram, we got to cover the super chat. Barking like an... Oh, I thought you said go to it, Dara. My bad. Don't read the second half. After the exclamation points, Ram? Okay, barking like an alpha wolf over here with my Soundhound calls, baby. I'm not allowed to read the second part there, Big Spile, but thank you very much for the $10 super chat. A very good friend of mine.
You can't read that? I don't think it's that bad.
I was prohibited, Joey. You know, we live in fear of the production team, right?
Yeah,
so when the production team says something, you know, I just...
Well, Ram gave me permission.
She gave you permission?
Yeah, that's fine. All right, Kyle, let's see what you got going on here, all right? Joey, an alpha is a strong male figure who holds the position of control.
Oh.
Like your lady.
Oh, no, he didn't go there.
He went there.
He went there.
Yeah.
You hear that one, Obe? Obe heard it. We all heard it. We all read it. We all saw it.
Yeah. Well, let me
the way we're going to start the show like that? We're going to start the show like that?
Let me tell you this.
Oh, my goodness.
Let me tell you this here, Big Spile.
I see you, D. I see you, D.
Look at this one here, Sharif. Let me listen.
Show
Listen up, Big
what's
Spile.
up, Joey.
What's that right
Show 'em
there?
what's up,
Boom.
Joey.
We enter right there. What do we
Show
do
'em
right
what's good,
there?
man.
We triple up right there.
There you go.
Boom, 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 boom.
Boom, boom.
We take it, and then what? Oh, we get right back in, Kyle. Ooh, that's what we got going on. Did you get back into Soundhound? I don't know. So hey.
Tell him what's good,
Big
Joey.
dog, man. Who's the big dog over here, brother? Looks like me, my friend.
All right, we're howling, we're punching into positions. I mean, this is what a trading show is all about, right? I mean, like, get it, Adara. All right, Adara, ever the supporter, bro. Good vibes, Adara, that's what that is. All right, now we're putting in some orders over here. We've weaseled into PAPL. This is on the Amex network, guys. So it's .am for anybody who has to select the gateway. D, I saw your tag. Thank you, D Westermeyer, for the super chat earlier. I know Neil and Obe were busy with that. I promise I'll get to it. He's long laser at 24.69. Excellent thoughts. I'll give you my thoughts momentarily, my friend, but we're just in this position. We're in 01s. We're looking for the hold generally of the volume weighted average price and a pop back up. We've got a bunch of prints on, but there's a seller here at 5. Now, you'll notice on the screen, I also have an unfilled resting order south of 5. It's waiting at 88s. The purpose of that order is to defend the volume weighted average price. The VWAP and the EMA kind of close to one another. In addition to that, they're all really close to the whole $5 support level, psychological support that is. So we'll see if we can work our way above. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to flip to the 5-second chart now so I can spot areas of support and resistance. And as I suspected and as the tape was showing me, the seller is there at 5. We have not been able to get above 505. Alas, we do have higher lows, and there goes the seller into 7s. Now, can we continue? No. So we back down. Okay, yes, we take out more orders. In the 10s we go. So we're going to encounter likely more resistance at that 15 to 20 penny area if we even get there. So we'll continue to watch as we zig and zag here with $5. I've also got BTAI resting orders here to take advantage of the space between the 10 and the 20 EMA on the 5. So that's what I'm looking for there. I'm looking for BTAI. I'm looking for the money fills in and around that area. We'll see what we get, and we won't get upset. There's a bunch of small cap gappers moving today, and I will get to a lot of them. VVPR is one of them. EBS is one of them as well. CAPR, but I really want to manage this PAPL trade before I weasel into something else. So that's what I'm going to do there, Joey. Then I'm going to set up and look at D. Westermeyer's laser for him there.
Yeah, for sure. All right, Gaurav, yeah, way to point that out there, brother. I got it up, and I've seen this name hit $117 today. Ooh, look at that hammer right at the volume-weighted average price as well, too, Gaurav. So there it is. I know that's what you're talking about. That beautiful, beautiful indecision print at the highs, man. Google continuing to climb. Now about to break through some key resistance. I'm curious as to what this may be. Why does it do that? I'm curious as to what this level may be. So let's zoom out and see what we got going on from a daily, because that 200 inflection point seems...
Oh!
Who's this from?
What the hell is this? What? I'm trying to punch into positions here, man.
I like plans, man.
This better not be from who I think.
Oh, wow.
Huh?
There you go.
Bro. Man, I don't got time for this, man. All right, let's go. We're trading right now, man. I don't got time for this, bro. All right, so we're focusing PAPLs. Breaking down, bro. I got shit to do. All right, so we're focusing on PAPL at the moment, looking for the higher lows to hold. We've got 87s on at the moment. I'm looking for the hold at the $0.50. Joey, I need you to cover first.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, let's go back and look at what this 200 level is on Google here, guys, to see what we got going on. Sorry, I'll stop leaning so forward. Yeah, so that was that key level right around there. So yeah, pretty good look on GOOGL. Going to break that 207. I think we're on that move where we're going to do so. I'll sit back here and see what we got going on. But yeah, Ether done for now. I am going to be looking for the continuation within the strength as well throughout the session. So it may take some time, but if we get those programs to step right back in, then I think we're going to be doing okay. We do have definitive bases as well, so that's something positive. As you can see, someone in the chat and I were talking about Bitcoin. He's like, yeah, Ethereum can't move without Bitcoin moving higher. I respectfully disagree on that fact. Bitcoin is still negative on the session, probably roughly around 1%, and at the highs, Ether was roughly over 3%, okay? So just keep that in mind. It's significantly stronger, and then sure enough, you have a key support level. So as long as we continue to hold this, I will be looking for the continuation in strength. And if it does break, then maybe we won't get that continuation in what exactly I'm looking for. So,
ooh, I like it.
So it's...
Sorry about that.
No, tacos I heard. That's all I heard. So at the end of the day, yeah, and there goes Google continuing to that top side, looking for those key levels to hold on ETHA. If there's any indecision at the lows, then essentially what I'm going to be looking for is another move and an additional leg higher. But you can see what we have constructed is a lower high. So just keep that in mind. Who knows? We might compress. We might form somewhat of a wedge here. And if that's the case, throughout the session, I'm going to be keeping my eye on it, monitoring it to see if we do get that, and then I'm going to play that break to the top side. But for me personally, there's too much good going for Ethereum right now in order for it to not continue. Obviously it can, but it may not be through today. There's going to be multiple sessions where we're going to have the ability to take advantage of this trade.
All right, we're doing it freaking live over here on PAPL. Like, I broke a whole bunch of my rules to get out of this position. Now I'm going to flatten out for exactly the reason why I just articulated. I don't even care if this runs. I broke a whole bunch of my rules to get out of this. So we're actually quite positive on it, and substantially so. So happy about that, but that was just a whole bunch of rule breaking right there. I'm not proud of this trade. We're positive on it, but I'm not proud of it at all because I broke my rule about VWAP. I dollar cost averaged without having planned DCAs. So that's the last time I'm going to do that today. But anyway, we'll be positive on this one, and won't feel good about it. Let's go back now to BTAI, see exactly what I got over here on this type. I didn't get filled over here, so this one's really kind of slowing down. So I'm going to cancel both of these right here. They're no longer valid for me. It looks like BTAI will hold the 10 exponential moving average on the 5, and that's where I need to base it. So let me bring in my side charts over here. Okay, yep, there we go. So I got zero patience today. So if you idiots are going to be idiots in the chat, you're just going to get blocked. I got zero patience, okay? So here we go. This idiot's getting blocked as well. All right, so now let's go into VVPR. Let's watch this one as it makes new highs into 535. This one's up about 35%. And it's got a lot of wicks per range per 5-minute candle. So each different candle has a whole bunch of range. So I'm looking for a hold up of that $5 area. If it ends up holding that 5, fantastic. If not, it's quite close to VWAP, so we can DCA into that volume weighted average price. So that's what I'll be looking at for VVPR. BTAI will be a specifically 10 EMA trade. I don't feel it respected VWAP at all on the way up, or even when it was at it would look like the line of best fit, more like it. So that's what I'll be basing my trade on BTAI. If I do get in, it'll be the 10 EMA on the 5. But I also want to mention CAPR. This one is also respecting the 10 EMA and the 5, and it hasn't breached it once, whether you're looking from 9:30 or even earlier. This one comes in right into the 10 EMA, finds support, and now it's forming into a hammer candle. Not a big 14.25. We'll keep eyes on that. And then last but not least, HL. This one's not a big mover. It's a 4% winner, but it's got a nice little bull flag forming here off VWAP. That could be of interest to me, Joey.
Yes, absolutely. I was just going to do something here. We'll go bop, and see what we got. Make sure we document everything. Because that's how we go. So we can go back and check and see what we did wrong and see what we did correctly and just try to refine our system. So Bitcoin potential bottoming signal, the volume isn't necessarily there, but we'll take it at those lows as the market is still hovering around the top end of the volume weighted average price and potentially going to head to the high of the day. Pathic, as for Apple, I mean, anything can happen, right? So just take a look at this. 225 isn't out of the picture, but I mean, that is still quite a ways away. So just keep that in mind. We're going to probably have to see some pullbacks in between. But with that being said, we can always take a look at the options chain to see if there's anything specific around those levels. I sent the O chain to Obi. There is some open interest at that 200 level on GOOGL, 41,100 contracts at that specific strike price. So keep that in mind. That expires today. But enough of Google. Let's hop into AAPL. And see what we got going on there. 225. Ooh, all right. So yeah, you're going to want to keep an eye out on this. Just in case we don't get to those levels, you can see we're starting to build somewhat of a concentration through these specific 220 areas. So 220, 222 and a half, 225, all right? So just keep that in mind. There is some congestion. If it continuously rejects, just go with what the market is telling you that we may not climb any higher. So keep an eye out on that one there. What we will do is we'll use our strategy builder as well throughout the session so we can just take a look at some setups. This is what I was talking about earlier. Oops. So we'll go like this. So we'll just clear all legs. That was just the Condor profile. Oops. What I do here. So yeah, there it is. I'll just do the example on NVDA that we did. So we'll do that. 200. Okay, that's not working. Anyways, we'll get back to this later after I'll set it up and then I'll display it. But for me personally, it's just looking for Ethereum to continuously hold these lows there, Sharif.
Yes, sir. Still keeping my eye on BTAI, still holding the 10 EMA, but you feel like this one's definitely got a seller at 40. So I pulled up the 5-second chart, and then you can kind of see every time we wake up above 35.40, there's aggressive selling. It happened initially right at 9:40. It happened again at 10:30, and it happened again right now at the 11:10 candle. That's the bad news. The good news is the dips are being bought up at higher and higher levels. So I do like this kind of flat top break possibility through 440. I think it would be a hell of a move. Obviously, the high of the day is 449, but I mean, it's not really the wicks that I'm basing the trades on. It is more about where the closing prints are. So if the closing prints are gonna hang out here, I'm absolutely interested in picking this up off a dip into the 10 EMA. And then for a possible flat top break. But knowing full well that the flat top breaks, they haven't been as consistent lately, especially when you see a lot of these higher lows. So I don't want to, get too worked up and build a strong position only to have it lose the 10 EMA and drop into VWAP. If that ends up doing that, then, we'll go negative on the day. So what I'll do is I'll set up an initial position over here. I want to say at 430. So we'll go ahead and set up at 430. I'll front run it by like a shekel. Bless you, Neil. We'll keep my eye out on that one, and then we can see if we can punch into that one there. OPRX says Pradaz. Let's see what OPRX is doing. What do we got on that one? Yeah, that's below the, I don't want to say, is it below the pre-market high? No, it's not actually. It's, it just reclaimed VWAP. Let me show OPRX. Not bad. But I thought this was a pre-market high, but it's not. That's actually regular trading hours. So that was a 9:45 spike. Not bad. It went kind of green to red. Now it's going back into Greensville. I'm not really sure if this is my type of stock. It doesn't seem like it has trend. It just seems like it has range. So I'm going to say no to that one. But yeah, I'll keep my eye on it. Thank you for pointing that one out. Yeah, so I've got nothing on, Joey, except keeping my eye on BTAI, trying to set up for a dip trade, but not letting me in at the moment.
Right on, yeah. I'm back into ETHA, just really, really small at the lower end of the range here, guys. 30s flat. So let's see if we can just hold this specific key level, and then we'll get involved in that here. I'll display it. So there it was. This is our second entry on ETH. This was just the ad, sorry. And then we took it off. We did get stopped out of a bit, but now we're at the lower end of the range, which is really good. So I only have to risk a couple of cents, about 10, 15 cents on this. So we'll keep that in mind. But anyways, back to the profile and some of the strategy builders here. So let me exit this. So what I was essentially getting at this morning was, so with earnings, if you don't exceed that expected move on day one and it's relatively weak and it stays inside that, a day or two after, you can start writing the expected move highs and lows. And this is essentially what I established here on NVDA. So you can use, I utilize the delta strikes a bit as well too, just so we can get a percentage metric of the probability in which it will expire worthless. So at the end of the day, we have a 200 and 205 bear call spread, and then a 165 and a 160 bull put spread. And then we'll take a look at the profile, and this might be easier for you to understand how this trade works, so it's important to understand these charts as well too. So you can see within our specific range, 199.95 and then 164.72. This is our profit range. And as long as the underlying asset stays within those specific strike prices, you get to collect the whole premium of per contract combination of $150. All right. So the key of that is every day after the earnings, you're not exceeding it, you're staying within that range. Like we've seen in the example of Microsoft, you get to slowly collect that premium, and that's going to be theta decay and volatility decay in this instance. So keep an eye out on this. Why do I have on up to August 29th expiration cycle? That's not necessarily what you want to use considering the reports on the 27th. You want to go to September 19th, whatever, a couple weeks out, and then just hold those contracts throughout, all right? So that's just a strategy that I've used on different occasions, and I've even just done straight up bull put spreads when moves have gone south of the expected move, right? So a dump on the earnings report exceeded that, and then indecision prints were formed, and then I just write bull put spreads in the likes of Amazon. We've seen a couple examples a quarter or two ago.
Everyone keeps talking about CGC, and I looked over. It's up 34% on the day. I mean, it's up above $1.40. So let's look at CGC. It's got a seller here. Looks like at $1.40 mostly. Even though the high is there $1.43. Kind of looks like it's bull flagging with support off the 10 EMA on the 5, so it's not a bad look. But it's, you know, there's not going to be that kind of explosive movement. So I'll keep it on the side. If it ends up breaking out aggressively, keep an eye on that. CAPR is the one that I kind of want to work into now that BTAI is not letting me, BTAI I should say, is not letting me in. What I'm looking for here on CAPR, I want to see if it wants to hold that 9-10 area. So what I'm going to do is spready though, it's 6 penny spread right now. Yeah, I don't know if this is the one for me. Yeah. Well, we'll see. I'll leave a resting order in and around that area. Also, I want to mention NEGG. This one we talked about a while back. I think it had an outsized day as well last week, maybe the week before. It's got another outsized day, man, 30%. This one's a lot more expensive than the regular stocks that I trade, but it's got a nice little rounded bottom off that VWAP. Looks like there's a 75 defender here because barely any wicks, for the exception of one, actually lost 75, excuse me. So it looks like it's working its way back up into kind of 76, 77 territory. This one's also very spready. It's about $1 spread right now, 76.50 on the bid, 77.50 on the ask, so be on the lookout for that. Yeah, that's all I got. Let's see what else we can do here with BTAI. Yeah, still not letting me in there, but this one it feels like it's closing in on that flat top break a lot faster than I thought. So it's above 440 right now, and if this candle closes the way it is, which has got a couple of more minutes, it's actually going to close for the first time above 440 because we were talking about that level being the real level, despite the fact that the high of the day is 449. So let's see what I can do here. Given the price of the stock, I can punch in here, and then I'll look to DCA off the 10 EMA. That's exactly what I'm going to do. So we're going to punch in, and we're going to set up a dip trade. I'm going to set it up at 35s, even though the actual price of the 10 EMA is a little bit lower, like 33. So that's what we'll do. We'll set up a little bit right over here, and we'll look to take advantage of that. Well, simultaneously, we should probably put beak wetters into 45s, and then I'll put it into the high 80s, or high 40s, excuse me, as well. So that we'll keep an eye on that. PAPL, I see that one is working its way right back up. So this one hasn't respected VWAP on any occasion. So if you're going to trade PAPL, my suggestion to you is don't base your trades on VWAP. Have a look at what the white line has done here. Does it look like support and resistance or more like a line of best fit? So what I've been trying to gauge is where the buyers are stepping in. And they're certainly not stepping in off any of these moving averages because it's breached all the moving averages, you know, pretty much willy-nilly. And I don't really see either a price level off which you could say, oh, you know, the buyers are stepping in here. It does look maybe like there's 420 wicks. And then when you look at the closing prints, they look like more 450. Hard to gauge, hard to gauge. All I know is that this one, once it makes new highs, it has a propensity to retrace. So you have this area over here, got up into 520, drops all the way, makes a new high, drops all the way back to 425. Same thing over here. Goes to, makes a new high at 1045, drops all the way back to 420. So if this one makes highs, look for the reversion on PAPL. It seems to be that kind of stock. That's all I got, Joey.
All right, brother. Whoa, okay, yeah, way to go, Micron. Big time move up there. Gaurav, are you involved in this? Nice indecision print at that 5-minute opening. So there you go, and it hasn't looked back, essentially, so... okay, so yeah, I mean, there it is. I was looking for a long in this name. What a bugger, man. Oh, my days. So yeah, guys, essentially for my swing trading, I was long here, right? And then I got stopped out at the break of the lows, and then eventually it put in another indecision print after a couple gap downs, and then now running into my target. So I was in at 113, 118 was my target. I just never got right back into it. So yeah, it is what it is at the end of the day. I'm not mad or anything, so held some key support levels, and you can see as you just step down, there's another level that it's been holding. So yeah, MU is definitely a solid trader of the day. There's no questioning that. Come on, Ethereum, we're back involved in this. We're going to continuously add to this position as long as we don't break this 29.90 support level. All right. So and I like what BMR is up to as well. Shout out to my guy Tom Lee. Might have to get involved in this name. I don't know.
He's telling me about this thing all morning, bro.
And we're going to talk about it today. We'll go over some of those points that I was bringing up, and I think it's just such a pivotal moment for Ethereum, to be honest with you. So much good is going for it right now, and I'm not saying that's not the case with Bitcoin or anything along those lines. We know that it's a store of value, But with Ethereum, it's just the smart contracts and just using the network. It just has a lot of benefits. And I think considering that Wall Street is looking to adopt it now, then why not get involved into it? If Wall Street likes it, then your boy most definitely likes it there, Sharif. There's no questioning that one. But yeah, BM&R looking really, really good. Actually, my friend was telling me on the way to the bachelor party up north, he's like, yeah, I'm involved in this. I'm like, hey man, good for you. I'm glad that you've done that style of due diligence. And he's just more or less an investor, Sharif. Doesn't get too heavy into those things, but had some solid picks on that one. All right, VVPR deal with Ripple as well, trying to become the treasury company for XRP. What is XRP up to? XRP. Let's see what that is up to on the day. Yeah, so slightly red. It hasn't traded anything. And I mean, from a liquidity standpoint, you can obviously see that we're running into issues, and it's more liquid in the post-market compared to what it's been trading on the intraday. So it doesn't seem like Wall Street loves it just yet, but it may take some while. It may take a while. Anything can happen, right? XRP is like, hey, we're going to start putting some stable coins on that blockchain. The transaction processing is extremely lightning fast. You can do a lot of transactions quick, and who knows what can happen with XRP. Sure.
All right, we're doing it live on BTAI. We took 42, scalped up all the way to 60s. We're still holding pieces over here, and I've moved up my dip trade. So initially, I had my dip trade for the 10 EMA at around the low 30s, but I perceive the resistance level, now support level, to be 440. So I'm looking at front running it by putting another dip trade add here at 43s. It's getting buying here at 50, so it's not exactly breaking down below it. Now, what's my move? So say I get filled at 43, and then it continues south. Where do I get out? So I'm going to insist that I get out on the break of the 10 EMA, because BTAI's very, very much respected the 10 EMA for the exception of one candle and one candle only. So far, it was a 10:25 a.m. candle. This one right here, where it wicked all the way down, probably stopped everybody out, and then rocketed back up to make another high. Okay, so BTAI certainly in focus for me, and I'm looking to add. So I've got 42s, and now I'm actually waiting for 43s. The high of the day is 59, so we weren't able to get that 60 clearance. So I guess I lied there. I took 59s instead of 60s. So that's what I'm watching now. Up to 57 again we go. There's been selling in the high 50s, and as I see it on the 5-second chart anyway, it's been lower highs on the 5 seconds. So there's that 59, and then over here it's 58, and now it's 57. We need to be on the lookout for this, because I feel like that's been my weakness lately, not kind of knowing when the sellers are starting to take control of the name. But here we go. We're breaking out. There's 60 again, and there's a huge seller at 60 that we can't shake for the moment. So we did technically make another higher high there and canceled the lower highs that we had been putting in that I just showed you on the 5. So I'll keep my patience here, looking for that continuation. I'm waiting above 60. I'm waiting at 63s. Let's see if we get that continuation, and if we do, what the situation is going to be. I see a super chat, and I'm so sorry I didn't get to it. By Bayard, none? All right, man, I don't even know, okay? But anyway, thank you for the $4.99 super chat. He wants us to look at Palantir, so I'll have a look at that for you right now as I watch a new high day into BTAI, 63s, there it is, and there it is now, it's 68s now. Okay, so here we go. We're going to set up at 69 next. So the high of the day now is technically 68. So I'm going to pack my patience, see if we can clear that level. While I do that, let me have a look at Palantir. Palantir is just a fantastic name. Look at that bull flag today, generally holding the volume weighted average price, some wicks below it. Your question is, can I get your opinion on Palantir? Choppy at the top, looks like it could be a bull flag or a small head and shoulders. I would say, you know, the fact that you're just defending VWAP over and over generally, I mean, there was this one candle that did close below VWAP at that level, but generally, this is more of a bull flag. Does it mean that you get a continuation to a second bull flag? No. But it just means that the buyers are basically using generally the price of volume weighted average price to buy this up. And we've talked about this before on the show. Why does that happen? Well, a lot of the traders that work at hedge funds, sovereign wealth funds, pension funds, their manager, the managing director, for example, will go up to them and be like, hey, Joe, pick me up, 100,000 shares of, I don't know, VVPR. No problem. And so then Joe, how he gets adjudged by his managing director on whether he did a good job or a bad job is how well or how close his average price is to the volume weighted average price at the end of the day. So what these bigger traders are constantly doing is they're basically positioning relative to the volume weighted average price. So if the price comes into VWAP, they're picking it up, or if they're trying to sell it, they're doing the opposite. That's why VWAP always ends up being an important level, especially for these bigger names. So whether or not you end up holding above VWAP or whether or not you get a second bull flag, that's really undecided at the moment. But what I would be basing my trades on is this range that's established. I'd be picking it up at the lower end of the range, selling it at the higher end, holding a piece for the dream always to see if you can kind of get that bigger move higher end and take a bigger win. We're going to go to crypto with Adair.
I want to mention as well here, apparently the U.S. government, I'm seeing this report there from Wall Street Journal, U.S. government aiming to IPO Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac later this year. Apparently they could see 5 to 15% of their stocks sold in this IPO. Again, that's reported by Wall Street Journal. Keep an eye here on FNMA. We're going to do for this crypto segment, take a look at some weekly charts for crypto. Here's BTC, continued uptrend on the weekly, really good look, even though we did have a bit of a topping tail. This would go back to the week of July 14th, 2025, when we made that new all-time high around $123,000. Of course, one of the biggest news in the crypto space this week was Donald Trump yesterday signing the executive order that could potentially make way for allowing alternative assets, including crypto, to be added into 401k plans. Great look for the space. And it was a good look for crypto when this news was confirmed yesterday. It was also, crypto was pretty strong all day yesterday, so the lead up was also pretty good. Solana on the weekly chart, also in a bit of an uptrend from this low. This is going back to basically Liberation Day, a week after, April 7th. Nice uptrend for this one in the weekly chart. Ethereum actually looking more like a bull flag on the weekly. In fact, we actually broke out last week's high, so this is a great look. Clear overhead resistance at 4,100, and then again here at 4,900. Let's see if ETH can crack that resistance levels on the weekly chart. We'll take a look here at Cardano as well. ADA, USD. How's that weekly chart doing? This is a little bit slower to launch, especially compared to some of the ones we just looked at. Bit of a rounded bottom. You could also argue a double bottom here at that 50-cent level. Let's see if we're able to take out this most recent resistance and continue to climb. That's our weekly crypto chart look here for our crypto segment as we send you back to the Bash Brothers.
We added into BTAI right at the level that I spoke about. It dips down. We add right at that 440 area, and we scalp all the way back up into 54s. We're now waiting at 56s. Let's see if BTAI's got the juice to head back up. Just added basically the same amount of shares, and this is basically going to be a very, very specific trade. It loses 440, the trade is over, and we will risk 3 pennies. I don't know what the hell is wrong with the position board today. It keeps going out every 2 seconds. And there it is. We take that level out again. Now we're going to set up at 59s. Let's see if we can get more into 59. While I do that, I'm going to set up my stop below 440. So we're going to set that up right there, and we'll give it a little bit of room. See, now showing me 57s, Joseph. Let's see if we can kind of weasel up a couple of more shekels into 59. I'm still waiting at 69 as well for that original order that never filled. That's because the high of the day is 68. So love this ad, love the entry on the breakout, love the ad. Now let's see if we can make a new high a day, Joey.
Absolutely, guys. All right, so this is working out pretty good for us right now. So we still want to be really patient. If we start to curl over, we do have a downtrend that we need to crack, right? So there's our wedge that we're starting to form, and what I was referring to earlier. You can see it a little bit better on the 3-minute time frame. So as long as we continue to chop in this range, then I think we have a good chance to break out. Now, as for Rusty mentioning, hey, it's going to be difficult for Ether to hold that previous high if Bitcoin doesn't want to participate, and right now that seems to be the case. Now, I will note that comparing the two, you can see that we're holding the support level way significantly better than what you can see here on Bitcoin. If it turns around, then I think we have a good opportunity to add some more into this position. If not, I'm just going to get stopped out on a minuscule size, essentially. As the market's starting to come back in, you can see the Qs are now south of the volume-weighted average price. The SPY is, and then also Apple and Google just hovering around its highs. So it's weird. I'm curious. We must go through some of the other big names to see what we got going on and why the Qs seem relatively relatively weak. That's not it. And then I'm going to guess that Microsoft might be the weaker name. And here it is, guys. So yeah, you can see Microsoft continuing its move to the downside. Now let's take a look at it from a daily standpoint. So bang, there it goes. You get that massive gap up after the earnings report. And then sure enough, that gap is almost completely filled. If it has not, soft gap fill, lower end of the candle, then that's a hard gap. But that would also put us on the backside of this trend. So watch out for potential move to the downside south of that trend. Let's break this. Let's zoom out here and see what we got. Why do I always have to do that? Okay, so there it is. This is a big time move, right? So when we see the likes of Meta, when it put on that 13-day winning streak, what came after that? It continuously dropped around 15-20%. Now, is that going to be the case here in Microsoft? I don't think so, but just keep an eye out on anything south of this trend line there, Sharif.
All right, let's look at PAPL for Casey. I looked at this one, Casey, but I guess maybe you weren't around. Let's look at it again. So I did take a trade on this one, Casey, but I got to let you know I totally broke my rules. Getting out of this, we're very positive on it, but I don't know. It's probably just lucky because this one, I was basing my entries off the volume weighted average price, and this one's had no respect for VWAP, like almost none. It looks like VWAP here, which is the white line on my chart here, Casey. It looks like the line of best fit, the line that kind of just goes through the middle of the price action rather than acting as support and resistance. So I don't feel like I have a right read on this. Now, when you look at it a little bit further, you can say, well, look, it's making higher lows. Sure, absolutely, it is. But the issue with that is it's got these outsized moves, both higher and lower. And so, you know, how do you trade that without getting wicked in and wicked out? Now, I just have to concentrate for a second because BTAI is coming right back into my entry. So we got the fill at 60 there, but it's coming right back into 48. Now, as you know, I've moved up my stop to the break of 40. So we'll risk 4 pennies on the remaining amount. And we only have 2 more outs. Now, going back to PAPL, Casey, so, you know, you can definitely base the trades off the higher lows for what could be, you know, a 5.5 break, an aggressive 5.5 break. But, you know, if you were to base it on this, for example, if you were to get in at 4 2/3, right there at 463, where that trend line is, you literally have to give it all the way down to 4 1/4. So if you're going to do that with size, you're going to get in some trouble. I feel like I don't have a read on this one, Casey, which is why I'm not consistently trading it, but it does have an aggressive move up, 78%, looking to even take out more at the moment, especially if we can get above that 5.5, we could real easy gap up. My read on it is not as accurate as I need it to be in order to kind of, you know, just really trade it with confidence. So I'm going to steer clear of that one, and we'll keep an eye on others. And there are others, believe me. The one that I'm in right now, BTAI, is a good one. VVPR continues to go. VVPR just got into the high of the day at 540. It's up 40%. It's a fantastic look. And it's been respectful of the 10 EMA on the 5. A predictable area because it keeps doing it. So, I mean, why chase the harder trade on PAPL? Even obviously, it gives you more potential for an explosive move upside than VVPR is, but VVPR, you can manage risk a lot better on it, and you could substantially size in, you know, and take lesser of a move, but with more size and make equal amounts of money. So I think I'm going to load up VVPR on the trading screen. Look what PAPL just did as I was speaking about it, Casey. Look at this. I mean, it wicks from, it's trending at $5, drops all the way down to $4.38, and then is bought back up immediately. And it's done that over and over and over. Yeah, I want nothing to do with this one. It's too risky. And there's on the day where I don't really need to, you know, chase this one, Joey, because there's others, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's my look.
Absolutely. So there it goes, guys. Support level breached here on ETHA. So we're out of that one. Take a small loss on that. That's okay. Small potatoes, small potatoes. But Bitcoin is just weak, and I'm trying to pull up the daily to be like, what is this thing doing? Like, get your act together here, please and thank you. But I mean, it's not too bad. Just an inside day. We won't complain about that. Knocking on the door of this resistance level. So another rejection of that. So keep an eye out on this. I didn't see anything definitive that we were going to turn around from this downtrend. So I wouldn't be surprised if this just was a pullback into a resistance zone, and then maybe we go and breach some of this lows. And you want to see it hold this level right there. But that volume and the velocity that broke that support level, on ETH, you don't want to get involved in that, all right? So, yeah, you just want to stay away from it. now because that just tells me, hey, there's not going to be any form of continuation just yet, considering now we've given up the majority of the move that we've experienced here in the morning. So we'll go, what is it? So we go 1 for 1, 2 for 1. Yeah, so there we go. We go 2 for 3 on ETHA. So we'll keep an eye out on what's going on with it. If there is a 5-minute indecision print, maybe it just needed to absorb some more liquidity before it decided to make another move higher. All right. You should be watching BTC ETH ratio. Bunch of numbers. BTC to ATM. Look for. Okay, those are too many numbers for me to read right now and kind of comprehend there, Havana. DM me that stuff because I like it when you send me those messages. But as for everything else, guys, Apple is still continuously strong. There you go. Pathik 225 was in the works. I didn't think that we were going to get that, to be honest with you. And I know Katina Man was talking about this not too long ago. It's not going to take much for this to get going. So, bang, Apple really, really on the move. Are we out of that consolidation? Absolutely. Wow, look at that breach of the resistance of 213.
China story.
Boom. Yeah, it's the China story. Yeah. So and there you go. We just add more fuel to the fire once they get their AI act together. So Apple on the war path to the top side. And I mean, 260 is that previous all-time high. What's our percentage metric from that specific level? That's going to be around 13% there, Sharif.
Yes, sir. Okay, now I'm looking to set up a dip trade here on VVPR. So we got a topping tail candle in the 45s, and now we're dropping down a little bit into the 20 penny-ish area. Here's 25s. So the 10 EMA is 18 or 19 on my chart, okay? So that's what I'm looking at right now. I'm thinking about maybe getting in a little bit here. That way I can dollar cost average if it is to drop. So that's what I'm gonna do. We're gonna start off with a little one over here. Let's get in a smaller position. So we'll get in at, what do we got? We got 29s on that bad boy. Let's go ahead and set up though. We wanna set up at the 10 EMA, so I will insist on 18s. And it's dropping down as I expected. So let's go ahead and set up at 18s on VVPR and see what we get, and we will not get upset. Let's set up at 33s for a beak wetter in case, you know, it doesn't fill us and it ends up making a move back up. It's up 36% and change, 545 high as I mentioned, but definitely looking for a bigger position. So you never really want the stock to pull against you because you never really know if it's going to catch a bid again, but I want to get a bit more, right? Especially if it's got a gnarly looking chart pattern like this. And there it is, up into 31s, not crossing though. And yeah, not much to report on at the moment. Let's go back to BTAI. This is back into my area now. If it doesn't hold 40, it's the end of the story. And I didn't mean for that to rhyme, but legitimately that's kind of how I feel. And there's VVPR taking out tops again. Let's go ahead and set up now. We got 33s there, so let's set up at 36s on that one. Keeping an eye on BTA, nothing doing there. But look at PAPL. This hot garbage, this stock is. Look at it, breaking down again. No respect for anything. Piece of crap. And I'm positive on it. Like it's my biggest one on the day, but it just, you know what I mean? Like it's not respectful, Joseph.
It's not respectful. I mean? We don't like it.
It's a little
respect us. Respect us.
All right. So that's how I've got at the moment. Let's see if we can get some another move here into the highs on VVPR. No, not yet. Okay, so we'll continue to wait on that one as it zigs and zags at these levels. But that's all I got. Oh, I wanted to mention CAPR as well. Totally forgot to mention that one. That one just got pulled into VWAP. So let's CAPR. Let's load that one up super quick. I got it on my side chart here. There we go. So now VWAP is 888s. Literally, 888s. So do we pick this up here or what? What do you guys think? Are you guys picking up CAPR? I mean, it's only up 10 2/3. It's not the biggest move on the day. Let me know if CAPR tickles your fantasy. Fancy? Fantasy? Fancy. I didn't mean to say that. And if you guys are going to punch in there, let me know what you guys think about CAPR, Joey.
All right, there. Market coming back in. Bitcoin's. Why do you guys suck? Why? You don't even know what that's from. Ramin. It's from the movie with Johnny Depp and Blow. Blow. That was a very good movie, but there it is. Bitcoin breaking through some key support levels, helping drag Ethereum down. It sucks to suck sometimes, so just keep that in mind. I was not expecting this, considering that I guess we gapped down, we filled that gap, and then now we're continuing that move to the southeast. So just keep that in mind that, guys, Bitcoin weak. I don't know if we're going to turn around. This volume on ETHA,
Okay.
It's too vast in order for me to get involved into it again. Yeah, it's very, very big, brother.
Más grande.
Yeah, exactly.
Is it muy grande or más grande?
Más grande, muy grande, very
They're
big.
both the same
more
thing?
big. Más is more big. Muy is very big. Muy grande, if I'm right, for all my Spanish-speaking individuals in there. But yeah, so there's that. Keep an eye on that, but I think I'm going to kind of abandon that thesis for the day. We'll accept what we've got and then maybe look for another continuation sometime next week, considering that it is Friday. Q's relatively weak. Google's still holding up strong. Glad Obi got out at that short. I seen him, he was shorting that one here. I don't know, I'm not going to call this a head and shoulders or anything, but as soon as you breach the volume weighted average price, it's just boom to the downside. Are we going to look for some continuation in strength? That's the objective, right? So at the end of the day, if we start forming some indecision prints around the lows, then I think we'll be okay. We'll keep an eye on the tape as well to see if we have further confirmation, okay? So there's one thing, so as I'm just kind of rambling on here and talking about certain specific technical analysis, one thing that I will note, could this be exhaustive volume? The thing is, it just closed as a genuine bearish print. So in order for me to see it turn around, I want to see some more indecision and then an equally as big or just slightly as big of a volume print to the top side, all right? So we can form a tweezer, the tweezer handle kind of a pattern, and then maybe we can continue through the volume weighted average price. But you can see as soon as we break through the volume weighted average price, we're out of that trade. So yeah, let's go over some other things here momentarily, see what we got going on from a volume standpoint. There wasn't much on my scanner this morning, so I was looking at Soundhound and Ether. Those were my primary names there. TTD was okay to the downside, I believe. Let's take a look. Downside, DDD. Yep, so and it's still continuing that move lower, but Robinhood has 23.7 million shares. Where's the market cap? $101 billion now with a high of around 117 on the session. But Soundhound has 142 million shares traded on the day, Sharif.
Okay, I like it. All right, Joey, we're in VVPR. I added to the position, and here we go again. We're showing 37s now, 39s. Here's 40, 41s. I'm actually waiting at 41s. Oh, come on, B word. So, yeah, we don't get the fill. It ends up rejecting that area. Let me cancel one of these, actually. And let's go ahead and set up at 41s again. Let's see if we can get that continuity, but it is still putting in higher highs and higher lows. So I did add it to the position because it kept putting in candles with higher lows, full disclosure. So that's kind of why I did that. Let's set up at 40, actually, since we know there's a seller now at 41. And I also want to load my chart on the top screen here for 5 seconds. Oh, wow, it just took a bit of a nosedive there on the 5-second chart. Keep an eye out on that, but CAPR finding support here at the volume weighted average price. I just want to see exactly what that VWAP price is. It's 888s. All right, I'm getting in here. No, it's not even letting me in now, Joey. As soon as I came to punch, it was like, no. All right, there we go. So now we'll set up below 888. So let's go ahead and set up like that. And we'll give this one about 7 penny spread or so. Where are we in? We're at 98s. Let's set up at 5s. Oops. Let's set up at 5s over here, and then we'll also set up at 12s. See what we can get in there. All right, let's go back to VVPR. All right, so this one is holding at the $0.25. There does seem to be a buyer over and over at the $0.25. 525 is what I'm talking about, and that's been the case for a while. Were 3 attempts to break that 525 area. Looks like it got defended well, but there's this equally staunch seller at 40. So we're kind of caught in a bit of a range right now on VVPR between that 525 area and that 540. So about a 15 penny range. Let's see if we can continue to put in higher lows, because I'm still seeing higher lows on the candles, but there's a lot of upper wicks now as we approach that $0.50. So that's what I'm cautious about at the moment. Not much else for me to talk about here, Joey. Just got these ones. Oh, I want to mention actually EBS, another one that's pulling into the volume weighted average price. Not a big mover on the day, about 8% and change, maybe a little bit less. Coming into 893. It's generally held the level above VWAP. There have been buyers in the 90s, high 80s. It is in the high 80s right now, low 90s. So this could be an interesting pickup area. If you guys are interested, wanted to mention that one. And then, yeah, that's basically it. We'll keep tabs on that. Yannick saying SMX. Let's have a look at SMX for Yannick. See what's up with that one. Oh, great call out, Yannick. My man. That's what I want to see. That's the kind of stuff I want to see, man. There you go. All right, Yannick, man, that's, I think, your best call out yet. Let's put SMX on this bad boy, but we got to put in, where's my stop, first and foremost, with VVPR? Let me just make sure that that's all kosher because it's coming back down. It's losing that $0.25. I'm going to give it the low 20s. That's what I'll do there, just so that we can manage risk. And then we'll give it all the way down here. There we go. Stop in place. But now let's put SMX up on this side chart over here. We'll take off BMNR. And I think it's on the NQ, and I am right. Good look on this one, man. SMX. Breaking out as we speak. This one's on the warpath to the high side, bull flagging here. This is the second bull flag. So I perceive the 930 pop, consolidation, that's bull flag number 1, boom. Bull flag number 2, above that 620, 625 area, and we're already $1 above it. So this is the one. Like Obi, I always call him Obi, he is the one Kenobi. Well, this is the one stock on the day for the moment. 747 high. Let's see if it's got more juice over here. Here comes 47s, 45 seller, a heavy 45 seller at this level. So there it goes, rejects again. So that $0.50 acting a little staunchy. Now, we do have 3 candles in a row with higher lows on the 5. So what we could realistically do, maybe wait for a 7 dip. Now, you might not get the 7 dip. I'm just going to wait at 707. Random area just to defend that $7 level. And if I get the fill there, fantastic. If I don't, it's okay. That's what I'm looking at now, Joey. So we're going to set up on SMX for a dip trade over here into $7, coming into 7.25. Let's see if it's got some weakness to the downside to allow us to get filled at that 707 area. Seems like there is a buyer. No, a buyer at the $0.25, and then right up back into near the highs we go. 47 high, we're showing 43s. So good strength on this one, Joey. Let's see what we got.
Yeah, that's a big time. That's a nice move there. Yeah, those small caps just doing their thing for sure today. So yeah, this is what we're experiencing there. Soundhound. I don't know about a long right now, guys. Just considering how this downtrend is still intact. Well, I mean, we've been moving higher, but you can just see how you're consolidating around the volume-weighted average price. This could be a breath, and then obviously keep an eye on the volume as well. You can see it's starting to stair-step down, especially when you're seeing these green candles close, all right? So just keep that in mind. We do have a couple primary trends here, so that's still holding up relatively decently. So now if you break through that, then I think you have the ability to continue to the south side, but a lot of key resistance and support levels, but Soundhound not too bad there, guys. So just basic TA stuff. ETHD, what's that one? Let's take a look at ETHD. ETHD. AAPL Shares Trust. I'm not familiar with this. I don't know. PRSA Shares Trust, Ultra Shares Ether ETF. Oh, okay. So why isn't it moving with the actual underlying asset? Curious as to what that is. Daily, yeah, I don't know if you want to get involved in this. I don't know exactly what this is, so I'll have to do a little bit of digging. Maybe it's a short call thing or something along those lines. Covered call ETF, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, just let me know. Ultra short. Oh, ultra short. Okay, thank you. Yeah, so that's why it's continuing to move lower. Ultra short. So as Ethereum moves 1% higher, that will move 2% lower, all right? So if you're going to look for the short on Ether, that's a vehicle that you can use. Thank you for pointing that out. So that will probably eventually be nothing until they reverse split. So yeah, okay, this is what I was going to do here as well. Let's take a look at some of the top performing sectors on the day. Technology up about 0.7, financials up 0.6, healthcare sitting in that show place up about 0.5%. The two red on the day. The third last is going to be the industrials up about 1/5, sorry, and then utilities down about 0.01%. Real estate down about 1/3 there. So yeah, that's what we got going on. For me personally, I don't think there's going to be an additional long just yet on Ether. You can see that there's a support level. We are now running into that. So I'm going to be looking for it to curl over and then any forms of indecision. Is this stopping volume? I don't think so, just because of how this candle closed. So that's what I got my eyes on. Apple is now north of 225, running into 225.5, north of that even, guys. So this thing is just absolutely going parabolic, and this is exactly what we want to see. We were swinging this for some time, but then it didn't work out. But now, as you're through some key support or resistance zones, I think you're going to see a continuation, maybe even a retest, and then a move higher. But I highly doubt that it even comes close to that resistance, now acting as support line there, Sharif.
All right, man. This one's really taken off on me. I tried to chase it. I tried to punch in. at the $0.50. It's not letting me in. It's really going, though. SMX is really going. If you're into the small caps, this is the one, all right? I tried to get into it. There goes 8. It's 8.14 now. It's got a lot of juice behind it. It's having a little bit of trouble with 8. You can always work into the position, guys. You don't have to punch in all the big shares all at the same time. Seller at 10. So we'll get in a little bit over here and we'll see if we can get something. Where's the next support level? So the prior candle low goes to 7.5. So you should be willing at least a dollar cost average into 7.5. Otherwise, this might not be the one for you. So I'm going to set up mine at 7 3/4. Let's see if we can get something in and around there. And then we'll look to take that continuation north. So 8.10s on at the moment on SMX. Very strong, very parabolic nature. There we go, back up into 8s, but it's still technically a lower high than the prior area. It's 8.14 right now. That's a prior area high. So let's load this up on the 5-second chart. Here we go, back up into 2s, but we're getting some lower highs. An 8.14 high. We're getting some lower highs off that 8.14. The support level there I'm seeing is at 750. Certainly a support level at 750 there. There could also be a support level at 780s. There was a lot of rejections into 780s earlier, and then you actually had a hammer candle or a doji candle that actually bounced off that level and then popped back into the 80s. So it looks like as if there is aggressive selling here at the $8 area. So we'll see if we can kind of get through that area or get the 777 ad that we're waiting for there. So that's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at my 5-second chart, looking for continuation on this one, starting with a smaller position because we're punching in at highs. You know, we're going to punch your full position in at highs. At least I don't. Let's see. There we go. Now we got the fill. So we got 93s on now. Let's set up some beak wetters, see if we can get a nice little scalp into that area. And I'm going to set up as well in the 80s, Joey. So let's see what this one's got. It's now got a seller here at 90s. There we go. Packing up into the 95 area. 96 seller now. Staunchy little bugger. Unable. There we go. 97 as I saw momentarily. But that $8 area acting as a level of resistance now prior to, yeah, we didn't clear it far enough, I think, to be able to use it as a level of support. So we'll see exactly what we get there, man.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, NVDA looking pretty good here, guys. Heading towards that high of the day, 183.5. We went over the options chain on this yesterday. We'll view it one more time, just because there is a concentration of open interest through that 185 strike. Let's pull that up. And the market hasn't really priced in any of the earnings moves yet, because the at-the-money IV is still, wow, the at-the-money IV is still relatively low. So 185. Okay, oh no, that's the wrong cycle. Let's go to today's cycle, and I suspect that some of these contracts are going to be rolled, right? So that was a little larger. That was 150 yesterday, and then here we go at that 185 strike, 122,000. So I think that might have grown by 11,000 contracts. So if NVDA closes below, then I think they'll be okay. But if not, watch out for the rollover and these strikes leading into the into the earnings report. All right, and then you have 200 as well. Hasn't been built in just yet, but keep an eye on those 3 strikes, and I'm sure enough you'll be able to base a trade off of that. But now we're heading off to Adara and then Neil's lesson of the day.
This market is trying to go higher. This is a really clean bounce for the NASDAQ off that 572 level. S&P 500 has traded pretty similarly to the NASDAQ thus far. And this one continuing here, but for the SPY, they bounced up the key, I guess, $5 level here, 635. One of the biggest intraday news catalysts, and really the only one of any kind of note that I saw, was FNMA, Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, on watch here after the Wall Street Journal reported that the Trump administration is trying to have these do an IPO later this year. Keep an eye on both of these. As you can see here, FNMA really popped when this news started circulating. A couple different earnings names on watch. A lot of these earnings names are these smaller, beloved retail names. One of them is MP Materials. This actually gapped up, but unfortunately sold off at the open and is languishing a bit here. Soundhound, though, bouncing pretty nicely here off of that $13.43 level. Pretty solid report for Soundhound. If you caught it with us yesterday during the market recap show, it came out a little bit later than expected, but the market clearly liking it. Make sure to join us here every single day. If you like infographic and fun market-related content, join me on X at TTV Research. Currently working on an infographic showing the stock performances under all of its CEOs since its IPO. And one of the CEOs served 3 separate terms. So all of that will be covered. Hopefully they'll be out by the end of the day. But in the meantime, you know what's happening right now is Neil. and his lesson of the day. So without further ado, Neil, give us that lesson.
We'll do our best here at Dara. Lesson of the day is brought to you by all of these crazy breakouts that are happening in the market. For every Apple breakout and Palantir every single day, and Alphabet making a big break as well. There you go, Alphabet breaking out that 198 level. There's so many opportunities. We're in a bull market, especially for things like breakouts. But there's another side to this coin. And that just turns out to be, if breakouts are working in a general sense, and you're getting these open trades where it's just following through and going ham. Oh, Tesla is another example right here, where it just goes ham off of the open. You basically set it and forget it. The more that works, the more people there are taking breakouts. So the other side of that coin is, as strong as the higher percentage of these plays are following through and going, the ones that don't become much more dangerous. So what you end up in a situation where it's great that the overall strategy is working, but the downside risk of the ones that don't follow through becomes exacerbated. And so that you run yourself in an environment where a lot of times you'll look at a clean breakout trade because it's a big level, and it's like, oh, if it pulls back into that level, I want to go long again. I mean, example, like Google is an example that never comes back in, but a lot of times in a trend break like this, you're like resistance goes into support, and then we go into the long, something along those lines. But what can happen to you in an environment where so many of these are working on a regular basis and they become a little bit more crowded because it's been free money, is kind of like that IPO trade, where when the one doesn't work, it's a flush zone. And I'm glad I did not bid back into Rocket Lab, obviously, but if you get a curl or a turn on a breakout these days at the open, it's almost like that's about to be the best short you've ever seen. And it doesn't always play out this way. Rocket Labs is sort of an extreme example of this. It can work its way in other regards, but it's that simple notion that because it's a popular trade, and anytime there's any kind of a significant level attempting to break out, whether it's Figma tries to break 81, 82, you can take any one of those even dollars, or it could just be it's trying to break out this prior high. You're like, yeah, but there's like $3, $4, $5 worth of upside. When it reverses, that trend reversal can be really, really nasty. And there's one trade I've been saying over and over again that I do because it's a trend down, but that I think works in this case. So for weeks I've been sort of saying, if Intel tries to break out at the open or in the pre-market and fails, then you short it underneath VWAP. I think it failed to work once in the last, I don't know, like month or something like that, whatever it might be, but it just trends and you short it for the rest of the day. But an example here with Fig, once it fails that break at the open and comes back underneath, it's not necessarily clean at the volume weighted average price here, but if you just short it under VWAP for the rest of the day, you've got yourself some good trades, because you've got the longs that are just working themselves out on every single dip there, and the ones that average into the dip because they don't get out of their breakout trades. They just think it's a long and they buy the dip in until support. There are traders who look at breakout trades as, I'm taking a breakout at the open and I'm giving it to the prior low on a much higher time frame, expecting it to be a huge move. Some of those, when they do that and it doesn't look good, they start thinking about taking some out there in the way to VWAP when it suddenly trend down. So you get that VWAP continuation play. And what's good about this trade is one of the reasons you can start to like it more or take it more is when the breakouts are working better. So then you all of a sudden have a situation where you love your breakout trades, you're taking a few more of them, but then the ones that do that full reverse, you have yourself a flip side trade that you can now preference a short trade on the ones that don't go, like a Rocket Labs or like a Figma. And then you can play both sides. You can not marry yourself to the notion that breakout trade's along forever, and you can move on to the next opportunity. So the better these breakouts work, the more crowded they get, the nastier the reversals can be, and therefore you want to have something loaded up, if you want to short, for some easier type short trades based on a stock you might have already be looking at because you were looking at the breakout. There's your lesson of the day. And by the way, the tacos were pretty good.
All right, we're looking at SMX right now. This one's on a breakout. We've got 50s on at the moment. Best print we've got is the $0.25. It's zigging and, the 15 penny area. It's zigging and zagging a little bit above 8, a little bit below. It has a higher low relative to the prior candle. The prior candle's at 745. Both those candles are above the volume weighted average price, but it really can't seem to stay above that $8 level. Every time it wicks above 8, it moves above 8, it's a quick wick. We only have one candle that closed above 8, and it barely closed above 8, and the subsequent candle lost it. I'm talking about the 5-minute candle prior to this one. So I don't want to take it out right now. I will allow it to come down into my break even. I have 51, so I literally have it on the 50 penny area, which is good because that gives me the opportunity to give it a little bit below. So we're going to give it to 45s, and I only have one out left. So this one, it doesn't really matter to me if I get stopped out. I'd rather get that print at 50s, which technically 48. That's the red line you see on your screen there. It did go all the way up, I believe, into 36, but it barely spent any time there. So unless you had a resting order or you're using hotkeys, you probably didn't get the fill. Or if you did, good on you. So that's what I'm looking at right now. SMX up 60%, the best looking small cap gapper that I can see at the moment anyway. And anything below the $0.50 gets me out of the trade, which is okay with me because VWAP is, I think, like maybe 10 pennies below that. So I don't feel like giving it to VWAP either. Now, BTAI is making another move back up. This is one that we were involved in earlier. I'm going to get back in here because it's kind of curling up off the 20. Let's set up some beak wetters initially in front of that whole dollar, and then we'll wait, the $0.50, and then we'll actually wait a little bit above the $0.50. So BTAI, back in focus, looking for a print. What do we have on? 45s. I'm waiting at 48s. There it is. We'll take the print. Now we're waiting at 50s. So let's see if we can weasel on up there or what the situation is. We also have CAPR on. I've taken a bunch of prints out on this. I'm looking for higher lows and higher highs. We get a higher low, but we don't get that higher high. So CAPR ends up bouncing off that volume weighted average price, a predictable level, but you don't get that continuation. So when you don't get that continuation, what it ends up being, possibly, of course, is that lower high with that same area low, which is just a prescription for a flat bottom break. So be on the lookout for that, and then we'll get stopped out of the remaining amount over here, as I see on my SMX trade. If I can find it here, Joey, I don't know where it went. It's over here. Show yourself, yeah. So we end up getting stopped out with the last remaining amount there, and I'm absolutely fine with that. I'm very happy with how I traded this one, unlike PAPL, but we'll look to set up if VWAP ends up coming in as a level of support. Now, I want to bring to your attention that SMX is doing that anomalous look that we've talked about before, where the volume weighted average price is actually higher on the 5-minute chart than the 10 EMA. That typically isn't the case. So if you're basing your trades off VWAP, you need to be alive to that fact, because what ends up happening sometimes is the algo that's trading us, or whoever is not basing their support and resistance levels off VWAP, but rather the 10 EMA. And it just so happened that the price action was so aggressive that VWAP actually moved up higher on the price than the 10 EMA. So let's watch now and see what this one does. Does it come down into 7 and hold? Because in fact, the 10 EMA is right at 7, so you get that $7 psychological area whole dollar support, and possibly the 10 EMA. So it's at it right now. Does it find support? There's a fight, look at this, between buyers and sellers. I'm not the only one looking at that 10 EMA, so it's funny how it's holding up at that area. Does it hold up though? Keep an eye on SMX. That's a big move down off that 8 1/3 all the way back down to 7, Joey. So aggressive price movement, no doubt. On this bad boy.
Yes, sir. Did you see your boy, Oscar De La Hoya, coming out?
What happened?
He's coming out of retirement there.
To fight who?
Virgil Ortiz. The worst idea probably you could ever do. I don't know why he decided.
Is he allowed to fight in the big leagues with fake abs?
Maybe.
Oh.
You got to ask him. Ask him if he's going to bring those leopard print Speedos, too.
I just want to know, like, who did those fake abs for him, bro? Because they look obvious and ugly.
You think you got it done in Mexico?
I don't know where the hell he got it done.
I hope he didn't get it done anywhere
hideous.
around there. Yeah. I don't know why he did. But hey, man, I was going to say something, but I'm not going to. But at the end of the day, let's go, Oscar. Glad that you get back into things. Anyways, ETHA, we're back
in. Good fight against Floyd, though. You got to give him credit for that because he gave Floyd a bit of a fight.
Yeah, he gave it for sure. So did Sugar Shane.
Yeah,
Sugar
that
Shane.
was the closest fight. Sugar Shane hurt him twice.
Twice. But do you remember that part where Sugar hurt him and then Floyd
tied him up?
You know what he said to him?
What'd he say?
You're gonna have to kill me.
Floyd said that to him? I believe that. Floyd's an animal, bro.
He's the best, man.
Absolutely.
Guy runs home from the club. Savage. Heading to class, hope you smash those gains while I smash the books. All right, nice, brother. Have fun, Justin, BN. Let's go, Obi. Yeah. Oh, maybe that's not the good. Let's go.
Dominate that trade, Obi?
Well, it dominated me for a while.
It dominated him, and then he got back.
Then he got back on top. That's all that matters.
And when I see the backside, I gotta get back.
When he sees the backside, he's gonna get back on top. Oh my God, I can't believe I'm.
Yeah, you're gonna repeat what he said. That's dangerous.
Hilarious.
Thanks for another great week, fellas. Thank you, Rusty Dutch. Much appreciated, my friend, for that $10 super chat. Much love. We will write that up in here. Much love. Dude, Jojo. What's going on, Ricky Vargas? Yeah, I hope everything is good on your end, my friend. If you have any requests, just put it in the chat and we'll be sure to do over. I don't love this long here, guys. I just really want to continuously dabble to see if we can get the continuation. But you can see on the 5-minute, we are running into some issues. So continuous downtrend right here, multiple touches, and we just rejected. So again, I'm going so small. I'm willing to risk X amount of my gains on the day. So it's just like, why not, right? If we sit on the backside of this trend here, then I think we're going to get rocking and rolling and go potentially test that high of the day. So I'm looking forward to see if that happens. But with Bitcoin deciding not to want to participate, then I think we might be in a little bit of trouble. So nothing right here says signifies like, hey, Joe, we're ready to completely turn around. So for me, this is just a potential pullback maybe into the volume weighted average price, and then you can curl over or you just chop around for the day because as I mentioned earlier, it is an inside day on BTC that we're experiencing. On Ethereum, we've cracked through the previous highs. And then now continue that trend. What we don't want, though, is this to close as an inverted hammer. As we close with any form of strength, that's going to be positive, but what we don't want is an inverted hammer right here because that's going to justify or tell me that, hey, we're possibly in a false breakout, and that's not what I want to experience, especially from a swing standpoint. Tree.
All right, man. VVPR is back into highs, guys. So this one, I ended up losing the 10 a little bit. I probably traded a little bit too cautiously. VVPR is what I'm talking about. It's up almost 40%, 39.25. Just broke into that previous area high at 545. But it is rejecting that area again. So, yeah, I mean, it's still been respectful of the 10 EMA. What I'm looking at, guys, is a side chart over here, and it just keeps finding support there, at least on a closing basis. But really what kind of worried me about this was this lower high situation that it kept doing, right? So I was like, okay, look, it feels like the sellers are in control. We get that inverted hammer candle, topping tail into the high of the day. Each successive low is a little bit lower. Each successive high is a little bit lower as well. Then, you know, you get the higher lows as well, and there you go. So it ended up popping back up. So VVPR in play. SMX, though, I mean, the bamboozlement's real on this one. I mean, look, it breaks down below the 10 substantially, goes all the way down to 6 2/3, and now it's trying to work and close above the 10 EMA, which is literally at $7. So if SMX ends up closing as a hammer candle at $7 or in and around that area, and then the subsequent 5-minute candle makes a new high above this candle high, which is 715, I'm getting back into SMX. But for the moment, I'm going to stay clear. The only position I've got on is CAPR. We're about 10 pennies in the money on that. Nothing to write home about. I've only got one more out on CAPR, so it's not really anything I really want to aggressively DCA into. But this one is going against me a little bit. We're 5 pennies out of the money right now on BTAI. It's generally holding the 20. It seemed to find some support here at the 20. I don't mind adding. Okay, here we go. I have the opportunity to add now. And then it's going to be a super tight stop below this level. How many shares do I have? So I'll add right there. Let's see. So I will give it, so it is going to lose 30. It does feel like it's going to lose this area. Let's give it to 29 super quick. Let me just throw in the order there. There we go. So we've got 41s. If it loses 30, that's the end of the story. It's going to have to hold this area. It's at the 20. If it rockets back up, fantastic. If it doesn't, it doesn't. We'll stop out below 29s. We've got 41s on. So let's go ahead and set up some profit takers here. I'll wait at 43s, see what we can get in and around that area. BTAI, It might not be setting up the way I like. We'll see. I'll give it a little bit of room through 29s. But it's the VVPR show. It seems like right back in to that 540 area now. You've got 4 candles in a row with higher lows. So it looks like the buyers may be back in control of this one, at least for the moment. We'll have to see how long that lasts for. A couple of other ones here that I said very little about, which is AXL and HL. They've both found support off the volume weighted average price a couple of times, 510, and then HL found support at VWAP 3 times, well, twice. This one came close. 1030 over here, then you got 1110, 1115 bounce, and then you got it again at 1145. So certainly VWAP is a level to keep your eye out on here for HL. In fact, it does even seem like it is putting in some higher lows. So that could be a good look here for that one. I think I got stopped out of my BTAI trade, which is okay. That will be my first loser on the day. Are we even negative on it? Let me have a look. No, still positive on it, ironically enough. So happy about that. And we'll look to do a little bit more damage, Joey, if this one sets up in the right way.
Absolutely.
It's that VWAP, actually, Joey.
Okay, all right.
Hold on.
All
We might have more to say about this one, Joey.
All right.
So here's VWAP. We're at VWAP right now. Does it hold? 420. Where are you, 420, Bud Monster? Come on now. 420 is literally VWAP at this level. Do we get a hold of VWAP? We lost the 10. We lost the 20. And I don't want to base a trade off VWAP, even though I know it might be the right level this time, because BTAI has had very few interactions, if any, with VWAP until now. So what's my reason other than, just the fact that it's VWAP and there may be support at this level to pick it up? So I'm going to continue to watch here, Joy, and if that continuing to watch means I miss out on a trade, so be it. But CAPR is headed right back up into 15s. We got 98s. I'm setting up at 19s. Let's just take that ahead of the 10 penny area and see what we get there, man.
No capper.
There's my 420 Bud Monster. Get it, boy.
What's he up to?
I don't know. He said 420. It's Friday, so.
That's it. That's all you need to know. What are you doing this weekend?
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Bud Monster. Oh, I thought we was laughing over there, but yeah, all right. Man, this market is crazy, crazy, crazy right now. You can see that the SPY just put in a new high of the day, so we just keeping an eye out on this one. Strong, strong trend, and essentially this was the thesis that we are looking for on Ethereum, right? So you can see throughout the opening drive, the first hour or so, you're just moving to the top side. You get that pullback, 5-minute indecision print, you then breach through the high, sell off, and then you don't necessarily hold through the south side of VWAP, and then sure enough you rebound and climb right back, and then the volume being sustained, now establishing a new high of the day. So that is really, really positive. I was not expecting that from the market today, that's for sure. We're not too far off those all times. But savvy Canadian traders looking to boost their exposure can now tap into the NASDAQ 100 and S&P 500 with Beta Pro 3X daily leverage ETFs featuring built-in FX hedging. This aims to amplify short-term market moves, minimizing the impact of currency swings. Whether you're feeling bullish or bearish, these ETFs built for active day traders ready to take on the market. Read the full risk disclosure in the prospectus at betapro.ca before investing. So there it is. That's Beta Pro, guys. Go check that one out. See if that is good for you. But SPY starting to, let's see what it is up to. Is it still holding that level? Yeah, and continuing in its strength. The Qs are a little bit weaker here because you can see that Google and some of the other names are starting to pull back, but not aggressively. It's almost borderline micro pullbacks, but this inverted hammer is something that you want to keep an eye out on, and then obviously this volume signature. So with the likes of SPY breaking this level and then continuing north of that, and the Qs struggling a little bit, you want to keep an eye on some of the mega names on what they're up to. If Microsoft is still weak, then you may not want to play the continuation of the break of that previous pivot, so just in case, right? Because you don't want to be going against it. But if it's at a low and decides that, hey, we're ready to bounce, then I think you'll be okay. And anything can happen. But you also want to keep an eye on VWAP because it is tracing the underlying to the downside relatively tight. And sure enough, I can say that, hey, sellers are in control of today's session. And you can also see that displayed throughout the price action. So, all right, let's get back to the real dog of the day, and that is going to be ETHA. As soon as a 5-minute sits on the backside of this trend reef, it's ad mania because I think that we're going to get that continuation and that move to that previous high. The NASDAQ has done it. The SPY has done it. So why not ETH? Bitcoin is still weak, but if it catches a bounce, then I think we're going to be okay on that one, Sharif. So monitoring this one to 18, and we're hyper-focusing because we're going to get prepared to punch some shares.
All right, cool. All right, just punch in to Brendo here a message asking about the AC. Is this your type of weather?
Oh, you have no idea. I'm
in the room right now. You're happy.
I'm thriving.
Yeah. So this is good, right? That's amazing, bro. That's amazing. I envy you, Joseph. I'm not gonna lie. I do. I wish I could be happy in this type of.
This guy's
It's hot.
Sharif,
It's hot.
The
That was
heat, the heat.
the heat.
Can't handle the heat.
Yeah, I can't, man. I run hot all the time. All right, I think we're gonna weasel into BTAI. It's found a little bit of support here, and there's probably not that much damage that can be done. We're gonna set up at 418 for the break of that level, and we'll give it a little bit of room over here. So BTAI will set up with some beak wetters. There's likely gonna be some selling at 35. I kind of see that just based on the fact that we were holding above that level before. If we kind of get going, I anticipate some selling at 35. So we'll keep an eye out on that. But I'm still holding a piece on CAPR, looking for that 19 print. There seems to be a seller every time at 17s, despite the fact that there's really no size posted on the gateway. So it feels like a hidden seller there, keeping us down. He doesn't want us to win, Joey. So we'll see exactly what we can get with this one. Everyone's yelling about BMNR. All right, let's this guy, all he wants, you're like Katita, bro. As soon as you're in a position, all you want to talk about is that, wow, Joey, look at the breakout on BMNR.
Let's go, man.
Wow.
This is what I'm talking about. I got to pull it up now.
All right, go.
Right? So let's break this down. This is what I was saying to Sharif, and I was kind of just poking a jab at him, and he was like,
I don't understand why I have to lose for you to win. He sits down. The first thing he said to me today, he's like, "Look at this." All right, he's trying to build his position on ETH, and I'm happy for him. I think ETH is fantastic. But he's crapping on me for punching into American Eagle yesterday. Yeah. What the hell does that have to do with your ETH position?
It's like, no.
What the hell does that have to do with it?
Listen. This is what I'm getting at. My brother. It's all love. Listen.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
American Eagle. Tell me the primary reason why you're an American Eagle.
Because it's at a great technical level. Should we show everybody?
Yeah, show them.
Let's show
Please, build the case. I'm listening.
Oh, Joey, I showed it to you.
Yeah.
You know exactly what
I know
we're
what's
talking
going
about
on
over here.
All right.
Joey, how many times do we have to come into this $10 area?
Go back to.
This is a weekly.
Okay,
dog.
That's fine. Go to where we're currently trading at right now.
Right here.
Zoom in right there for me, please, and thank you.
Yes.
Okay, so so from a technical standpoint, you like it, but what else from a fundamental standpoint do you like about it?
I can be direct with you about it, but I don't think it's appropriate for me to be as direct as I want to.
Okay, I see. All right.
Show.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. All right. Anyways, guys, let's break this down here on why we really like Ethereum and Bitmine as well too. So all right, guys. So in 2025, obviously the Genius Act giving more regulatory clarity to obviously stablecoins, and in the crypto space, it's a green light for crypto. Stablecoins need to be on a smart contract. That's why you're unable to put them on the Bitcoin blockchain. So the SEC is pushing forward with Project Crypto, which is asking Wall Street to move the total financial system onto the blockchain. ETH is the preferred choice of blockchain for Wall Street. It had zero downtime since inception, and that what the banks are looking for, all right? So 100% uptime. Most legal compliant and secured, recognized in the US, and is in the second largest blockchain. Bitcoin being one, and then Ethereum being number two. We're going to get back to this in 1 second, right after this.
All right, Joey, you've seen Trade the Pool here with us for a while now, and now Trade the Pool has created something special just for you guys, a free ebook featuring 4 proven swing trading strategies from Trade the Pool's top funded traders. Inside, you'll see exactly how they approach the markets, how they manage risk, and what setups they rely on, so you can kind of learn and grow from what actually works. So download it now by scanning the QR code on the screen or hitting the link in the description. Shout out to Trade the Pool. Go ahead, Joey.
Yeah, thank you. So also now, JPM stablecoin is going to be on the Ethereum network. Robinhood is looking to tokenize everything on the Ethereum network, and custody banks are on the blockchain as well too. So aside from that, MSTR is a different story, but why is Bitmine moving higher? Well, think about this. MSTR possibly wrote the blueprint. If a nation wants to buy $1 million in Bitcoin, MSTR may be the way to go. It's slightly irrelevant. But Ether, this is what's going on with Bitmine. So Bitmine essentially owns roughly around $3 billion worth of Ether. When they start staking and it's legal, that's more than $100 million of net income just from staking alone. Ether pays you for providing security to the network on the chain by staking, which can lead to a potential 3% yield. So why am I involved in this? Why do I like it? Look at BitMine. Look at what Ethereum's been up to. It's just adoption from Wall Street, and that's why I'm getting involved in this. If Wall Street likes it, guess what? I do too, because the chance of them appreciating the price and accumulating as much as they can, and we see in the likes of Tom Lee, what he's doing with BitMine, and then also with Michael Saylor in MicroStrategy, is that's why it's hard for me to avoid and not want to get involved in this, and that's why I really like Ethereum right now, Sri.
All right, man, that sounds good. I happen to agree with basically everything you said. My only issue is, you and I talked about this. We were looking at the ETFs for IBIT, right? And then we looked at the coin, and we saw that they were not directly
tracking error.
Exactly, there was a tracking error.
Yeah.
So like, at what point do we kind of forego these sort of products, these derivative products, and just punch into the coin directly? Is that something that you're thinking about?
Yeah, absolutely, for sure. Why not, right? But if I can use it in my swing trading and take advantage of that, but you're absolutely right. I can't stake ETHA, right? You can't stake it. You can't generate that yield if you don't stake it. So you have to go to, obviously, a crypto exchange in order to do so. But yeah, if you're looking to get into that yield and kind of create that passive income, by all means, going directly to the coin is the ideal way. Is the ideal way, right?
Like that.
And you can buy fractional amounts as well, too. Obviously, using ETHA, you can, if you want to put in $10, you can put in $10.
Exactly.
Whatever you want to do.
Is IB allowing us to punch into these coins now? Because you can basically load up everything. Like, look, let me show you.
So
can we punch?
No, I don't think you can grab the actual coin yet. It'll display the actual underlying.
And I get level 2 on that.
Yeah,
you know what? Like, look at this.
I went through the permissions. It wouldn't allow me to do so.
So let's go. Yeah, let's just try.
Why does it look like it's working?
No, but that's the thing.
Right?
It lures you in like that. So let's just put in $5. Buy. Invalid time.
Exactly.
See, it's constantly day. All right, we'll put day order. Oh.
What does that say?
Oh. 5 beat. Okay, actually, Joey, I think we can.
No way.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Try to punch in like $1. Try to punch in $1 on BTC. Just go into your trade screen and buy $1 worth. See if it lets you in. Because up until I think a few months ago, I was looking.
What did yours say on there?
This is SIM, so it's never really sure. But usually on the SIM as well, it would block it for me. So that's what I mean, right? Like,
okay, yeah.
So if we could buy $1, for example, it's not even a big deal. Yo, Apple's flying, man. I don't know what the hell is going on with this thing, but it's clearly a program buy. It looks like the big money's back into the dead one over here, which ain't so dead on the day.
Okay, hold on, Sharif.
Sorry, Joey.
IB partnered with a company called Zero Hash to trade coins.
I know, but is that Canada though?
Yeah, that's
New York sense, because we're a different rule. I know you've been able to trade BTC on IB for like a hot minute, I think, in the States, a couple of years, maybe more.
Maybe not here.
Yeah, but in Canada, it hasn't been that way. Yeah, guys, I mean, if you're looking at the Mag 7 today, you should be looking at Apple, because that is the 5-minute look, and that is the 10 EMA, and well, you can make out the rest. So be on the lookout for the dead one on the day, up into 228 and change there. All right, keeping an eye on these other bad boys over here. I got a couple positions on, some okay, some not. CAPR is fantastic. BTAI is having trouble continuing with the higher lows and higher highs. Back into 28 it goes. That's where I'm long. Anything below 20 ends the trade. It is really that simple. I've wet the beak a couple of times there. But man, neg is everything that I said it would be and more. But it's just awfully spready. It's a dollar spread. Adara, you should be looking at neg. I know you like to look at more shorties, but have a look at your friend NEGG over here. I mean, it's a fantastic bounce off that volume. Not a bad look at all, Adara says. Of a fantastic couple of bounces off the volume weighted average price. You get that consolidation. You could have traded it as a range. It always held above VWAP, and boom, into $85 it goes. It's up a prohibitive amount on the day for an expensive name, up 42%. And looking to go more over here. So NEGG, if you don't mind these spready small cap gappers, this one certainly is one to keep an eye on.
I don't think so,
It's no trading permission. See, hold on. What does this say?
Yeah.
The instrument type. If you would like to update your trading permission, okay, there you go. Request it. Hit request.
Brother, I did. This is what comes up next, right?
Your account.
Yeah.
Can you click that again?
Yeah.
All right. What did it say, Joe?
Because this account is not, it's
Yeah,
not
see,
eligible
again,
to trade
we get
product from
crapped
it.
on
Yeah, so we can't
exactly.
even do that.
Well,
we can't even go directly to the underlying, man.
But we can do Coinbase, we
Yeah,
can
we
do a
can
bunch
go
of different
Square,
ones, right? Square, right?
Square, right? CoinSquare on that one. Get lit up on fees.
Yeah. I like how you just set that up there. I like that. I like that. Shout out to Joe.
Brutal. But yeah, see, we're not continuing this breakup. But as for oh man,
What,
Bitmine is crazy, brother. I can't believe this.
Good look, yeah.
It still might even be a good buy down here, Sharif. To be honest with you, hold of 30, but that's 20 or almost $20 off of that low right now. But I mean, this is insanity.
Can I
right
ask you
here.
a question though?
Yeah.
Do you not fear there could be bag holders there just waiting for any pop-up to sell into an oblivion? I'm not trying to scare you at all.
No.
That's just a genuine question I have when I see these sharp.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I think it's always in the back of my head if there could be that potential rug pull. If you hit a certain price target, then they just dump the stock. But at the end of the day, it's just like, okay, where's my risk profile? If it hits that level, then boom, I'm not going to dig too much into that. Whatever goes behind the screen, I can't really control that.
Fair enough.
I could just
and the
manage
price
what's going
action
on.
don't lie. Those are pretty aggressive days.
Right, and we're starting to get rounding right there, right? So a little rounded bottom on that one. So yeah, for me personally, it's just keep those risk measures in place. What happens on the other end of the screen, I have no control over. Really.
Fair, man. I respect that. Respect the hell out of that. Darth Trader, I love the name. PSA, have a backup plan. My power went out as soon as I punched long. Oh, goodness. On BMNR breakout, got lucky, and profits going straight to the generator fund.
Let's go.
That's a smart idea. And Joseph and I always talk about this. We were even telling the Katina man the other day, we're like, we don't even use wireless mouses or wireless keyboards, man. We use everything has to be wired and plugged in because you don't want to be in a position where your mouse dies, your keyboard dies, or whatever the hell.
And the app is like when I'm trading at home, my phone is right beside me just in case anything happens.
Smart,
I had the internet go out one time and I'm long something, and it's hitting targets, and I'm like, oh, I gotta get out. And then sure enough, I was lucky enough because I had to use my phone. So. Yeah.
All right, guys, let's have a look at what else is moving. It's the VVPR show. It seems like here for small cappers, at least for the moment. SMX has fallen off a cliff. VVPR giving you that consistent higher high, higher low. It's a 566 high, and it's getting quite extended away from the 10 EMA on the 5, so great look there. Be on the lookout for that one, giving you a good move up. Kelvin GTS, look at TTD rally. What are the chances of it wanting to fill the gap today? By the way, you boys think TQQQ hitting an M top, a double top. Okay, so I'll do the first one over here. So we'll have a look at TTD, and then your boy Joey Options will look at the future for you, TTD. Let's see if it's going to fill that gap. Oh, wow, we have a long way to go.
Yeah.
Hey, it's nice. Bounce off the bottom. You're at a $53 low. You're up into 55. You're at VWAP right now, so you could get some selling. Who knows? But you were basically selling off the 10 EMA all morning, and you're above the 10 EMA. You're above the 20. You get a cross as well from the 10 above the 20. You're still below the 50, though. Let's go to the daily. Yeah, I mean, there's quite a ways to go to fill that gap. I don't know if you fill it right away either. I don't know, man. This one might be destined for 50 to 45. I mean, look at this area low, right? That's from a few months ago. That's the tariff tantrum, right? And that's when we dropped down early April, made a $45 low, works its way back up to 90, substantially lower than where it was in the fall, though. My goodness, this thing was $140 in the fall in late November. So I don't know, man. I think we might 50, 45. It's a nice bounce back up now, but this is what the daily candle looks like, bounce or not. Like that 53 low, great, yeah, sure. But look where we are relative to the high. We're at 55. The high of the candle is 63, so we're about almost $10 off the high. I don't know, brother. I didn't think it was such a bad report, but you know we've seen this before. We've seen this with these smaller digital advertising names like Snapchat, etc. They just don't do as well as Meta and Google. Those seem to be, taking the bulwark of the money. And I've talked about this anecdotally many times. My friend is in the digital ad sales business. He's a little bit up there too, and he's been doing this now about 15 years, Joey. Oh. And I always ask him, I'm like, who's basically who's taking the bulwark of your advertising dollars? And it's almost always the same answer: Meta, Meta, and Meta. They don't even deal with Google anymore. They just want that on stream look. So yeah.
I mean, what was it, like 96% of Meta's revenue comes from digital ad sales?
99.
99.
Yeah,
Oh,
all but all but $1 billion. So I think it was a 46 print, and 45 came from you know what I mean? Like,
which is crazy. Yeah. So there you go. All right. Yeah. So let's break down the cues here for you. M pattern. Yeah. Sorry. It's looking like it here, guys. Again, anything can happen. Double top, it is giving that vibe. There's no questioning that. You can see a support level being formed right here. As soon as that's cracked, then maybe, you know what, you can head towards the volume weighted average price, and I think that'd be a good target here, considering the market does look double toppy-ish. But the thing is, though, for me, and I'll mention it, I mention it all the time, and I'll mention it again, you got to keep an eye out on what the big boys are doing. If Apple decides that it wants to continue on its trajectory, how's this thing at 228 right now? Oh my God. 229, that's crazy. Pathik, you were asking me, 225, I'm like, yeah, I don't know, that might be a little bit of a stretch. Well, there you go, you get an extra 3-point score. I know you were long Apple as well, too, so good luck there, guys. Gaurav was saying give him his money. Hopefully you locked in a little bit more on that because it is a really, really nice trade. There has been no form of any pullback on this underlying throughout this whole session. There's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 minute red, 7 5-minute red candles at most. So yeah, this is a major buy program, and you can see from a daily standpoint, this is a big time breakout there, guys. What a punch through those resistance zones. And this is what I'm talking about in the likes of Tesla. I haven't even looked at Tesla this week, to be honest. Maybe I traded it Monday. Take that back. But here it is. Okay, so that's a positive sign too, right? You have this price compression, you're breaking through this wedge, and now you're on the backside of this downtrend. Look for that to hold, and then maybe you can continue to the northeast. But right now, Tesla's looking pretty good. From an intraday standpoint, let's take a look at what it's got going on. Wow, did you see Tesla today, Sharif? A big time move from 329 to 330, and now it's holding VWAP. So watch out for some of these big mega cap names. We're breaking out, and some of the laggers are playing catch up now, Sharif.
Yeah, man, and look, there wasn't really that even good of a news on Tesla. It was just them canceling the Dojo supercomputer today, which could be cost savings because I know Elon was spending some money on that, obviously, in terms of technology as well as labor costs, having to hire the best people for the name. But like I was telling Breno this morning on the call, Joey, they asked him about it, and an analyst asked him about the Dojo supercomputer. He's like, you haven't said anything about it. Are you going to cancel this, or what's the situation? And he kind of...
Is that the one he put together and Jensen was shocked about it?
No, that's the Tennessee. That's the data center for XAI. Yeah, good point. No, the Dojo supercomputer was actually going to be built in Austin. It was specifically to train FSD off.
Oh,
right?
Okay.
And so, but he was taking a different path. He wasn't just stringing these GPUs together, these H100s and B200s. It was, I don't know what he was using, but he wasn't using NVIDIA's latest chips for that. Anyway, so he was asked on the call by an analyst about it, and he was like, yeah, we're gonna use it. It's moving ahead, but he seemed a little squirmy about the question. And so he, in typical Elon fashion, he's very direct when he wants to be, and when he's not direct, you kind of get the feeling.
Get the feeling.
Yeah. So I knew something was afoot. So when we saw the headline today, I was not surprised at all.
So is he squirmish when he talks about the Model 2?
Yes. He says they're building them.
Yeah, well, he said production.
Don't forget that.
Full production.
Yes, by the end of the year. He said they're already making them. Dude, people fly their drones over Tesla's facilities. And we haven't seen S. You know what I mean? So where is it at, Elon? I want to see it.
It's there.
I bet you anything is probably built off the robotaxi frame. You can't imagine them having multiple
just slap a
frames.
steering wheel on it.
There you go.
Right?
Right? And probably 4 doors. I don't think it would be 2-door.
No, I don't think it's. Yeah, you think it's gonna be 4? Yeah, I think maybe 4 doors.
I think it should be 4 doors, right? Like just more practical.
Maybe 2-door. Is there a 2-door?
There isn't, but perfect segue. So somebody actually takes the Model S and makes it into a convertible 2-door.
No.
Isn't that crazy? They convert it. It's like a California specialized maker. Let me see if I can find a picture of this thing. I don't know.
West Coast Customs.
Yeah. Gonna do this right now. Let me find if I can see the 2-door Model S. Let's find it here. Tesla.
Come on.
2-door Model S. Come on, where is it? I know Randy showed me this before. There is a company that actually does it. Is it this one? No. Where is it? Roadster. That's not it either.
Why is it on the? Is that the Roadster on Tesla?
One second. I know Randy. I think these are fake pictures. There it is. This is it. This is CNET as well, so this is legit. Somebody actually made this, Joseph. Where are the pictures of it? There we go. 7 more. Okay, this is pretty badass, dude.
Yeah,
I get that in a freaking heartbeat.
Hard.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Oh man, I bet you anything that probably cost up a fortune. Because think about that.
Ooh,
You gotta put the whole engine for the
battery.
everything for the top too, right? And you gotta cut that bad boy off. That's not bad at all.
That's a really good looker. Why doesn't he do something like that?
He's a weirdo. I love him. And this is the old one too, because you can tell it's still the portrait screen.
I think that would be fantastic. A 2-door coupe.
Absolutely.
With a drop top.
I don't know why. Yeah, it's just because it probably won't move the needle.
Yeah.
Anyway, I had a
definitely wouldn't.
convertible.
It definitely wouldn't. Yeah.
It takes forever to sell a convertible, Joseph. Forever.
You're telling
so
me.
I
Longer
think
than the Jag?
hell of a lot longer.
Yeah.
Hell of a lot.
I only like hard tops anyways. I don't like soft tops.
Can I tell you, I had the soft top.
Yeah, you had the soft.
And let me, they
Like
insulate that bad boy to the point where you just don't even feel the difference anymore. So like noise-wise, everything, right? Can you look to see where would be the next resistance on NEG, please? I'm thinking of shorting at 90. Shout out to you, my man. All right, shout out to 2 New York cents. We're gonna look at NEG firm over here in one hot second. Just let me bring it in.
Get involved in some Tesla long here too, or what? We got a little cash.
Assassino, let's show what we got over here. So here's the chart. This is the 5-minute on NEG. Let's flip though to the daily. See what you're talking about. Oh my God. Look at this, Joseph. This is NEG. That's the look how many times I put in the ticker, because that's how many times it would show up on my scanner. Every time it shows up on my scanner, I'm throwing in the ticker. So this thing's been going for a minute. Brother, I don't know if you should be shorting this. Clearly it's coming from, a lot higher, but that was in 22. I don't know, $90. What are you seeing here at 90? Let's throw in a level there so we can kind of see where 90 is. Is it interacting? Ah, I see what you're seeing. Are you talking about this area over here? So previous area of support, you're looking for it to act as resistance. Yeah, I see what you're saying. I mean, I don't know. I'm just not going to advise you to short these like very strong names. I don't typically short them unless they're below VWAP. And I got to be honest with you, I haven't shorted small cap gappers since late 22, early 23. I felt that was really the best time. They would always pop up and then mean revert. They almost never went. But that hasn't been the case lately. Like they go, right? They continually go. So I don't know, brother, but
ours on the Amex, eh?
Go for it. Oh yeah, I knew it's on the Amex.
Yeah.
Gary retired $1.99. Thank you, Gary, for the super chat. He asks, CGC, how do the charts look? Time for a breakout? Let's look at Canopy. Let's weasel on over here to CGC and see what it's up to at the moment. CGC. This is the 5-minute on CGC, so we're a little bit off the highs. We're generally holding VWAP, though. $1.25 does seem to have support. What I'd say, Gary, if we clear this $1.32, you might get a squeeze into the highs. Now, you never really know, right?
Brother, sorry to interrupt you. Apple
yeah.
is squeezing, my brother.
All right.
Man.
It's going to go to 230, eh?
Yeah, it's going there. It's already touched it, man.
All right.
Big time move. Let's pull up the chain here, guys.
Should we
get
sell?
serious about it.
Should we sell? We're at $30 off the top.
No.
We just moved $30 in 3 days.
Yeah. I mean, that's not a bad sell.
Did we not?
Yeah.
Weren't we? Ram, thank you. Oh my God, Ram, keep it, like, distribute it. Yeah, thank you, Ram, because we're not getting anything. Yes, it's bouncing a little bit off that computer and blowing, so leave it. It's good. Thank you, Ram, you're so good. Let's look a little bit more over here, Joey, for CGC.
Oh, sorry. You're saying the 3 days here. So yeah, 25. But you're at 205 there, 206 roughly, and then now you're trading at 230. It's not a bad sell.
3 days?
Yeah, in 3 days, right? So, but I mean, at this point, if you're going to continue on this path, Sharif, I think it's going to make that move where it goes and tests some of these key pivot levels. 220, we have already passed that, and then 251, and then you got that next level at 260. I would continue to hold this. You can obviously trim a little bit, but if you're going to break through the resistance with volume like that, I would most definitely hold on to that one.
I'm not going to sell it.
Yeah, no, don't. Yeah, don't.
This is going to be like, this is the long term. It's not even a swing.
Because what happens, like we talked about, what if they just decide to go with the Perplexity deal?
That'd be great. Again, I don't know, man. Maybe I'm just stupid, probably the case. But the fact of the matter is, I don't think they need to be a deliverer of AI. I think that they can be the platform off which AI functions. You know what I mean? Like, and you know what?
That's fair. That's fair, right? I think that's very.
They're building data centers. Remember that $100 billion they're going to spend on that Texas data center. That, you know, so it's not like they don't have, but I just don't think that they need to have the best AI. I'd like Siri to be a little bit better.
Yeah.
If I tell Siri, look up something for me, it shouldn't be that complicated. I should be able to speak to Siri in natural English without it getting confused.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree on you.
So
but you don't want to have
right?
that. Yeah, so you want essentially Siri to become agentic is what you're getting.
I don't even need it to become agentic.
But if it did, that's a big
be
time
even
bonus.
better.
That's bonus,
It'd be
right? That's
way
a big
better,
time
of
bonus.
course.
So.
Right, give it like Brendo has got a bunch of different agents. He's using the agent on the agent LLM off chat, and he has like this entire process that he has the agents get for him every day. A lot of it has to do with the news stories. It organizes it for him in a certain way. Every morning he's running those bad boys, and he goes over it, and it doesn't hallucinate all that much.
That's good. That's
yeah.
good. I think that's the benefit of Perplexity, though. When I started using, shout out to Wayne for getting on that. It's just it goes through a bunch of different sources, right?
I love that.
Which is, I think, really
gives you
important.
good.
So.
All right, what do you got, Joey?
Yeah, we're long TSLL. And we're long Ethereum. This thing is not working out how we want, but we're going to just continuously hold this one. What is Tesla up to? Yeah, that's starting to move higher. That's a pretty good look right here. You can see that we're starting to punch in TSLL as we're bouncing off the volume weighted average price. So it's either we're going to go for that high of the day or we're going to reject it. I want to see us form, like I just mentioned, but even so, we're going to get on that path of moving towards that specific level, then I think there's a trade to be had here, right? So just keep that in mind. We'll put it on the 3-minute. Even if it does establish a new lower high, then that's okay. We take some off. Once the price starts to turn around, then we just get out of the trade. But if the momentum picks up, and you can see the volume profile pick up as well too, if that continues and you want to make that push to a new all-time high, considering that Apple's breaking out, now you have Tesla on the backside of that trend, I really like this for a potential move. But other than that, Sharif, I'm sitting in this. Ether is just chopping around. But the longer chops, I think the better it might be in my case, considering that we have done this liquidity grab. One thing to note is that we are forming those lower highs on this 5-minute print here. So just keep that, just obviously continue to observe that. And then you have that support level that essentially we're basing that trade off of there.
Oh, all right. We've got a couple of super chats. Let's go over these. Let me just load up my chart so I can go over these for you. First one, that's what happens whenever Joe buys an iPhone. Hey,
yeah, exactly, man.
There you go, Joe. You brought the good luck, baby. Oh, my bad, Assassino. I'm sorry. Thank you for the $2.79 Canadian super chat. That's why I hit that. The Dan Zone, $1.99 super chat. Shout out to you, my man. Got Apple long at 202. Expires October. Thanks to y'all. Shout out to you, my man. I hope you're printing up multiple storms. You didn't say what you got calls. I'm assuming those are 202 calls?
Yeah,
sure, 202 calls, right? So that's a good look there. Fantastic. The Dan Zone, hope you print up several storms on that side of the screen. All right, let's move back to VVPR because this one's pulling into the 10 EMA and it might be time to go long on this one. Oh boy. Oh boy. All right, timeout. You got a 24-hour timeout there, buddy. You can't spam the chat. All right, let's look at VVPR over here. See what this one's doing. Pulling into the 10 EMA, as I mentioned, 542. It's got a 3-candle pullback on the 5. This is a nice area, though, this 540 area, because that was the breakout area before. We ranged into this area, but it's losing it pretty quick over here. Let's see how deep we get. I might be punching long here on VVPR awfully soon, but I should probably punch out a BTAI, though, because it's 5 pennies out of the money, and it feels like it's going to flat bottom break. But I think I do have my stop right below that 20-penny area. Just want to confirm that. Yes, I do. So if it does break down below 20s, we're safe there. So let's focus now on VVPR as it comes back down. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to get long here, Joey, and I'm going to give it to the 20-penny area. And it's already not letting me in, true to form. Good look, good luck. Yeah, again, no worries, no worries. Take your time, VVPR, and it bounces up all the way. So we're not going to get into this one. So that's the look. We'll keep an eye on HL as well. HL looking real good. Pull that up on a trading screen. All right. Go to the trade on that. There we go. HL looking to take out high 766. It just got into that high. Printing 65s now. This has been quite strong off that 10 EMA. So be on the lookout for that. HL could be taking out, you know, that 7 3/4, maybe even $8 by the end of the day. So be looking out for that. Joey.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look at what we got going on. I got to pull something up for us. All right, yeah, so let me know when we're ready. Okay, cool. So, yeah, all right, guys, what do we got cooking up? Bitmine continuing to climb higher, looking like it wants to take out this previous short signal. Good thing we did not get that short. You had to order those here, request the locates for the BMNR short. Essentially what you want to play is the break of this low of the candle, and it never happened, and now we're starting to move to the top side. I think there's going to be a lot of opportunity to get involved in this name. You can see that we're starting to curl over. Price is really starting to expand as well too, guys. So we open up at $40, and now we're trading up to $50. That's a big time move today, so shout out to Bitmine. Essentially what Tom Lee has planned for this is what MicroStrategy's got going on. So the appreciation of Ether, and then the yield and the price of owning the stock as well too. All right, guys, VinFast delivered over 35,800 EVs in Q2 of 2025, making a 172% jump from last year. That brings the first half total to more than 72,000 EVs, up more than 220% year over year. With stronger sales usually in the second half, they're on pace to easily double 2024's 97,000 units. They're also crushing it on two-wheelers with nearly 70,000 e-scooters and bikes sold in Q2, up 432% from a year ago. And with gas-powered two-wheelers being phased out in Hanoi and Ho Chi Minh City by 2026, the growth potential looks huge. You can find them on the NASDAQ under ticker VFS. Thank you very much for that. What was I about to do? Yeah, so that's BMNR just continuing on an amazing trajectory. It's broken. Okay, so there you go, guys. You break through that high, you're going to continue that topside move. Let's go Ethereum. Oh my days, I can't believe how much I'm actually just baffled, because I was thinking about buying some the other day, but I'm just fully into what I got going on with ETHA right now, and we're sitting pretty good in it, but I would have liked to get more. Again, I'm just like 100% BP into this for the foreseeable future, especially if it's going to continue on this path. If I get any indecision signals, then I'll hop out, and then I'll look to grab some Bitmine. But there it is, 21% on the day, and still climbing, punching through that short signal. Man, what a big time move that we're experiencing there. Tesla, no good. I just kind of took a shot on that for fun. It's not working out for us, but if we break and hold this key level, you can see the weakness on the tape pickup as well. So just keep that in mind, guys. If it breaks and holds this support system, then I'm just gonna hop out of that trade and just not even trade Tesla anymore, because my accuracy on it is just horrendous. When I tell you, just from documenting, obviously journaling, you know what tickers you're good at trading and what tickers you're not. Tesla, in my opinion, is not in play for me, and I'm horrible at trading it. So there you go. I'm all out of it, nor am I going to be looking at this name for the rest of the day. My focus is going to be on ETHA. That's all I care about right now is Ether, and Ether, just churning shares throughout the session. So yeah, this has been pretty good. We did take a loss, small loss right there. We took a little bit more profit. We did get stopped out of the 50% remaining. This is where we started this secondary position right here. Boom. We add, and then we continuously add a little more. And then this was our add in the initial long right here. And then sure enough, it's just a free roll method, and then we get stopped out at the break there, and took about a couple penny loss on that one. So not too bad, but other than this was most definitely the trade of the day, and something that I'm kind of happy that I took, considering that I game planned for it last night, was manifesting this morning on how I'm going to execute while I was at the gym, riding the bike to the office this morning. And yeah, so that's just kind of what I do. So just continuously think how I'm going to execute, especially if I run my scans, and then sure enough, you have those A+ setups, you have to try to take advantage of those. Why do we go? Oh yeah, the playmaker. Because we got other things. It was Trump turmoil that we had going on. Tariff turmoil. Sorry. So we were just busy with other things. We're doing the news now as well too. But I'm glad that you remembered it. Here it is, ETHA, boom, boom, boom. And then now we're starting to pull back in. It's stuck in this consolidation. I'm going to hold on to this until it heads back towards that low, or it breaks and holds the VWAP. And for me, it's just going to be like, all right, that's it. We're going to lock in our profits in the day and then just go super small on some other names if this trend continuation doesn't want to occur. But now we're at $230.32 on Apple, and it doesn't seem that it wants to stop. I'm surprised that it's not dragging the Qs up more too as well, Shreve.
All right, let's start the news, guys. We're going to start by talking about the let's start the news, guys. We're going to start by talking about the trade desk and that big, how much is it down now? Plunge on the day. We're down about, 37.5%. Not a good look. Why did that happen? Well, Q2 revenue did rise about 19% year over year, up to $573 million, but the growth slowed substantially, down from 26% in Q2 of last year in 2024, and it also dropped quarter over quarter from Q1 of this year to Q2, which is what they're reporting. It actually grew 25% in Q1. They're saying that the demand for connected TV advertising service weakened as these tightened their budgets amid economic uncertainty. And brands in key categories like auto, consumer packaged goods, they all saw heightened volatility in Q2. Their rising costs also didn't help matters. Their operating expenses jumped about 18% year over year on the quarter, pressuring the margins. And their Q3 revenue guidance was roughly in line. 717 million is what they were projecting, but even being in line, that kind of failed to excite investors. And then we saw basically what happened. Rivals like Roku, Pubmatic, and Magnite all may actually capture these incremental budgets from as trade desk, struggles with slowing growth. So we'll have to keep an eye out on that, Joey. Not a good report from Trade Desk.
No, not whatsoever, guys. And as we look at this name from a technical standpoint, you can see where we closed on the session yesterday, around 87, 86, and then you take this massive gap down. So that's approximately 36% from that yesterday's close to where we're currently trading at right now. So that is not a good look. But with that being said, is what you want to kind of keep an eye out on, and on today's expiration cycle, you can see that the volume in the OI is relatively cool. So there's nothing substantial other than that we have, 12,000 at this 56 level, and then 22,000 at that 55 level. So if you look at it from this perspective, if we're going to trade south of 55, so that's that at the money, what can happen is that now that those contracts are going to expire OTM, and you just collect the full premium. So 55 yesterday was worth substantially more before the report, and considering that's where the concentration is and where we're seeing all the open interest, for me, I think that the market's going to want to look to push it below that specific level and allow those contracts to expire worthless there, Shree.
What's your look, Adira, on Trade Desk? It was a big drop down here, 37.5%.
It's a nasty chart. It's coming into earnings day VWAP right now. Let's see how it behaves. I think lately what we've seen is a lot of these names that have sold off in earnings day one, cough, cough, Crocs. Oh, sorry. A lot of these names that sold off in earnings day one, so like, your friends Crocs and there's Fortinet, they're rejecting the earnings day VWAP when they retest it. TTD is right now just heading into earnings day VWAP. I would like to see what it does. I suspect it will retest because that's been the pattern, but it'll reject it, but we're gonna have to wait and find out what happens. In terms of the actual fundamentals here, this is like a name that I really don't understand why it was added to the index. I'm gonna be 100% honest. I was very flummoxed by that decision. And I think also the fact that it was added over Apple Oven, which is kind of in a similar space. And Apple Oven's been up for addition. It's like over $100 billion market cap, and it's not in the SPY, and it's eligible. What are you doing? That rant's besides the point. I think there's clearly, as we mentioned, a couple winners in the ad space. One of them is not TTD. Weird look, bad look for your first earnings report after joining the SPY. I'm going to give this one a thumbs down.
All right, let's go on to Tesla. Pete Bannon, he's the VP of Hardware Design Engineering, is leaving Tesla after joining from Apple back in 2016. He did actually lead the development of Tesla's Dojo supercomputer, and he actually reported directly to Elon Musk, so there was a direct line of communication. Bloomberg now reporting Musk ordered that the Dojo team be shut down and have their engineers reassigned to other projects. You'll recall that Dojo was central to Musk's vision of Tesla as an AI and robotics powerhouse beyond just the EV game. Everything good?
Well, I froze. Yeah, my computer froze. I just have to reset.
Hell?
Yeah,
Are you in a position?
Yeah.
You good though?
No, I'm okay. Yeah, I'm just going. Well, restarts. I'm going to the washroom.
Okay, yeah. Okay. Sorry, yeah. So it was central to their vision for AI and robotics. Built to process massive vehicle data. That's really what it was there for. AI training to improve driver assistance as well as FSD autopilot and enable robotaxi capabilities. But he's kind of chosen to really focus more on XAI and building out that data center. So Musk says Tesla's focus is on real-world AI for cars and robots, while XAI kind of develops that super intelligent software. Some engineers actually declined Tesla's roles to work on AGI, prompting Musk to form XAI. And here are some of the people who left as well. Milan Kovac, he was head of the Optimus robotics engineering. David Lau as well. Omid Ashfar, I think he's former chief of staff, and he left a prominent role at Dare. I think you were telling me about this Omid guy. Wasn't he Elon's confidant or something like that? Yeah, so Joey's not here, so you're up. Yeah.
The taco thing. So Tesla. Here's the thing. These guys keep leaving. And the thing as well, Sharif, that I want to mention.
Adara.
I'm pressing it.
Oh, boy.
So, yeah, sorry about that.
Okay, you're good. It's the software.
I want to mention as well here with TSLA, you mentioned that Pete Bannon directly reported to Elon Musk. I've noticed a lot of the people who work for Elon Musk seem to directly report to him. I think it's pretty cool. You know what I mean? Like, I like that he has that direct line of communications. Right now, though, I guess Pete Bannon will no longer be directly reporting to him because he's left the company. But I also think the fact that apparently, like I was reading, roughly 20 employees or more, according to the same Bloomberg report, have left Tesla for that density AI, also started by an individual who, or I guess some Tesla executives. So the fact that former Tesla members are, I guess, leaving the company for startups run by other former Tesla members, really weird. There's some kind of purging that's happening within the company. I think Elon maybe, needs to just sit down and be like, hey, guys, how can we get people, coming back or returning instead of just this kind of weird exodus we've had. Tesla does. That pun worked better in my head. But either way, this exodus of Tesla employees is kind of weird and seems not inflicted by Elon or Tesla either. It seems like most of them seem to be leaving of their own will. So that is interesting. And I want to know what they do now with this revamped Dojo supercomputer unit, because apparently some people have been reassigned.
Ops on an EPS miss. They printed about 33 pennies per share. The street was looking for 35, so miss on the bottom line. Revenue came in at $998 million. They did beat on the top line because the street was looking for $975 million. And sales grew also 17% year over year, and net income rose to $38.7 million. Compare that to last year when they took home about a little less than $9 million, $8.9 million. They guided for Q3 their revenue $1.03 billion up to 1.05, which was above the consensus estimate of 1.25 billion. And they had good growth for their users, about 578 million now global monthly active users, topping the 574 expected by the street. And you love to see this highlight here in the green, where Gen Z or Z now actually makes up over half their user base. And I'll get to why that's important in a second. Their profitability continues to grow. Not bad here. EBITDA came in, Q2 EBITDA came in at 251 ahead of the 233 million expected, but there are advertising headwinds. So the CFO, Julia Donnelly, she noted lingering ad spend caution due to tariffs and market uncertainty, and some Asian-based e-commerce retailers, right? Remember the de minimis rule that Donald closed that is hurting Temu and Shein? So all those imports coming at $800 and under were tariff-free. That's over, right? So some of these Asia-based e-commerce retailers out of China cut their U.S. spend after the closure of that de minimis rule exception. So that kind of hurt things a little bit for them. But what I specifically liked about Pins is their use of AI. And we didn't really hear much about that from the company yesterday, but I was listening, or was actually reading another analyst report on it. And she was basically saying, that they've got this AI feature that's sort of like image detection, right? So say you like a piece of clothing, maybe it's a bit more expensive than you're willing to spend. You take a picture of it, it shows you all these other alternatives that you could get for a much lesser price or even more expensive. So you can kind of goes both both ways there if you're looking for a higher end version. So I do like that. I do like their use of AI, Joey, especially how they're targeting a lot of the younger audience. Let me know if you're ready, or we can go to Adara if you want.
I still have to load everything
Sure.
back up.
Adara, what's your look on pins over here with that EPS miss? But there was a lot. There was some good in this report.
Yeah, I think there are some good things in that report. I didn't realize the extent to which they used AI, so that could be interesting. I am actually proud to say that I am one of their users now. I downloaded the app earlier this month. It's cool. I do like the clothing aspect, which I know you mentioned as well. I think that way of doing things is pretty interesting. But yeah, we're going to have to wait and see what happens there. There was that warning from the CFO in the report. So I think next quarter, the quarter after, could be interesting. There's a lot of businesses that you wouldn't expect there to be seasonality in. And we talked about this yesterday as well with purchasing Pelotons. I would not expect Pinterest to have seasonality. And yet, like, you know, we're guiding certain things for the later half of the year, right? So it's always interesting. I mean, the people who are making these decisions, the CFOs, CEOs, they obviously know better than us. All we can do is kind of speculate. Regardless, long story short, Pinterest actually looks like it's probably going to curl a little bit back down here. This stock has been super choppy since the report. I think day 2 maybe could be for a better trade, but day 1, it would be really hard to expect this to be a long just based on the pre-market action.
Joseph's still dealing with his computer. It's just you and I now. Adara, Block surges on raised full year outlook. Guys, great report here for Block. There were a couple of concerning areas, but overall not bad. The first concerning area is they missed on earnings per share. They printed 62. The street wanted 69 on revenue. Again, missing on the top and bottom line of 6.05 billion. That was their print. The street wanted 6.31. But it was one of those cases where they said to the street, hey, we missed here, but trust us, bro. We got it next quarter, and I kind of don't like that. We'll get to the guide in a second, but here's where here are the different financial segments with gross profit about 2.54 billion, which is a 14% bump year over year and beating consensus estimate. Likewise, with their gross purchasing volume, 64.25 billion at 10% bump year over year, and their cash app GBPV up to 2.37 billion. Net income coming in quite a bit higher than it was last year. They took home more than $500 million of profit, or about 87 pennies per share. Compare that to last year on the quarter where they took home less than $200 million, or about 31 pennies per share. So a marked increase in that profitability, expansion of margins or controlling of cost. You can make your own deductions there. But the guidance is really where I say, trust me, bro, because that's kind of what it feels like with this one. Full year gross profit outlook raised to 10.17 billion, up from the 9.96 prior, and a 14% bump year over year if they can actually hit that. With full year adjusted operating income coming in at 2.03 billion, which denotes a 20% margin. Not bad, but not great. It should be a little bit higher given the segment. And Q3 guidance for profit, they're guiding about a 16% bump in that take-home money, with about $2.6 billion in operating margin, which is 18%, which is I don't think it's great. Anyway, they do have a competitive headwind here, so they do face rising competition from both Toast and Fireserve's Clover, but Square gained share in retail and food and beverage. So nice to see they're expanding their moat away from the traditional areas of retail. Adara, what's your look here on Square?
So my concern with XYZ is less the fact that they actually missed and more the fact that it's down 2% year over year for the revenue. That's kind of rough. I think the whole trust me, bro thing, that's fully how I felt when I read this report. I'm like, why is it up? And I guess the market agreed with us, Sharif, because we get this pre-market rounded top and then what you would call a huadung. We are at low of days. The market seems to be kind of, rounding this off to the downside. I don't know. I think this space is really, really crowded. We talk about there's a lot of different payment names. Some of them might have overlap. Truthfully, it's a space I need to understand the nuances of more. But yeah, I mean, XYZ, the stock looks bad. The numbers look bad. I mean, you can guide whatever you want, but I'd be more impressed if they guided low and beat than if they give us this like 14% year over year increase when you actually had a year over year decrease this quarter. I will leave you with a fun fact about Jack Dorsey. He's actually randomly name dropped in a Kendrick Lamar song on his new album. And I always smile when I think about the random Square Jack Dorsey reference there. Back to you.
All right, let's go on to Twilio. They dropped despite a strong second quarter where revenue increased 13% year over year. Compare that to Q1 of this year when it was only 12. So nice to see a growth quarter over quarter, as well as beating the consensus estimate here by about 3.4%. They did provide above guidance, above consensus Q3 guidance. not for revenue, and they have 4 consecutive quarters now that growth has actually accelerated, with full year revenue over the past 12 months increasing about 9.25%. Why did it sell off? Well, it could be gross margins, which fell for the 5th straight quarter. It's now down 60 basis points quarter over quarter. That's not something that you want to see drop, as it denotes margin compression. They also implied that they're going to have a weaker second half of 2025 when it comes to their operating margins, as they're going to invest more in research and development. They're ramping that up, apparently in voice, RCS, and AI products. So maybe short-term margin compression headwinds here for Twilio, but you got to like that they're investing where they may see dividends. Analyst reactions here were kind of were interesting. Goldman Sachs, they have it as a buy and $145 price target. They see compelling risk to reward ratio at the current price, with long-term double-digit growth potential. Wolf, for their part, they also raised the price target up from 140 to 155, citing Signal conference momentum. I'm not sure what Signal is. And JMP Securities, they have it as a market outperform with a $165 price target. They have these new features here that I don't know too much about because I don't use their platform, but it seems to be interesting analysts and investors, Adara, even though it sold off quite aggressively.
I just looked it up, Sharif. So Signal is their conference that they have every year. So that's what Signal is. Because I was wondering, I just looked up, I didn't even realize what they did. For some reason, I thought they did gaming. Though I might have been combining the fact their logo kind of reminds me of EA's logo, and their ticker is almost Take-Two. So I think I married a whole bunch of companies in my head. Regardless, Twilio, Sharif, I think the biggest thing I noticed here, I don't have much to say, but the fact that Goldman Sachs, Wolf Research, JMP, all these price targets are well above where we're currently trading. Analysts seem to think, regardless of this report, that this thing can rocket higher. Right now, I'm going to trust them because I don't think I understand the business well enough to comment further.
Sentiment as well, Adair. Let's talk about Under Armour. They plunge on a weak forecast and what they're calling tariff concerns. So they dropped, I don't know where they're at right now, but in the pre-market, they were down about 13%. They've added to that substantially. They're down now 21 1/3. Warning of a sharp profit drop in Q3 due to tariff impacts. They also, second set of data shows that, okay, well, what the hell is this? Sorry, let's talk about their earnings. So adjusted EPS came in at 2 pennies versus the 3 that the street was looking for. Revenue was $1.13 billion, down 4% year over year on reported currency neutral basis. North American revenue fell 5% year over year, and international revenue also dropped 1%. Doesn't look like they're growing anywhere. So by region, 10% up in EMEA. Asia Pacific saw a 10% decline. Latin America saw a 15% decline. By channel, so for example, their wholesale revenue, where you sell to, Dick's Sporting Goods, Foot Locker, that was a 5% drop year over year. Their direct to consumer as well saw a 3% drop year over year. E-commerce down 12% year over year. The only thing that grew was their own stores, the Under Armour stores, which grew at a measly 1%. Very, very few things to say good so far about this report. Let's talk about their different segments. Apparel revenue down 1%. Footwear, down 14%. Their accessories, the only thing here that actually grew, and the smallest of all three, up 8%, up to $100 million there. Their outlook, the Q3 outlook, they do expect to decline 6 to 7% for revenue in Q3. They're talking also their EPS guidance for Q3. They're guiding a penny to 2 pennies versus a 12-penny consensus estimate. They're saying supply chain headwinds, Joey, and tariff impacts, but they didn't really elaborate on that.
No, I don't think that's going to be the case here in Under Armour, Sharif. If you want to talk about dying brands, I think that's something along those lines. I remember when during my prime in hockey, it was Under Armour, right? Because they came in with that first what do you call it, with the tights and everything, kind of just that protective, that sweatwear that you're wearing under your whatever equipment it was. But it's just a rotation from a brand, in my opinion. It phased out. There was something new, there was something hotter, and there was something better. And you can most definitely see that displayed in Under Armour's price section with that massive gap down. And Sharif, they're getting into the drink business. I don't know if you've ever seen the Under Armour drinks, but that's what they're leading towards. And for me personally, it's that cyclical effect of what we see in some of these sporting goods. Under Armour is unfortunately a victim of that.
Yeah, it's not a good look at there. Do you have any Under Armour stuff?
I own anything from the company that I can think of off the top of my head. This chart does not offer a lot of enthusiasm for me to, trade this or buy any products from the company. Like that area just below $5 has been nice support. If it can hold there, then that's good. If not, I would look out below. Yeah, I think the fact they're expecting that revenue decline, not a good look. Like sometimes you don't understand how the market reacts to reports. In this case, it fully makes sense you'd gap down on this report. That's all I have to say. And in terms of like this, I wouldn't even really say that UAA has been much of a mainstay. I can't even think of like the last time I've seen anyone wearing this. I don't see their logo a lot. Kind of a rough look.
I have a bunch of Under Armour stuff for the gym, and I like it. But they have a couple of lines. They have a basketball line, and they have The Rock as well. The Rock, I don't know if they still have that brand partnership with him, but they had a lot of the Rock's different clothing. Fantastic, I want to say, quality for a lot of them. But what I'm seeing at the gym is a lot less people are actually wearing it. And I think you brought this point up, Joseph, where you said, there's a shift to these online sort of, or these direct-to-consumer style, like you mentioned Gymshark, right?
Yeah,
as one of them. There's also others, of course, and so I'm seeing
the likes of Aloe
as well, Lululemon. Maybe Lulu's fallen a little bit out of favor lately because of the price and whatever, but I'm seeing a lot less people wear it at the gym. I personally happen to like the quality, but it's not in favor with people.
As for the quality, Sharif, I've had the same actual long sleeve shirt for probably about a decade now. I used to wear boxing and everything along those lines. I love it. It's great. It's lasted me. I played hockey with it. I fought in it. There's been blood in it. Yeah, no, but in all seriousness, it's good quality. It's just the rotation. You don't see Under Armour advertising on Snapchat. Me personally, I don't know what you see on TikTok or Instagram or anything along those lines. But for me, it was Gymshark, Aloe, not even Nike anymore. You would see some Adidas, but for me, it's just a dying brand, and you can see that reflected, especially in its earnings report here.
Yeah, and I don't want to say, selling at Costco doesn't make you good or anything like that, but the Jameson says we can get UA at Costco in the U.S. I think that might actually be possible as well here. I think I've seen some Under Armour, not 100% sure, but yeah, you guys are making a good point. Charles Trader 1111 says Fabletics. Fabletics is quite a bit cheaper. I see it as like, I don't want to say a premium brand, but good quality, but not high price. So that's what my experience has been with that. Let's go on to Novo Nordisk. Surges after rival Lilly's weight loss pill disappoints. I feel like we just talked about this for Novo. So anyway, here's what happened. So late stage study had about 12.5% average weight loss over 7 weeks versus the placebo group. Analysts were looking for more, though. They wanted it to either beat Wegovy's 14.9% weight loss, which was a study done back in 2021, lasted about 68 weeks, and certainly showed better results there. The pill that didn't do that well for them is called orforglipron. It was pitched as a cheaper once-a-day pill alternative to obesity injections, and did have a high dropout rate. It was not well tolerated, it seems, by the study group. A lot of people were complaining of gastrointestinal issues. It had a 25% dropout rate versus the average, versus the placebo group, which had about a 30% dropout rate, which flags as potentially unusual, says Mizuho. The competitive landscape for this, though, is getting quite substantial. So the obesity drug market is actually projected to hit $150 billion in 2026. Current leaders are obviously Lilly's Zepbound and Novo Nordisk's Wegovy. Lilly's weaker than expected results give kind of Novo maybe a short-term edge. We'll have to see how that all works out. But Novo's got a good pipeline here. So there's a June trial for their experimental drug called CagriSema, which showed 23% weight loss in overweight obese adults. The overweight patients, Joseph, with type 2 diabetes lost about 16% of their body weight, and the results significantly outperformed Lilly's latest pill trial. So you see Novo kind of bouncing on that news.
Yeah, that's good news there. That's good news for sure. And you're also seeing the cheap alternatives in the likes of HIMS and HERS. They have that weight loss pill as well, too. But yeah, as for Novo, if you take a look at this name from a technical standpoint, It's a really, really, really tough look here. So you can see that downtrend, and then we were going over names that have been in this consistent downtrend. And in order to get involved, yeah, you can start to build positions around the lows, but until you snap the backside of this trend, for me personally, it's not a buy. If it does break, then maybe you'll get the continuation, but for right now, it's not looking too good considering that previous gap down. But from a percentage metric, zoom in here and see and take a look. Let me get rid of this. And then we're going to see how much we're down from this previous peak. And that's not going to be good whatsoever. 65%. All right. So a high of around $148, and then you're trading around $58 right now. But for the options chain, I wanted to see what kind of activity we had around that $67 strike price, and there isn't much. So all of those have expired, but there's other things that we can keep an eye out on. So now we want to go towards the lows around 43 roughly to see if there's a base and why we're bouncing off those specific areas. And there's nothing that grabs my attention. But one thing you do want to keep an eye out for is this concentration of OI between these two strikes. So it's either we're going to trade below these so they expire worthless, or you can get that gamma squeeze type effect where these are now caught offside. And what happens after that, you get the rollover to the next cycle to make sure, or to see if price and if they have enough, if there's enough liquid or not enough demand, for the underlying asset, where they can continuously shell shares and then push price lower below those specific concentrations right here around 50 and 51 Sharif.
Adira, this is a segment that you cover often and have a keen eye on. What's your insight here?
Yeah, I mean, I think we mentioned it this morning on the morning show. I did have a trade on Lily. It was a nice little short this morning. Right now, though, I do want to mention a couple quick news stories. For one, JP Morgan dropped. I don't have news on it, but it did drop violently like a couple minutes ago. I don't have anything on it. I just want to let you guys know that happened. MSOS, though, there is some news. Senator Rand Paul reportedly working to reach a compromise on some hemp THC product laws with Senator Mitch McConnell and some House lawmakers. That's being reported by our good friend Marijuana Moment. Now, in terms of Novo Nordisk, Sharif, I'm going to focus entirely on the CagriSema aspect of this. So CagriSema, it's funny, it's really funny that this kind of being framed as, oh, well, CagriSema performed better than what we saw here with Lilly's drug, because when those trial results initially came out for CagriSema, Novo tanked. The stock hated it because that 22.7%, that was actually lower than the 25% that the market wanted. Then the second trial, we got that roughly 16% number, obviously still lower. So I find it amusing how the market reacts to things like, oh, it's better than CagriSema. Yeah, but Wall Street, you didn't like the CagriSema results either. So make up your mind. I mean,
I think it might be shifting expectations, Adira, because they were expecting the same type of results for the oral pill as they were for the injections, and that didn't come to fruition. So you have to like drop your expectations a bit. You know what I mean?
You're right. That makes sense too. It's just funny to me that Novo was initially popping higher on this. But I mean, it is what it is. The market has a fickle memory. I unfortunately do not, so I get a little annoyed about these things. I just wanted to rant about CagriSema for a bit. And yeah, Eli Lilly was on watch for me. I'll probably talk about that trade during the market recap.
Love it.
It's a good time.
All right, sounds good, Adira. Thank you for that. We'll look forward to that review.
Oh, wow.
Shout out to Adira and her Lily short. Joey, you want to cover something?
Yeah. Let's talk about what we got going on here right now in Ether. I would have added significantly earlier, but this is computer shutdown realm. So this is why we got back in this name. I mentioned that I was looking for the continuation in the strength, considering what we've seen out of those opening drives. So I'm like, okay, let's see how we can take advantage of this previous pivot high on the actual underlying asset. That's Ether. And then there we go. That's why I took multiple attempts on this name. It was just conviction behind the setup. Am I in anywhere the amount of the size that I want? No, but I have shares in on the right trade, and I have to be accepting of that. So there it is. Another ad there on Ether. So boom, boom. We add again. Computer shutdown here, Sharif. We add a little bit more, and then sure enough, boom. As soon as that volume, as soon as I seen this candle right here, I would have been adding, so my price would have been a little bit better, but I won't complain about this. It's slightly impulsive, but I'm like, okay, we're heading towards that previous high of the day. Let's see if we can make that move towards it, all right? So that's that Ether trade. Again, that was the attempt. This is the attempt that I was thinking that we're going to break this pivot, but it wasn't the case. We were fortunate enough to get some off. We took another stab at it at the hold of some key support levels, and we lost. But other than that, we've just been churning shares on Ethereum all day, Sharif.
Sounds good, man. Yeah. Tempest AI popped on a strong Q2 revenue and narrowed its losses. So let's look at what it's doing on the day. Tempest AI, TEM. Where are we at? 3 1/3. Okay, so we're certainly off the highs in the pre-market because we were up over 7% on upbeat Q2 results. The stock's actually gained, well, at least it had at the time of the writing, about 50% in the past year through the close of yesterday. Let's talk about how they did on their earnings. The net loss, they're still losing money, but they did narrow it down. They lost about $42.8 million. That's substantially down from how much they lost last year on the quarter, which was $552 million. So if you're looking at earnings per share conversion, that's 25 cents per share. They lost this quarter. Compare that to the $6.86 per share they lost a year ago. So fantastic cost control there and margin expansion likely. Their adjusted loss per share, so now we're talking about adjusted, not GAAP, 22 cents a share, slightly better than the consensus of 23 loss. Revenue did surge 90% year over year, all the way up to $314.5 million, which easily beat the estimates, which were actually less than $300 million, $297.75. Their segment growth, their genomics revenue saw a doubling of revenue year over year, fueled by strong demand in oncology and hereditary testing. Their data and services revenue also surged 36% year over year. The CEO here cites significant re-acceleration of the clinical testing really as a key catalyst, and their guide. What are they talking about for next quarter? Well, for full year revenue, they're guiding about $1.25 billion, $1.26 billion, up from the 1.25 prior guide. So $100 million more there. On adjusted EBITDA should be about $5 million, Joey. And the analyst consensus was $1.25 million in revenue and $5.1 million in EBITDA. So beating on the revenue, not quite there though on the adjusted EBITDA. We'll have to see what that actual number comes out next quarter.
Yeah, absolutely. So I mean, from a technical standpoint, guys, you can see that we have this support level, and you get that gap up, but now the majority of it's been being filled, all right? So you get the close from yesterday's session, you open up, you climb a little bit higher, and you run into a prior resistance around 66.49, and then you sell off. So we identified the resistance zone. What do we do next? We go and look at the options chain to see if there's any form of key levels and an outstanding amount. And there's nothing substantial at that 67 level, but what I would want to keep an eye out for is that 62 strike with 12,800 contracts currently open on the call side, that is. And you can also see the volatility increase as well. So that volatility went through the roof after that. So yeah, keep an eye out on that specific level. 62 is now currently under the water. So look for those contracts to expire worthless by the end of the day.
Adara, what's your look over here?
Yeah, I don't have too much to say on this one. The intraday chart certainly looks like a bear flag and then a rounded top. So two different bearish patterns on one chart. I want to mention as well, for those who do not remember, do not know, this name, I think at least a large part of its surge to the upside earlier this year had to do with not insider buys, but notable buys from two individuals. Nancy Pelosi picked this up via options in January 2025. Then we had involvement coming from Cathie Wood as well. Cathie Wood's still involved as recently as July 10th. She was buying stock in this name. I suspect that we'll get some kind of notification after the bell today that she did something to her Tempest AI position. So just be aware, there is a lot of hype in that because of Pelosi and Cathie Wood's involvement. So shout out to Aunt Kathy, shout out to Nancy Pelosi, world's greatest trader. But all that aside, I do think like a lot of this move up has been driven by hype. So once fundamentals come in and kind of maybe disagree with that hype potentially to some extent, I think that's something to be aware of.
All right, let's go on to Soundhound, soaring on, strongest quarter ever. Good look for Soundhound. They're adjusted. We'll get to some of the numbers, and then we'll talk about what they did. Adjusted loss per share came in at 3 pennies, better than the 5 expected by the street on revenue of $43 million, which actually surged 217% year over year, smashing the estimates by $10 million. The street was looking for 43. They printed 33, excuse me. They printed 43. The growth was driven by new wins and cross-selling across their customer base, and they're guiding substantially higher as well. 160 million to 178 million for the full year, above the consensus estimate of 164. The CEO called it the strongest ever quarter, citing major market share gains in large under-penetrated TAMs, total addressable market. Their focus here is on the rapid expansion of voice and conversational AI markets. The CFO says the company is moving quickly to capitalize on industry growth. Joseph, I always talk about ChatGPT and the strides that they've been making in the natural way you just speak to chat. We've been asking to have it on the computer here for a minute. Hopefully we'll get it when we move on to the floor, and we'll be able to ask it questions live. The audience will be able to hear us, and it'll kind of help us fact check some of the information on the show, but it's getting a lot better.
Absolutely. I mean, it's continuing to grow, and I use this reference quite often, that we're in such the early stages of AI. We're still using LLMs. I think it has so much more room to grow, and considering that GPT-5 came out yesterday, I believe it was, a very, very interesting. Elon tweeted about that as well, too, saying that it's going to eat Microsoft's lunch. But at the end of the day, it's a really good look. But for Soundhound, we took an attempt on this today. Beautiful. I love the price action from earlier in the session, but also take a look at it from a perspective of exceeding that expected move. Daniel Shea, Sharif told me this before, is that when you have that breached, either to the downside or to the top side, look for the continuation in the move. And you can see that we're up 30% on the day. But I also want you to keep an eye on the at-the-money IV. So now we're gone through the earnings report. You can see we've had that increase in volatility. But as we pass in time, the at-the-money IV is slowly start to cool off, but this is what is projecting that Soundhound may continue to the top side, considering that we have beaten that move and now are continuing that trend. So for me personally, what we got to do is always take a look at what the options chain is telling us. Is there put walls? Is there call walls? $10.05. This is going to be our largest size on the put, and then you can see the increase on the IV as well too. So there's the volatility annually, and then after the report, you get this major move, and there is nothing substantially large from a call wall. We see a put wall here that can insinuate a potential bounce, but there's nothing telling me that we're going to reject any of these strike prices right now in the near future.
All right, Adara up 30%, taking out some key technical levels here at $13. What's the look?
Nice rounding thing here. I don't really have much to say about when I say rounding thing, I mean higher highs, higher lows, even off the open in a day where a lot of these names that gapped up on earnings didn't really stay strong. I think Soundhound, from a chart perspective, stands out. I think this is another name like Tempest AI, like MP, like actually a lot of the earnings day one names today. I would say to some extent it's driven a lot by hype as well, so be careful if you're investing it. But yeah, I mean, it sounds like the fundamentals are good, and I agree with you guys. It's in a really good space where it can capitalize from a lot of these trends, especially with the rate at which ChatGPT is accelerating.
All right, MCH. Chip technology earnings beat despite a revenue decline. Let's talk about it. They're down, I believe, about 5.5%. This is a company I have been invested in for a while. It is near highs, but not exactly at that $70 area. It dropped about $3.50 today. Q2 revenue came in at $1.08 billion, down 13.5% year over year, but about 2% above what the street was actually looking for. The street was only looking for 1.05 billion. EPS was 27 pennies, down from the 53 last year, but again, ahead, 3 pennies higher than what the street was looking for. The street wanted 24. Year over year declines really are reflecting the ongoing softness in key product categories. Let's talk about those categories. Here are their different segments. They had their mixed signal microcontrollers. They printed 532 on that. The street wanted 525. Not bad, and a 17.5% year over year bump. Other sales, you love that. Thanks for the details on that. 226 million versus the 243 estimate. That was obviously a miss, and a 14.8% decline year over year. Their analog sales, which are growing for whatever reason, I don't understand from the science part, but analog chips are back in vogue now because of AI. Apparently they're being used in these AI servers. If you guys in the chat have an explanation that you can give me so that I can echo it back, explain it to me. But anyway, the numbers here talk more. $316 million they printed in revenue. The street wanted 281. It's still down 4.5% year over year, but beat the estimates. The key takeaways here is you get a beat on both the top and bottom lines despite the year over year sales declines. Margins are under pressure due to demand weakness with the microcontrollers and other segments. And watch for signs of recovery if you're invested to end the market in end markets to confirm the bullish thesis, Joseph.
Yeah, absolutely. So I pulled this thing up. It's not a name that we trade usually on a daily basis. And I'm curious, to be honest with you, I haven't looked at it at all. So I'm just curious of what's going on with this. from that previous all-time high, still down 37%. But from those April lows, you do get a nice 82% move. So that's a pretty good sign. And this is what I'm talking about when you want to see downtrends breached and then held. This is exactly, we went over the examples in AMD and VDA, and there's a couple other names, same with Novo Nordisk. You want to see this breached and then held, then sure enough, you can continue on that trajectory to the top side. But from an option standpoint, I don't even know. Let's see. So the at-the-money IV, considering that they reported last night, is relatively high, but there's no volume or no open interest. So for me, this is just an e-liquid option. So we'll continue to see what this name has to bring. But I've never looked at it from an intraday standpoint.
Okay. Any comments on MCHP, Adara?
Yeah, I'll be really quick. One pattern I'm noticing here is that, so yes, they beat earnings estimates, they beat revenue estimates, but both of those declined on a year-over-year basis. So that means that the street was expecting them to be weaker. That's never like a great sign, I think. The other thing as well, you know, like you said, down year-over-year in every segment. I just don't like the look of this. There does not seem to be, at least from my perspective, if we were going to get it now, not a lot to be optimistic about, but things can always change. I think today it hasn't really sold off too aggressively, kind of topping intraday, which is, I don't think, a bad look from a stock perspective. But I think the fact that it beat estimates, even though the street was expecting declines, and it did decline year over year, I don't know how I feel about that.
Nominates Stephen Moran to the Fed board. He's a temporary ahead of a key chair decision. Let's talk about that. So he nominated an individual by the name of Steve Moran. He's the current CEA chair to fill Adriana Kugler's vacant Fed board seat. That is going to be until January 31st of next year. He indicated Moran's role is temporary, keeping his options open for permanent 14-year appointment. That's how long these terms last. The nomination still requires Senate confirmation, likely to happen in September if it does happen. I think that there's something going on with the Dems there. They want something, a quid pro quo. You're going to have to do your research on that. So Moran has been kind of a critical of Fed policy lately, especially the aggressive COVID-era stimulus. He authored the book Mar-a-Lago Accord, where he advocated for the dollar devaluation, kind of to address the U.S. account deficit and likely, obviously, to increase exports. He previously opposed Janet Yellen's Treasury debt strategy, and he kind of supports Donald Trump's approach to these reciprocal tariffs and is quite pro-crypto, just to give you an idea of who this guy is. He served as a senior advisor under Treasury Secretary Steve Mnuchin. He helped develop the Paycheck Protection Program back during the 2020 COVID era. Trump, if you don't know by now, he's obviously pushing for sharply lower interest rates. And there's been a lot of talk about him putting in a shadow chair to kind of take over Jerome Powell's job next May, where that shadow chair, would go and, pronounce his or her policy strategy to the media so that the market would discount it and start taking actions. So we'll have to see how that works. Moran could serve as a dissenting voice against Powell until January. We already know we got 2 dissents last time, the first time that's happened since '93. Powell's term as Fed chair, as I mentioned, ends in May, with contenders including, there's many, Christopher Waller, Kevin Warsh, Kevin Hassett, you name it. The next FOMC meeting, Joey, September 16 and 17. Markets are, at least for the moment, expecting the first rate cut, the first one we'll have since December of last year.
Yeah, what's funny? So when we first started quantitative tightening, it was weird. So we've seen the rate hikes, but then the market was pricing in about 6 to 8 rate cuts in that same year. And then we see none of that. We've only seen increases, but now we're pricing in 2. Come September, I think we have, like you just mentioned, we have that 90% chance. I think we do get 2 by the end of the year.
Yeah, a lot of people are actually saying that, bro.
But do you remember that when we first started QT, that they were like, hey, we're going to price in like 6 to 8 cuts, and we didn't get those cuts, and then look what happened
last year.
Right, exactly. So look what happened to the market after that point.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Adara, you've been doing a lot of research on this kind of stuff. It's been one of your things. What do you feel about this guy and the whole thing in general?
I kind of think it's interesting that yesterday, about 2 hours before this appointment was announced, he likely already knew by this point, he was going on a news program, it was either Bloomberg or Fox, and he said that Chris Waller was the only member of the Fed that had not succumbed to, and I quote, tariff derangement syndrome. So that might not be the best way to start your tenure with a group of people you're going to be in close quarters with at least, once every month or two for 6 months. I don't know. I mean, we'll see how it goes. I think he's likely, I mentioned this earlier today too during Money Talks, I think putting someone who kind of has that pit bull aggressive energy into this group of people, especially when everyone else is going to know what his intentions are, I think it's an interesting choice. But I think one thing too that's interesting is, at least it was reported yesterday, like a couple minutes before the appointment was announced, he is not really being considered as the actual Fed chair itself. So that is an interesting dynamic. That could keep the Fed members off their guard. I want to wait and see. I'm very excited, and I updated this infographic like right when we got the announcement. That's how excited I was. Also, this confirmation hearing is going to be so much fun to watch.
Pushing back against Donald Trump's comments yesterday that he should resign, reaffirming his commitment to the United States. So what happened? Lip-Bu Tan, who's Intel CEO, issued a public letter defending his reputation after President Donald Trump called for his resignation over alleged ties to Chinese companies. Tan emphasized that he spent over 40 years in the U.S. and he's adhered to the highest legal and ethical standards, his words, and he has a strong commitment to the company's mission. He stressed Intel's role in the U.S. technology leadership, as well as the manufacturing strength and national security. So allegations stem from concerns over conflict of interest that he has. He highlighted in a letter from Senator Tom Cotton a few days ago, requesting answers from Intel's board on these China links, and the questions really focus on Intel's $8 billion federal grant under the Biden-era CHIPS Act and whether these ties could possibly pose security threats. I went through that whole thing yesterday, where we detailed all the alleged conflicts of interest. I'm not going to go through them again today, but just needless to say that Intel now, just as a company without these issues with Lip-Bu, is already having trouble. They can't seem to find buyers for their 18A architecture. They can't seem to find buyers for that next-gen architecture 14A, which is akin to Taiwan Semi's 2-nanometer production. So they're actually putting pause right now on their Ohio fab build-out. It's been on pause for a hot minute. It was actually supposed to be done this year. It's now likely going to be completed in 2030. And that's not because they can't build it fast enough. It's because they don't have the customers to buy the chips that they're going to build at that plant. That is the major problem here. Obviously, national security is an important issue, but Intel, I feel, has bigger issues. Joey, what's your look?
Yeah, absolutely. So just from a gaming perspective, I know they're not obviously the largest, not what the street's looking for, but you're starting to see Ryzen AMD's chip take over the Intel chips, especially in the gaming sector. But that's not going to be enough in order to obviously take care of what's wrong with this company. For me personally, $19.78. You've been trading within a $5 range for an extended period of time. And you're also, from a weekly standpoint, at levels from, let's see, $18, $19. Yeah, so you got to go way back. This is 2011. This is pretty dead money options standpoint. Nothing substantial either. So for me personally, you can see a concentration through 20 all the way to 21.5, but there's not much on the put side either. So 20 does have a little bit of a put wall that can be acting as a base, and you can see that there's a key support level throughout the previous patterns right around that area. So look for a potential bounce, but other than that, don't expect it to do anything else other than what it has been doing for the past little while.
Derek, can you add any more color onto this story?
I don't have much more to say beyond what I said yesterday. I think that the timing of this is interesting because it's not like, as I know Neela said, as you've said, as we've all said, these weren't new allegations. These came up as basically when his tenure was announced. It's interesting that this is when the government chooses to look into it. I want to wait and see what comes of this. Interesting that he responded. Like I said, I don't have much more from yesterday.
It launches ChatGPT 5. They're claiming it's smarter, faster, and more capable. Obviously, OpenAI is not a public company. We can always make the connections with Microsoft. So they unveiled ChatGPT 5, calling it, again, their most advanced model ever. It's now available to all ChatGPT users, including the free accounts, but don't get too excited. You're probably going to be limited in your tokens, right? Just like ChatGPT 4, the old system, when you exhausted that, you got downgraded to 3.5 or 3 or whatever it's called. Altman described it going back to GPT-4 as quite miserable, so apparently he likes it. No conflict of interest there. ChatGPT expected to hit about 700 million weekly active users this week. And as you recall, the company's in talks to raise money at a $500 billion valuation, half a trillion in other words. So let's get to some more details on GPT-5. Apparently, it has a lower hallucination rate, which is good because I'm getting hallucinations every day. I'm having to review this stuff every day, which reduces obviously fabricated answers. They trained it with 5,000 hours of safety testing and safe completions that give it, apparently, according to the company, a high-level, non-harmful response instead of refusals. It can recognize as well when a task can't be completed and explains limitations quite clearly. It's also a lot better than coding. Until that point, Anthropic had been kind of dominating the coding world there. It demonstrated vibe coding, which is generating functional web apps from simple prompts. An example of that would be, you built 2 unique French learning apps within seconds, including flashcards, quizzes, progress tracking, etc. So it's available, as I mentioned, to free plus pro and team users starting yesterday. Free users get to access GPT-5 with usage caps, as I mentioned, and then it falls back into GPT-5 Mini. So you don't actually get downgraded to 4. That's pretty cool. You get to GPT-5 Mini. Pro users get unlimited GPT-5 and GPT-5 Pro. Enterprise and education rollout expected in about 1 week, Joey. So we'll have to see if that finds its way onto Copilot. They have had technology sharing agreements in the past.
Yeah, absolutely. To your point, what you said earlier, Sharif, if people want to look for exposure to ChatGPT and OpenAI, you're going to either, I believe it's through SoftBank or MSFT, Microsoft, right? So we know that ChatGPT is integrated into Azure as well, too. They use the cloud. So, I mean, from a technical standpoint, Microsoft is continuing to climb higher. But, I mean, and Robinhood also got in trouble for trying to tokenize it as well, too, did they not?
They did.
So there you go. One way or the other, if they decide to go public or not, there's ways to get exposure to this name, and that's going to be through Microsoft, in my opinion.
All right, Adara, any comments on GPT-5? I know that you use chat, but did you try 5?
I did, and I have some qualms. So today I used it to make my Starbucks infographic. I'm really excited. We'll show that to you guys soon. Anyways, so I basically just said to kind of slow down my workload. I always double check my work, but I said, hey, chat, please give me a list of all of the Starbucks CEOs ever, include all of Howard Schultz's terms, because he had 3, and give me the timing, right? Like, when did they start? When did they leave? And then it stops at the guy in 2022. It does not have Laxman, and I think it stops at Howard Schultz's 3rd term. No Laxman, no Brian Nichols. So I go back and I say, hey, you actually missed 2 CEOs. Can you please, add those for me? And it said, sure, can you tell me their names? And I said, well, okay, we're done now. So I was testing it, because usually I would just tell it the names, but I was testing it. It failed the test. My review on GPT-5 is
That's a real use case, so that's fair right there. Let's go on to MP Materials. Fantastic report there. There was one little hiccup, but the price action speaks volumes, and this thing has been rocketing up lately, especially after that Apple deal. So Q2 EBITDA came in at $12.5 million on sales of $57.5 million, which beat the Wall Street's estimate of $20 million EBITDA. Last year saw about $27 million on net sales of 31, so growing their top line, but their EBITDA number coming in a little bit less. How come? Probably building out facilities. We'll get to more information on that in a second. It was up 10% pre-market. It's now parsed some of that gain down to 4 1/3. 78.17. It was quite close to its record highs. And it's up about 200% in the last 3 months. And the average Wall Street price target has jumped, guys, from $27 up to 60. So the analysts really taking note of MP Materials. It's got a Pentagon-backed growth catalyst. And I'll get to this in a second, but let's just go through these lines. So July deal with the U.S. Department of Defense includes $400 million of an equity investment into the company, with up to $350 million more in additional funding, as well as a $150 million loan. The funds will be used to support new rare earth magnet manufacturing facilities to expand mining and process capacity, as well as trade. So here's the deal. What was happening was you had American miners that were pulling out rare earths or rare earth elements or magnets, and refining it and trying to sell it, and then the Chinese companies would come in, undercut you by like 75% just to bankrupt you because they were state backed. And so once you were out of the picture, they could then raise their prices. It's called, I think they call that, what's the word? Dumping, okay? It's like an economic term. And so what they were doing was they're weeding out everybody who wasn't a Chinese player in that space. So what MP did here was they went to the US government and they said, protect us from this sort of predatory economic strategy, right? And that's what this money does. So even if the prices drop, they have the funding there in order to be able to run operations and not get bankrupt. You got to like that. Hate the government getting involved in business, but in some cases it's warranted.
Well, we've seen this stock start to move when we know that they're trying to strike a deal with China regarding their precious metals.
There you go.
And then sure enough, you're seeing this continuous gap up. Sharif mentioned as well too that you're up over, what was it? What was the percent? Over 200%. Sharif, from May, you're up 321%. So that's some really nice moves here in MP materials, especially government backed.
Yeah, man, it is a crazy look here. Adara, any comments?
Yeah, I think that the thing that I think is good for this long term is A, that, as you guys said, this story is still ongoing. B, last week we had a report that the U.S. government is apparently committed to giving MP Materials money, but also other companies in the space. So I think the continued support is a really good look, not just for the company, but for the space. The fact that the earnings are generally good as well, another sign of confidence. That's all.
Yeah.
BM&R is flying here, Joey says, likewise with ETH. We got one more story, Joey. Well, let's talk about gold, because gold's making I don't know if it's all-time highs. Where is GC? Up to almost $3,500 on the December 29th contract. Just going to look here at the daily. We got real close to highs. We got real close to all-time highs. Not quite there. I think we were higher back in April, but very much near the high end of the range. Why? So the U.S. Customs and Border Protection reclassified both the 1 kilogram and the 100-ounce Swiss gold bars under a code subject to import tariffs. The Switzerland gold bars are now going to get slapped with a 39% tariff on importations, one of the highest tariff rates imposed by the Trump administration. I think the only one higher is Syria, Laos, and Myanmar from yesterday's note. The tariffs are expected, obviously, to increase the cost of U.S. gold importers, and could disrupt supply chains. The move may shift sourcing to non-Swiss suppliers or boost economic mining or domestic mining, And gold's price action here, I mean, we just talked about that. It broke above $3,400 after the news. I think that's a spot price. I'm talking about the futures price on my session over here. And the price later eased, dropping back down here. The takeaways, Joey, is the tariff news adds, that short-term bullish catalyst for gold prices, but that could also create volatility both up and down, and watch, I guess, for continued upside pressure.
Yeah, how could you even argue it at this point, Sharif? Since you've been in this bull run in gold since 2022, this is such a massive move that we're experiencing. So there it is, 1,600, and I have to condense this here, and then we have to start all over again. So this is October of 22. You're up 116%. Gold has been in an absolute bull market, for a really long time. This was the largest pullback that we experienced, and that was in 2012, right? And then you consolidate, you put this rounded bottom in, and then essentially you don't even look back. You can contest the neckline here, but then it bounces right off it and it continues up to $3,400. Adara, what do you got for us on gold?
I think it's certainly a nice look for the stock right now. I mean, the chart itself there's that clear 313.20 resistance level, but this isn't a technical story. This is a fundamental story, and I think it's an interesting one. We saw the same thing with copper, right, where we had these American copper plays trading higher. They announced copper tariffs. I suspect any kind of commodity-based item, if there is going to be a tariff, the commodity is probably on watch either for a trade or very likely a long-term investment as well. It's kind of all I have to say. It's the same story, different name.
Yeah, fantastic stuff there. As always, yeah, gold. I mean, the thing is, though, Adara, with this, I thought at some point we were going to experience a pullback, and we just never got it. You just trade within this range, and it never really broke through any of these key support levels. Are you surprised by that at all?
I honestly, I've just decided to learn to not be surprised by the market, because the market's going to do what it's going to do. And my emotions about it, it doesn't matter, right? I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be blunt about it. That's my opinion. I think that, yeah, I don't know. The thing with gold as well is, like I said, it's not a technical story, it's a fundamental story. So with that in mind, why would I be expecting some kind of technical behavior when that's not why it's moving?
Yeah, that's fair. Fair enough. All right, good stuff there. Thank you very much, Adara, for that. Thank you, Adara, in Trump voice. But guys, look at Ether
Thank
go.
you very much,
This is what we were looking for, and then obviously because it sucks to suck sometimes. I don't know why this just faked me out. I don't even know why I didn't continue to hold it. But what an absolute breakout that we're experiencing in Ethereum right now, guys. So a really big time move, and this is what we want to see. We went through some of the numbers earlier, BMNR, Tom Lee, and then also the use case now of Ethereum and how it can benefit and how we're going to benefit from it. So now that's exactly why we're taking advantage of this. So let's pull up ETH from a weekly standpoint, and this is going to be a key level to break, right? So that 4,100 roughly. And right now, it looks like we're headed in that trajectory. You almost have a double top on a much larger time frame. You can see that there's a key peak here, but some whipsaw moves. But even though we have this massive resistance, I think at this point, considering we're looking at the higher time frame and the momentum leading in that direction, the strength on these tests, I don't think we're as strong as what we're experiencing right now, nor does it have the fundamental backing on it either, right? So there's a high level catalyst behind this. I think at this point, this is going to be the time where we break through this resistance zone, hold it, and then go and test that potential all-time high right there, Sharif, around $5,000.
All right, Joey, there is not a whole lot happening in small cap, gap, or world at the moment. I don't know why this thing maximizes and goes to the other window. A lot is breaking down. The only trade that I had left.
Mine does that too. When
yeah,
you
I know. It's so
thing,
weird, right?
Yeah.
CAPR was the only one that I had left on over here, and I think we wet the beak already on that. Where is my CAPR trade? Yeah, we took it out there as it broke through 20s. We were in at, I believe, mid-90s. And then, yeah, it's still putting up some higher highs and higher lows, but everything else really has broken down. You have BTAI breaking down, SMX breaking down as well, well below VWAP. Likewise with VVPR, this one didn't hold on to VWAP at all. It was one straight move down. Likewise, as I mentioned with BTAI, EBS breaking down, HL finding support at the volume weighted average price yet again, but still eluding it is another higher high. It had been doing that basically all day, finding support at the volume weighted average price and, attempting higher highs. You're getting VWAP here. The VWAP hold, but not exactly higher high. AXL continues to trend higher, but also still a couple of pennies off that high of the day at 532. But it's been a good look for these ones. NEGG, though, is continuing to trade well above the volume weighted average price. And my perception here on NEGG is it's finding support at a previous area of resistance. That $80 area had been a range until we took it out decisively at around, what time was that? 12:20 or so. It makes another high into $86, $85.99, and now you have a triple bottom at $80. So NEGG continues to do very well lately, and I just want to show you guys what the daily has been like on NEGG. And this is not something you typically see on a small cap gapper. This thing was trading in early May at around $4, and now it's up to 86. So just in a matter of a few months here, you got an 1,800% move on this name. I mean, it's a fantastic look, and it's showing up on my daily chart or my scanner almost every day. Nary a day is there where neg doesn't show up, at least in some way, shape, or form. So continue to watch that if you're into these small cap gappers. Nothing else here for me to cover. If you guys want me to look at something for you, just throw that in the chat, and we'll have a look at it for you, Joey. But yeah. Been an interesting day on the market. Let's see what we did today on the day. We have a positive day today with our only loser being VVPR. So that's not bad. We traded 5 names, 4 and 1, not too bad. Ooh. And we'll continue to keep an eye out on that, Joey. But not much else happening at the moment.
Absolutely. So that's a good shooting percentage there, my friend. 4 and 1. We like seeing that. Again, we've gone over this multiple times, but this is Ethereum just churning shares. It breaks through that high, now up 4.3% on the day and continuing to climb higher. man, oh man, it sucks to be Devin Haney sometimes, even though the guy's got a lot of cash. But the thing is, though, it's like, Sharif, I'm waiting all day for this continuation. I get a little bit of the move, and then I get out of that trade. So, like, why do I do that? I don't know. But it is what it is. We'll accept the fact that we did get the majority of the move here on Ethereum. Just monster stuff. To be honest with you, not my most profitable day, but I'm actually really happy with my execution throughout the process. With multiple attempts, it's getting out when we're supposed to get out and getting back in when we're supposed to get in. Other than with the exception of the final trade. With the exception of the final trade there. Obi, you see that Ethereum trade there, man? This one here, brother. Brother, all day we've been trading this thing.
That's
and
a
then
great
just churning,
trade,
and
bro.
then just churning, and then just keeping rolling. Whoa, I got paper hands. I don't know what else you want me to tell you. Selling so early. Yeah, I appreciate that. So yeah, tower's on me tonight. No, I'm joking. Is Nimrod coming, brother?
I think he's here.
He's here,
Yeah.
Oh,
I think he's here.
Oh, is he here?
I saw him in the hallway.
Okay, good. That's
Nimrod.
good. Nimrod.
All right, guys.
2 o'clock.
Where we at? Yeah, we've got about
All right,
30
30
seconds or
seconds.
so. It's been an interesting week, no question about it. There's a lot happening in the market, Sorry? No problem. A lot happened in the market this week. Joseph, a lot of, we saw the deal with Europe. We also saw the increasing of the 25% additional tariffs on India, now up to 50. We also saw the reciprocal tariffs took effect yesterday with Myanmar, Syria getting slapped, Switzerland getting slapped big, 39% raising the price of gold. So we had a lot of macro stuff. Any expectations going into next week, Joey?
That's a tough question, Sharif. I mean, for right now, I don't see any headwinds. So why wouldn't we continue on the path that we've been currently been on?
Fair enough.
And I think that's how you got to look at this market until we get a sentiment change. Even though you'll have those days where you have those pullbacks, but you mentioned a while ago, we haven't seen a down day. We've maybe seen now over the past couple of sessions, you've seen 1% or 2% down. But other than that, it hasn't been significant. And guess what happens after those selling sessions?
What happens?
You bid right back up. You continue to climb higher.
Feels like that, right?
I think you just got to stick with the narrative until things change around you. And I don't know. I don't see anything as of right now doing that.
All right, yeah, I have to agree with that. I'd like to see maybe some more trade deals.
Some more
get
trade
struck
deals.
next week. I'm talking specifically about this country.
About this country.
We're in a limbo right now. We have 35% tariffs, but here's the deal, Joey. There's a lot of misinformation in this country because in the last 3 months, listen to this.
I'm listening.
In the last 3 months, 91% of the goods that went from our country to the United States were covered by the U.S.-Mexico America trade agreement, or whatever they're calling, Kuzma or whatever, okay? 91%, meaning only 9% actually was subject to that higher tariff rate of 35%. So I think the alarms that we're sounding more from emotion than from fact. Sure, you have some industries that are gonna get hit. That 9% is gonna come from somewhere, but it is by no means feels like it's going to have the economic effect that was being made during the campaign.
Yep.
The election.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you on that front. The market does tend to overreact. As humans, we tend to overreact. But again, so what happens is that after we went through the tariff turmoil, the market was pricing in the best case scenario, and I think we ran into that situation. And
Kind of.
Yeah, right. So we ran into the best case scenario, and then that's why you see this continuation of constructing new all-time highs in a lot of these names, especially in some of the Mag 7s in the likes of NVIDIA and Microsoft as well too.
Absolutely.
So yeah.
All right, the boys are pumped and they're ready and they're here. Obi is in for. I know, Eve. Show me Eve before we go, though, bro, because this is ridiculous. Assassino, if we can show Joey's screen
look
there,
at this thing
it doesn't stop.
continue to go. It's not stopping whatsoever.
Ridiculous.
Wow, that's a beautiful, beautiful breakout. Tom Lee says this is the 2017 moment for Ethereum, according to Bitcoin there.
Boom. Big boys that way. See you guys soon.
Get it, Ethereum. Get it. Is it Joe? Is it Joseph? Is it Joey ETH?
Who knows?
It's Joey ETH.
Joey
We
ETH.
call him Joey ETH now?
Joey ETHians.
Why not? What's hilarious, I just typed in ETHA instead of ETH because I wanted to do this. Wow. 4,000, baby. Well, we're going to go to Adair. We already have breaking news. Let's go.
Hey, yo.
Gold just dropped here. The White House announcing that they're going to be clarifying some misinformation on gold tariffs, and an official gold order is going to be posted in the future. Gold dropped on that again. White House saying that apparently there's some misinformation on gold tariffs that will be clarified in the future. Back to you.
Oh, and right back to the upside is GLD.
Reversion.
So reversion already. Hey, there's absolutely never a dull moment. I gotta say, everybody, we had the pleasure. Nimrod was back, so Obi and myself had, I don't know, for the last hour or so, maybe. We literally sat back at our desks 4 or 5 minutes ago after having an hour meeting with Nimrod and being able to talk some shop with him. And for those that are just tuning in, Nimrod, one of our viewers, longtime viewers, and a member of the Trader TV Live community, came by incredibly generously, and he's always been really generous in the chat. And we're sort of talking a little bit of shop, which is always a heck of a lot of fun to do. So I'm literally in no positions because I got out of everything. But we're back for the afternoon, and what a weird day it's been. Is it really that weird? Nah, it's just a strong day. It's just a strong day. Whether you're talking about Apple blowing out, whether you're talking about Palantir going absolutely nuts, we had a lot in terms of movement, a lot in terms of this trend. Apple, like I said, Apple's been breaking backs. I got to check back in on Alphabet because I'm curious what happened to VWAP. Nothing. Yeah, it looks like Alphabet didn't really follow through to the highs like the rest of the market is doing. So most of the market is looking pretty strong in here. We'll cover obviously some earnings names out there and some small cappers that we were in earlier. I'd say disappointment for some of the continuation on earnings. Like you had, actually, you know what? The most disappointing name is one we didn't talk much about.
Which one is that, Neil?
Block. Was there an earnings?
Why was it blocked?
Well, it was more than blocked. It was, you know what, blocked today, which I won't say. I don't know what demonetizes and what doesn't you, but you know what I was gonna say. No, like block gapped up. This hasn't even caught a bid yet. It's now down 4%. From double digits in the aftermarket, down 4% on block. But we've talked about this whole comparison thing. And as long as you have to be, unfortunately, compared to a bunch of exciting stuff going on with Robinhood and the rest of the fintech space, you're not the same thing, but you're in the fintech space. And people get to choose where their dollars go. And who wants to invest in Block when you can invest in Hood? Or among other things. So unfortunately, it was a pretty solid quarter for them, but that's a disappointment. I'm disappointed in Rocket Labs because I had different ideas of what the stock was going to do, and we'll probably get to this one later. Like it was a good long twice. I just thought the second long was going to be through $50 and then going ham on a breakout. And instead, it ended up being a different type of long. We'll talk about all those for sure. We'll get Sharif locked and loaded and ready to go. I think he is. I just got the nod. Let's get into that rundown.
Go. Welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, everyone, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. Obi in for Sean. The big boys are locked, they're loaded, they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get those tickers up there is to get into the chat and vote for your favorite tickers every day. Throw in that $sign followed by the ticker automatically registers. Here's a look at all four major averages and all four in positive territory. We'll start with the triple Qs on the top left of your screen, up 0.96, looking to clear that 1% area. Bottom left of your screen is the IWM, up 1/3%. Top right is the ES, up 0.84, looking to rival the NQ on the day, and the Dow lagging behind here, but in third place, up 0.58, just a little bit higher than 0.5 percentage point green on the day. The first ticker, though, as decided by you guys, PLTR, another all-time high today. Not currently at it, guys, but good look for Palantir. No specific news.
Prior range high.
The only news, and I guess something we talked about Nimrod too, is people offside that are trying to short it, and the trend is your friend to the end when it bends. Those are the two things that you can talk about here because the trend is obvious.
Do you foresee a bend on Palantir?
Well, I mean, eventually. So if you look at the last time that Palantir did this type of a move specifically, then you're going back into the beginning of the year. And that was the biggest, like the bigger the move up, the bigger the move down. Now remember, there was a lot going on that's not happening now, clearly, right? So if it does continue this, I would suspect the last time I made this move was like an 85 to 125, right? So we had a 50% breakout and then gave it all back. Well, is this breakout going to $240? I don't know about that, but that would be the equivalent move, 50% move from there. So you could see a lot happen before you get a big pullback. It seems like it wants the $200 level. The channel break is fantastic. What's crazy is, we're not going to talk about Google, but I'll show you this for Alphabet. Alphabet has a similar, not as big of a channel break, but it's breaking one today when it gets through the high. I'd say it's not going to move the way Palantir is, but it's the similar structure. I could see it accelerating for a few days after that breakout on PLTR. As I said this morning, for me, it was going to be like Rocket Lab was on my list more than Palantir. So, I didn't trade Palantir. I'm pretty sure Sean would have had a break. I don't know off the 85, but what it's been doing is break, consolidate, break, consolidate, break. That's the pattern right now on Palantir. So I would not be surprised if we have a consolidation day where it doesn't follow through and hold higher off the open on Monday, just based on the pattern it's doing. But the trend is still to the upside. All that really happens is on that consolidation day, you're looking for the place to dip by.
Yeah, I think something to note is like, it is very much in a very strong uptrend here. I know I got a little bit of a mess here, but I just want to point attention towards some of these anchored VWAPs, and especially the one towards prior earnings as well. I don't really have one on this current earnings just yet, but it's already holding up and extending pretty aggressively off of this earnings report. So we were like, okay, well, does Palantir see sellers? We're a little overextended in terms of price action when that earnings report did come out. We did break through the top of that range, just like Neil pointed out, but we've only been getting consolidations and continuations. Leg, consolidation, leg is what's happening here on a higher time frame when you look at the hourly chart. So Palantir, very long and strong. Will it stop? Nobody knows, but I think something to keep in mind here is the trend that it's holding. Neil just pointed out the last time it broke out of that range trend and extended a little bit too high, it did reprice, or well, if you want to consider that mispricing, it did revert back down towards the mean, which is the longer time frame, higher trend that's happening here on Palantir. Intraday, absolutely beautiful breakout, right? If you were just defined the prior day as a bit of a range day, closing sideways, we saw how it looked like on the daily as well. That was a bit of a doji, right? So we got this gap up off of earnings, strong push. We hold and close above the prior day high, closing even higher, and then we get a full-on gap up above prior day's range opening up. So it gives us that poise for a potential continuation. Now, my fault for not really watching it right off of the open, but beautiful continuation that happened on this one. Aggressive push, and then like we were talking about, some of the biggest moves happened right off of the open, and since then we've just been chopping within that range, right? But the interesting thing is we did hold 185 halves, and we are potentially pushing towards a little bit higher as well. Let's see if that 189 comes in by the end of the day, Neil.
There's Adara.
Get it, Adara.
Apple at 230, trading off a continued momentum after that $100 billion addition that they're already they're adding to that already $500 billion that they announced in February up into the day's high.
More money, more money, more money. Apple
no problems.
Well, it's finally gone, Apple. And the resistance that was sitting there for a while at that 215. So I'm going to presume, look what's happening in Palantir, based on essentially one data point, what we can see with this is insane move, consolidation, insane move. So to expect that to continue the same way, like the move we're seeing today is a bit of an outlier on Apple, which is obvious.
Oh, yeah.
Right? So we've had 2 days and then a consolidation day. I'm expecting another consolidation day on Monday for this stock. The other thing that's going wild here is you'll probably draw the.
I already have.
Okay, you've already drawn it. I'm just gonna draw it now, right? So you could. I've drawn it really poorly. So we're always gonna have the trend line as well. Mine's actually pretty ugly, but it's on an all-day trend. Is the best way to put it. I just drew it really poorly. Go to the Obi's chart. You drew it
right here. Look at that.
There it is. It's on an all-day trend.
Opening range low. Holding the trend. Well, right now, I'm just like, oh boy, is this the time that we break? But even then, it's so strong on the day. look at that hold and extension above VWAP.
Yeah.
Even if we pull back down to 229, sure, that's a great scalp and give you $1, but VWAP's all the way down to 226s. Right? If we continue to hold this trend, do we push that 231? We know that Apple's been kind of held down a little bit aggressively relative to some of the other stocks in the Mag 7. Some of them have already seen all-time highs. We know that Apple's been lagging behind. People have been calling it kind of the safe haven in terms of the lack of volatility we've been seeing relative to the rest of the market as well. But maybe finally making that leg a little bit higher.
It's no longer the dead one.
No, it's still it's coming back. It's coming back alive and rising from the depths like a phoenix. Apple is, but well, I don't know about like a phoenix, but definitely breaking this structure. Look at this 215 push. This is what I was looking for, and this happens not on the intraday, Neil, but happens on a multi-day. And this 215, this is just an hourly chart. This breakout happening and coming in pretty cleanly, all-time highs. Oh boy, let's adjust this chart. It's already adjusted. Our 259.47. Let's go to a weekly just to make sure.
I was going to say, if you pull up a weekly,
within range.
chart, it is very much within range on the weekly chart for this to get there next week. And that seems crazy, but if you just look at this weekly, like why not?
Multi-month consolidation.
Long multi-month consolidation on this weekly chart, and now going to close above the 50 on the weekly. Look, 220 to 225 or so, like in that range, is going to be key for any kind of a dip in next week's trade, but all systems go. This one was coiling, ready to make a move. We've seen it happen. We saw it when Alphabet finally let loose, same thing. So maybe this was the catalyst to get it done. And what's crazy about it is all it was we knew 500, and then all of a sudden you got an extra 100 million. Oh, I'm yapping, and it just broke down.
I'll give it a shot over here.
Of course.
I'll give it a shot.
Why crazy? Why
Keep
not?
it tight.
Although it's very different taking a short on Apple and taking a shot on BMNR when it starts going.
Oh, yeah.
The cheeky, that was a good entry. Sharif?
Bitmine, the next one up here, up big as a result of ETH moving up. They have now become the world's largest holder of Ethereum. So Bitmine, BMNR, up substantially on the day. Shout out to Joey.
So as far as, we already talked about Joe ETH and the move in Ethereum. BMNR is like this is like the on crack version. Let's just be real. Like it's like your 3x ETF or whatever you want to call it for this move that you're getting in ETH. So what can go up can also come down pretty quickly. We've seen it completely break any kind of reasonable structure before. And when you look at the secondary move, my first rule is it's not going to do what it did before. Whenever you have it, it's not going to happen. So we know in a general sense, there's almost no chance that you will see this getting to 100 or 120, 130 in any reasonably short period of time. Like, it's not going to do it in 3 or 4 days because statistically it's very unlikely. So what you want to pay attention to is this move up in ETH. If we have, like, see how Apple broke that trend? If that happens on ETH, then BMNR, that's a good place to get out momentum-wise. It's a momentum play where when it comes out, it could drop. It might halt. It's certainly a possibility that you could have a halt, but your futures indicator, I think, is going to be what's going on with these because it's breaking out simultaneously. So keep a close eye on it. It's done a tremendous amount of volume, although that can be a little bit deceiving when the bid comes out. Like, you can get trapped thinking 69 million in volume is fantastic, and then all of a sudden when the bid goes out, you realize there's not as much liquidity as you thought. So keep a close eye on that ETH move, because if that reverts and breaks trend, I think this could be a VWAP in a hurry.
Yeah, we were literally just talking about liquidity traps with Nimrod or Nimrod.
Nimrod.
Nimrod. Okay, so with Nimrod, we were just talking about liquidity traps, and BMNR is a prime example of a little bit of a liquidity trap, if I do so say, Neil. We had that strong push going into earnings. Look at that volume, and then much lower volume, failure to follow through. We do break down this little bit of a $40 hold. I forget what it was specifically, but this structure right here, we attempt to break down. We do sell off, but then a failure to follow through of that selling brings us right back up and above the anchored VWAP from where it all started. So now putting price above the average participant that's holding long as well, and kind of gives you a perspective of where shorts might be sitting on this as well. You want to put maybe an anchored VWAP from the highs as well, if I can find it over here, to give us a better perspective, and just taking it off the highs. Look at that, nice little compression there. So this is what I was talking about. The compression and expansion of some of these indicators can definitely be very much telling, as both the anchored from the highs and from the beginning of the move start to pinch. Price starts to push a little bit forward, and we start to break aggressively through some of these prior resistance levels, and that's exactly what we've seen here on the day. A little bit of a hold on lower volume. This is literally what we were talking about, Neil. Look at that, morning rush, low volume consolidation, failure to follow through on low volume, and then you get expanding volume through the breakout push, and structure only holds a little bit higher. Oh boy, what a beautiful continuation here on BMNR.
No questions asked. But like, here's my question for you. You took the Apple reversion.
Yeah.
I missed that entry as a good.
I mean, it's coming back. It's trading sideways, man.
That would BMNR breaks the channel. I didn't even pay for locate.
It's, again, when it comes to things that are, you know, in the liquidity trap, and the trap is already set, I want to be pretty wary getting on that backside.
It's a little.
You know what I mean? I like. You know, sometimes it's good, sometimes it's not so good. But sometimes, if it's a trap, you got to watch out for that backside trap.
Or the only thing you can do is spring the trap. Sometimes as a trader, that's your option. You spring the trap because that's your setup.
Yeah, well, that's called twerking.
What's weird is SOUN setup, and the irony. We'll get to it in a second. The irony with this one is not lost on me. Well, I'll tell you why after we go to Sharif.
Yeah, boys. Big move up, 27% and change, and off the highs after the company reported better than expected Q2 financial results, as well as boosting their full year guide ahead of consensus estimates. So nice move up here for Soundhound.
I came in with this. I like Sound was along, and like Rocket Lab was along, and it's like Soundhound trends up today, and I'm 0 for 2 on longs. Rocket Lab trends down, and I'm 2 for 2 on longs. So there's always that thing that, like, for whatever reason, and it is what it is, every time I was getting out a Soundhound dip, that was like a minute later is when it ripped. And it happened twice, like both times. Like, it's a tale of sometimes, I always say that if you find yourself in a situation where that's happening to you, try to remember that you're picking the right price area to engage. And then the other side of it is the execution. And I kind of know what happened. Like, Rocket Lab breakout trade works, and I caught this on the back end of the trade. And so all that really happened to me, and again, I know exactly what it was. I just was very impatient with this stock because I felt like it had a chance to go. Ultimately, it didn't really even go that far, but it's important when you are buying the dip to observe the buyers first, or get the indication instead of just wanting to buy it in front of a level. So that was my mistake. And so as I see this come into the volume weighted average price here, I'm inclined to want to see a consolidation, some kind of a confirmation here, and then a breakout volume spike to get back into SOUN, which I am eyeballing. It's at VWAP right now. And the other thing I like about this is we're looking at a close. Well, now I'm in. I just put my offer. Oh, I didn't. I thought I offered evens. I didn't. I offered like 9.99. That was unintentional. I actually thought I was offering the even. It doesn't really matter.
Great price.
Yeah, same thing.
I'm looking for that rollback.
Oh, so anyways, just to finish on Sound. Breaking out on the daily chart. So this is a next week continuation play as well, as long as we close above this 13.5. I think you're not done here. I think you want to play this as long as we're holding above these highs for a bit of an opportunity, because it coiled and trended. If it can start breaking out the top of this trend line, 15, 16, very reasonable for opportunities for Soundhound.
All right, sorry, 1 second. Yeah, VinFast delivered over 35,800 EVs in Q2 of 2025, marking a 172% jump from last year. That brings their first half total to more than 72,000 EVs, up over 220% year over year. With stronger sales usually in the second half, they're on pace to easily double 2024's 97,000 units. They're also crushing it on two-wheelers. Nearly 70,000 e-scooters and bikes sold in Q2, up 432% from a year ago. And with gas-powered two-wheelers being phased out in Hanoi, Ho Chi Minh City, and by 2026, the growth potential looks huge. You can find them on the NASDAQ under the ticker VFS. That's in the NASDAQ ticker VFS. It looks like they're having a lot of fun ringing that NASDAQ bell there, or an IC bell. It's a good one.
All right, guys, Tesla last on the list over here. Good look today, kind of bull flagging, but off the highs. On the back of this headline, they're scrapping their supercomputer named Dojo, looking to focus instead on their data center build out in Nashville. So we'll keep an or Memphis, excuse me. So we'll keep an eye out on this one, but a good day for Tesla.
Definitely a good day. It makes, look, first of all, it makes a lot of sense. And people have been talking about this. I know Sharif mentioned it earlier. That fly, we'll get them. We'll get that fly. That they would abandon that project, but I don't think that's what's moving us today. You're getting a strong day in the market. You've already had confirmations post earnings that Tesla wants to hold 300, right? So it held that double bottom at 300 after earnings. It's just a stair-step breakout prior high. Where have we seen this pattern before? Apple, Palantir. Consolidation, break, consolidation, break. So it's just, there's been a lot of this happening lately. The only difference I would say with Tesla and Apple and Palantir is the follow through after it breaks out. So like you're still running into a lot of sellers at resistance, and then it's not reverting that trend back to the upside or consolidating sideways or just gliding higher in the afternoon. So you still have this wealth of sellers which are holding it in this wedge pattern even when it breaks out. Meaning that opening break, it's like with Tesla, the opening break works or it doesn't. And if it does, great. You get that move and maybe you don't get anything else. So I feel like that should be the approach until proven otherwise, but still going to favor longs. It's now going to close above the 50 and the 200 period moving average, but we have yet to actually get out of this compression zone. Since earnings on Tesla. Like it's still very much in the compression zone. I think there's a really good chance that it could do it. And maybe it's a next week thing where you get that big explosive move where it's not just Tesla going up at the open and then finding a top and then trending down. No, we're holding VWAP and we're breaking higher. Like all the things that I wanted Rocket Lab to do today. That's what you could see. Just going back over, because like I jumped in why does it never?
Oh, good.
It's because I didn't. It's because I didn't save my trend line.
Yeah,
there it is. So Apple broke the trend line. I elected to wait at 230 because I missed the fill. So that's, it happens. I missed the fill. So I waited at 230. My out half, and then right in here, it's like 228.60 to 229. That's the next support zone. So I want to take some out there and then just let it fly. See if it gets all the way down to the volume weighted average price here on Apple. That's always a target, but I feel like Apple's been so strong that VWAP might not even be a thing unless the market decides it wants to participate.
Yeah, man. That Tesla move, absolutely crazy. Opening drive was pretty interesting. We talked about that price compression happening on the higher time frame, coming into the open, and oh boy, did I miss this one. But you can see prior day's high, that consolidation breakout, leg, consolidation, leg. We keep kind of pointing this out. That three bar play on a higher time frame, the mechanics of that coming in really, really nicely here as you sustain prior day's consolidation low yesterday, and then coming in with a clean break of not only prior day's high, after hours high, pre-market high, a lot of different execution sets that you can be potentially using on this one, and a beautiful continuation, to say the least, through that level, giving you almost, a 10-point 15-point move all the way from highs, 320s to 335s clean on the high day test. Now taking a little bit of a breather, a little bit of a pullback. And there's no doubt, Neil, that the market tailwind definitely helped out that move on Tesla as well right off of the open. We saw how some of that strength came in with that opening drive, not just on Tesla, but a few of those names. We can see that Apple's still holding. I did take a little bit of a scalp back down into this 229s, 229 halves. I don't know. I didn't really like it, and I kind of punched out of everything. Bit of a mistake on my part, but I think we might be poised for a little bit of a wash of this 230 before we can get lower. Like you said, the bid has been aggressively strong, so I do want to respect that. And if it's going to show me that it's going to chop around, maybe even give us a higher low relative to this prior low here at 228 halves, maybe. But I'm looking for that 228 half to come in. That's only $1 away. Quick scalp of 30, I guess 30 to 50 pennies right here through the 230 break. I'm looking for the next trade. So let me know in the chat what you guys are trading. And oh boy, 229 quarters coming in now, trading much below that. Oh boy, Neil. Market, is it turning over?
The market's not really participating in this
sustaining.
move. I want to see what happens at this even dollar, the 229 even. If someone steps in at the even dollar, they're stepping in at quarters. Really? You can't just get to 22. Someone just stepped in at quarters. I jumped out. Maybe
it chopped the last quarter as well. That's what I'm saying. 50's chopped, and then now quarters are chopping.
You punched out at the 50?
I punched out at the 50s because I was just
they
like,
just
I
did
don't
that
really.
to me, I think, at the quarters.
Yeah.
When I say they, or when we say they, I just mean like whomever it was that made it look like there was a buyer at 25.
The taste of the rainbow.
What's the taste of the rainbow?
With the tape.
Oh, the tape.
Because it's different colors, right? Because I have it, like, it's kind of not really a rainbow. You guys can see it in here. I got the greens, I got the yellows, I got the dark reds and the dark greens. So it's not necessarily your Roy G. Biv when it comes to.
It's not a rainbow, man.
Not, I mean, I call it reading the rainbow because, like, reading rainbow. I grew up on reading rainbow.
Shout out to LeVar Burton.
Shout out to LeVar Burton.
I grew up on that myself.
Maybe the first tape reader. No, I'm joking.
That was a great show.
that was an awesome show. So I call it reading the rainbow. And yeah, sometimes it does well as Confluence, sometimes it doesn't, and sometimes I'm only taking a scalp off of the tape. Right, so it's like if I'm just taking a tape scalp, then the trend is not necessarily on the chart or on the book, but the trend is the tape.
In fairness, it's still holding.
It's still holding.
Right
yeah.
So if you actually look at this, it's still like every time it gets underneath 229.25, someone's kind of bringing it back relatively quickly on Apple. I don't know why I have crude oil futures up. Oh yeah, that's because we had that headline. We had the Russia headline. That's why I was looking at oil futures for a bit. No, every time we've been getting underneath the quarters, and of course now it's not going to happen. There it is. Like someone just kind of slams it right back above. So like there's a sell. You saw that, right? Like it gets underneath the quarter. Someone shows up, tries to sell 1,000 shares, like a 10 lot, and then immediately it just gets slammed back to the upside. It gets under again. You see some sellers come in, and they immediately get bought up. Second, someone shows any more than a 1 lot under 25, they're just getting bought. So that tells me like that's what I was seeing to get me out of the trade for 70 pennies, but. Maybe it goes further, maybe it doesn't. When I see those buyers, I tend to want to, not always exit stage left, but listen to the buyers that we see. That said, there was a question. We didn't get to all the earnings, and we're never going to get to everything that reports or that moves on a daily basis. SMR and some of these nuclear names, starting to give it up. And I was asked, do I still hold SMR? I do. Did I sell some on the way upside? Yes. Have I sold anything since the report or today? No. However, this is losing the 50-period moving average. So in my swing account, I am very likely, I don't know that I'm taking it out this afternoon. If it does a really distinct move, I might take some out in the afternoon. If it doesn't, if it just kind of does nothing, sideways down 10%, I might consider taking some out on Monday or Tuesday. I haven't made that decision yet. But it's not doing anything drastic enough under the 50-period that I want to completely cut it off. If I had not sold anything, I certainly would. However, on the other side of that is GE Vernova. In this particular case, this is different. This one, I have taken some out because it retook underneath the 650. This feels very top heavy to me. And it's been a wild ride. If you pick this up, or you look, anybody that owned a bunch of GE shares, just you got lucky. What are you gonna do? Like GE didn't do this. GE Vernova did, and I liked it for the Jimmy Carter pick too. But I think it's gone a little bit far. I love the fact that we're still buying, building data centers, all that good stuff, and Meta is continuing to spend. It's just getting a little top heavy in my opinion, and the opportunity to take something off on these nuclear adjacent names, right? Because they're all involved in the same process here, and they're rising for the same reason. Whether it's speculative or a little bit more substantive, they're still following the same trend. And as that trend starts to show some cracks, I want to make sure that I'm taking some profits. That's just me personally. We'll still ride or die long term with it. I'm not giving it all up. And then we did get a super chat. I wanted to make sure we got to everything. And apologies for not going right to the super chat. What is with, whoops. And now you see that Rivian Millionaire. Come on, Rivian Millionaire. Keep it clean, my friend. Thoughts on ELV? Shout out to you, Bob Plays. We'll throw up a little Elevance Health. When it decides it wants to load up here, we'll throw up a little Elevance Health. So there was a conversation, actually, when we were speaking with Nimrod, UNH came up, right? And it came down to everybody thinks it's an opportunity to buy. Warren Buffett thinks it's an opportunity to buy. Lots of people are looking for that bottom. And you have something like ELV, which is a very, very similar looking chart in a similar looking play. What this has actually done, believe it or not, is hold the low, establish a consolidative range, and now have a chance to break out. UNH, if I load it up, it'll probably be even more shy because its chart's a little bit more putrid. This is made a fresh low. It's attempting, but you don't have the same level of consolidation. Like, I'd be more convinced that ELV is a good breakout trade. UNH, everyone's trying to chase it, and maybe it's the same trade. I just think it's probably a little safer if you're picking bottoms to go over and look at like an ELV with a much stronger consolidation at the bottom. Like this breaks out 300, like you give yourself a nice entry if it breaks the 300 area. It's just a little bit more clean than UNH. I would venture that maybe UNH has more upside just because of how far it's fallen, but you could do worse. I'm assuming you're sort of asking about, I always make the assumption that people are looking for an entry to long when we get questions about this, because usually that's what it is. So I would say I usually want it to break out as opposed to pick the bottom, because then I get in and I have an out. I can either give it, I can give it like a prior, if I'm using the daily, I can give it to a prior high close, like 283, or I can give it to the absolute low, and I'm taking it at 300. I cover some at the 50 period and cover some at the 200, or probably cover it all at the 200 period, and then that's the play. So it keeps it pretty simple, the structure on ELV here. But you are, to me, I think you're waiting for a little more confirmation. Because if you just buy it now and it just fails at 300 like it's already done, what's the point? Give me confirmation or just buy it off the low with a tight stop.
I like that look. I'm just looking for the next trade here. Watching that Apple tape. Apple did kind of hold that quarter and reprint that half.
So
and
we
still
didn't get faked out.
So exactly. I mean, you know, it's like exactly. It's just like sometimes you see something on the tape. Maybe it's a little too early. Maybe it's a little too late. But it doesn't matter. You don't have to be perfect. You just have to respect what the rainbow is kind of telling you, right? So it's like, all right, well, sometimes it's a good read. Sometimes it's not the best read, and that's kind of it's a probability game, right? We were just talking about things being probabilities. It is very much a probability game, and relative to your experience reading the tape, you can, I guess, assess the tape more or less short term, being like, all right, well, sellers are hitting, sellers are in control. I want to participate. Oh, they're not in control anymore. Buyers are in control. I kind of want to participate in that by covering or even starting along. Regardless of what it is, I'm looking for the next opportunity. 299 halves is still holding here on Apple, still technically making a higher low relative to this 28 halves. So let's see if this 229 quarters still holds. We did kind of top 231s pretty cleanly. The whole, I think the high a day is 231 holds, 00 to be exact. So yeah, got to see if that one can come back in. I'm looking for 230 to print again, and it is holding up pretty nicely for that. But before then, before we get involved into that, if that potentially comes in, let's take a quick look at some of the volume leaders on the day just to see what some of these in-play stocks are doing on the day. Soundhound, we talked a little bit about this one, and I was like, in the morning, this had a pretty sound price action coming into the open, and it's held that. Look at that hold of anchored VWAP right off of the open. Beautiful. Coming back into VWAPs and holding it multiple times. Sure, the highs are not really distinct. We're kind of choppy. We're not really making higher highs or lower highs or anything like that. We're pretty much trading within a range, but holding support every time it gets into this VWAP area on Soundhound. pretty decent. NVIDIA, again, also pushing a little bit higher. NVIDIA has a stake in Soundhound, right? Or did they relinquish that stake? I forgot if that was the case. But NVIDIA is the second volume leader on the day.
Yeah, I don't want to answer if I don't know exactly.
Yeah, but it was Soundhound and a couple other stocks that I did have on watch for a little bit. But they had that pharmaceutical stock as well, RXX something, RXRX I think it might have been. Yeah, I got to go back and look into that. Trade Desk. This one was amazing off of the open. Might have wanted to get involved in the pre-market.
This says that
yes,
they no longer hold.
Okay, yeah. They fully exited their position in Q4. Okay, so the beginning, end of last year. Yeah. All right, so yeah.
I wasn't, like, I thought they might have, but I wasn't 100%.
I knew they were a holding at one point, and I know they sold off a bunch of stuff since then as well. So yeah, Soundhound coming in as a top volume leader on the day. Trade Desk, reversion to VWAP, that was there. Apple, absolute strength here, still holding pretty well. We're watching this one pretty closely. 231 highs, all-day trend. And of course, you have to remember, when the trend breaks, it doesn't necessarily have to sell off and revert all the way right away. We know it's strong on the day. The trend can just slow down. We talk about speed lines. We talk about, just the bids speeding up and slowing down. You can see that the morning session, very aggressive bidding, very, very consistent. And we've slowed down, but still making higher lows technically as of right now into this high day. Flat top-ish area of 231s on Apple. So going to continue watching that one there. Is this M Micron? No, it's not. MRM, don't know what this one has been up to, but $2.15 on the day. A little bit of a chop on this one. Tesla is the next one right here. BMNR, that's the next one. Oh boy, potentially taking out high a day now, Neil, once again. So Bitmine, Immersion Technologies, immersing itself to the upside. I want to take a look at what ETH and Bitcoin are also up to here. Do they look similar? If that's going to be a treasury or a miner, then yeah, okay. Ethereum, similar kind of chart here. We saw Joe take that breakout as well. Solid trade on that one as that pushed higher and higher. We're finally above 4,000, Neil. So it's here. We might see that 5,000 soon enough. I think we got some breaking news. What's up, Adara?
Interesting little catalyst here for QNTM. An individual by the name of Kevin Malone just shared a post on X. Apparently, he is an advisor to the board of QNTM. That's Quantum Biopharma, so not a quantum name. He said, and I'm just going to quote his post, "Something is up. The QNTM board called me last night needing to discuss secrets with me in person. Quote, timing is crucial," end quote. So I'm about to land in Toronto. So QNTM did get a bit of a pop on this. I would love to know what secrets the Quantum Board is going to be discussing with Kevin Malone, but either way, a bit of a move on this and just too interesting of a story not to share. Back to you.
Yeah, but is it like I'm getting on a plane like we thought Shohei Ohtani was getting on a plane and coming to Toronto? That was utter and absolute nonsense. That just brings back really, really bad mememories.
I believe he is on the plane, Neil, so hopefully he's not going to pull a Shohei.
No, that was one of those. What's hilarious, I can't say directly, there was a dude in my fantasy league who actually to his credit, he couldn't say anything, but he knew for a fact that Shohei wasn't on that plane. And it's like, and he couldn't say a word.
Yeah,
and it's like a bunch of Toronto fans, and we're just all going absolutely nuts that it was happening, and the dude knew for a fact. And I remember after, he's like, yeah, I was just sitting there laughing at you guys watching all the messages, because everyone was losing their minds that we're going to get Shohei Ohtani, and then he rug pulled us. So we booed the crap out of him in his first at-bat in Toronto. I was there, and then he went yard, because that's what he does. That dude's amazing.
Went yard?
He hit a home run.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, hit the ball out of the yard.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, that's actually, I wouldn't even expect you to get that one. That's like most people would have no clue what I mean, what I'm talking about when I say this guy went yard, unless you're an actual baseball fan or you played ball. Anyways, speaking about ball, I almost said SoFi. Soundhound is what I meant to talk about here. Came into VWAP. That fly is playing with my emotions. Came into VWAP, showed a little confirmation on a bounce. This thing is not moving. That's the first thing. So I get in, but volume's not really doing much. I'm like, yeah, this is kind of a lame duck stock right now. I shouldn't be. What I'm going to do, so basically I just scalped a bunch out. I'm going to add to this if I start to see volume come into it. but there wasn't a volume justifying, so I kind of got out a bunch early, realizing it didn't make any sense because you want to see the volume come up. You don't want to force a trade. Like, to me, that Apple trade, I thought that was worth it. You know, you got the trend break, enter at the 230. Unfortunately, a buyer came in 70 cents in, but Apple's been trending up all day. Like, to me, that kind of a trend break makes a lot of sense. But Soundhound could easily just sit here off VWAP and do absolutely nothing. So I took out the bulk. I want to look for a place to add. Maybe another bounce off VWAP, and then volume kicks in, or I can see it start to trend up on good volume, and I can jump back into some more shares. But that'll be the plan of action, instead of just blindly hoping it's going to go ham. Here, David gave us a super chat.
Yeah, we got a super chat right here.
David in the house as usual. Obi, this to you, man. You want to read it?
Sure, yeah. So David, thank you, David, for the super chat saying, LeVar Burton is so awesome. He definitely is. Was dating his best friend's daughter. Nice, dude. And we all closed the bar. He was in Oakland to shoot a Reading Rainbow episode. Yeah, man. I grew up on Reading Rainbow. Absolutely awesome. And yeah, I love some of the stuff. I don't know what he's up to now, but I love some of the stuff he did.
Dating his
great
best
childhood.
Friend's daughter? That's cool.
I mean, I still love reading. What I read has definitely changed, but I was let's just say there were times where I was standing in line at the Chapters or the Indigo, waiting in line for books, and a lot of my love for reading definitely came from the Reading Rainbow, and yeah.
So I have to cop to something.
Yeah, what's up?
My love for reading came from a promotion that my dad did. So when I was like, I want to say like 7 years old, maybe, somewhere around that age, my pops, he just got a Macintosh, the old, this would be like 80, I don't know, 85, 86.
The one with the colored backs.
So we just got like that Mac home PC. He was an engineer, so it was the cool stuff. And he was showing us spreadsheets. So I started looking, I'm a nerd. I started to look at spreadsheets when I was like really young. Anyways, he comes up with this plan where we go to the library once a week. And he's like, I'll give you X amount of money, or it's like 1 penny for every page that you read.
Yeah.
For books, obviously, as long as you track it yourself. So we had to track it ourselves, and 1 penny per page.
Nice.
So I was like, I'm reading everything. And I love baseball, so I read every single baseball book in the Brampton Library system within like 2 years. It was wild, all of them. So I know all the random baseball crap because I was just getting paid to read by my dad, which is genius because then I liked reading. He's smart
that works. You know what my parents used to do? Something similar, so a reward system. So they would be like, all right, over the weekend they'd go to the bookstore, sometimes even the dollar store, and they have those workbooks. Right, and they're like, for every workbook, so it was a math and science workbooks that they would just give me a stack of at the beginning of the week, and then be like, okay, for each workbook that you finish, you get 1 Hot Wheels car, and I love cars. I love cars. So, and they knew that. They used that to their advantage. So I would finish workbooks, and they weren't that thick of a workbook, and I'd like try to finish 1 or 2 a day, just like basic math and like just science stuff. And at the end of the week, they would take me to the store, and then we'd buy a bunch of Hot Wheels, and I have a whole carton of Hot Wheels still sitting from all of those
You still
times.
have them?
I still have them somewhere up in some blocks in the attic or something like that.
I'm so
but
jealous.
I still have all my stuff.
so
I
jealous.
told them never throw that stuff away, dude.
So you don't have too many cousins. I had too many cousins, man, because what happened with all of my toys and all the stuff I had, crazy Lego sets, like all that stuff that I had, at some point it's like this went to that cousin and this went to that, and I have no clue where any of it is.
Yeah.
Man, I had the Michael Jackson Thriller jacket. I remember, look, man, when I got that for a birthday as a kid, and it was like the greatest gift I'd ever got. Yeah. Just from like, obviously, because it probably cost a bit too. And like that was the ish, and I'm like, this is my thing. And then eventually, I don't even know when they gave it away to somebody else. When I outgrew it, it went to some cousin, and I still don't even know who has it. Just going back over to the market here for a second.
Oh boy.
SOUN, now it starts to go. Okay, so we took some off, maybe a little bit aggressively. I still think, look, 13.90, we just took some out in front. 14.10. So I'm gonna pop an offer in the 90s here, like low 90s. 1993, Jays won the World Series that year, so why not? 92 and 93. We're going to pop an offer there, see if we can't get to the high of the day as this is starting to go. And we're going to go up to Adara and come back, and we'll talk a little bit about both Apple and BM&R.
Teased this earlier today, but it's officially been released. This is a look at all of Starbucks' CEOs from their IPO until the present. So I've been excited about this. The reason I wanted to do this is because Starbucks is a bit interesting in that one of its CEOs, Howard Schultz, who also took the company through its IPO, he served 3 separate terms. 2 of them were in a full capacity. The last one was in an interim capacity. But yeah, this is pretty wild. They did include interim CEO Rachel Rogeri here as well. She only served for about less than a month between when Laxman Narasimhan stepped down and when Brian Niccol officially took over on September 9th, 2024. But yeah, I mean, Brian Niccol was announced just about a year ago as of this Wednesday, August 13th. So with that in mind, pretty interesting stuff. There's a lot more details about the analysis and the research here. You can check out on X at TTV Research. I will drop the link to this post and master thread on this on our chats. Check this out, X at TTV Research, if you enjoy interesting infographic content, and if you have any ideas for things I should do deep dives into, always let me know. Back to you.
Howard Schultz is a G. Straight up. Like, let's just keep it real. Like, those numbers are ridiculous. In absolute fairness, like, you could annualize the return, so at least those weren't CEOs for a long time, because he had it for a decade twice. But the dude still, obviously, that's really impressive. I promised before, I know we're going to go somewhere else, but whoops, it was Apple I wanted to go to. It looks like maybe that Apple might be starting to come back in there. For sure. And then before we go back over, it looks like someone just said in the chat AMD's picking up steam. Maybe not. A little bit on AMD. AMD has had a rough day today. You'll notice we didn't trade it today. On AMD day, someone's going to have AMD long. When it's a short day, I picked on Intel instead. But let's go take care of some business. But AMD, a little bit of a bounce. I don't know that it's really catching too much of a bid here. I'll keep it up, because if it gets to VWAP, I want to join that train somewhere.
All right, guys, savvy Canadian traders, listen up. Are you looking to boost your exposure? You can now tap into the NASDAQ 100 and the S&P 500 with Beta Pro 3 times daily leveraged ETFs, featuring built-in FX hedging. This aims to amplify short-term market moves, minimizing the impact of currency swings. Whether you're feeling bullish or bearish, these ETFs are built for active day traders ready to take on the market. Please remember, read the full risk disclosure in the prospectus at betapro.ca before investing. Yeah, man, that Apple is coming in. Maybe potentially, it's holding the quarter still, 229s. I got a close eye on it because it definitely is a candidate for a potential reversion. But given the time, we're going into the last hour of the day. It's 2:50 right now, so almost time for power hour. And yeah, maybe we will find some selling going into the end of the day. Maybe some mean reversion back down into VWAP is what I'm potentially looking for. Google, I was definitely involved in aggressively and heavily in the morning session. Took that reversion to VWAP when it did finally come in. But since then, just straight chopping in and around VWAP, so nothing too crazy. Microsoft was another one I was looking at, Neil, off of the open, looking for more of that selling to come in on the day today. And we did kind of sell off. The sellers were very dominant from the morning session into roughly about the middle of the day there, and going into 11:45. But since then, bidding right back up and trending within the range of the open there. So opening range hold as of right now on Microsoft. So nothing too crazy just yet. Google's holding. Amazon was another one I was looking for a potential push and a continuation. We saw the full-on 100% reversion that this thing did yesterday, where we open up 220s, 221s, go all the way to a high of 226s. Oh boy, when that bid dissipates, we come all the way back down. Pretty nice reversion, 100% reversion back down into opening range lows, only for a little bit of profit taking, maybe a strong bid going into the end of the day, and a reversion of the reversion that goes right into VWAP. So I was like, all right, pretty interesting there. Reversion of the reversion of the reversion. So today we're coming back in. We held that end of day close pretty well, I would say. We attempt to push a couple of times. Can't really make it past I guess 225s all the way up there, but I guess what is this, pre-market highs right there, 224s. Can't really make it up there, and selling maybe a little bit dominant as we push into low of days here. You can see the futures are distinctly different relative to the action on some of these Mag 7s, as it's been just holding higher highs and higher lows, grinding up for the past, I guess, 5 to 6 15-minute candles here on the NASDAQ. The ES a little bit more muted as it's going a little sideways there as well. So keeping all all of those on watch. Let's take a quick look at some of those earnings names I had on watch in the morning. It's rare that all of the earnings names do exactly what I'm looking for, and today was no different here. So let me take a quick look at, where is my morning plan? Right here. Oh boy. So we had Trade Desk, Twilio, Rocket Lab, Soundhound, Pinterest, SMR, App, Frog, Crocs. All right, let's take a quick look, do a quick run through of these ones, starting with Crocs on this day. Okay, beautiful reversion, gave back a little bit of the bid, and I was looking for a day 2 continuation on this one, maybe coming in later on in the day. Sellers still a little bit dominant after that morning session bid up. That came in. Frog, let's see what this one's up to. Okay, a little bit of a push coming back into the market, bouncing off of, I guess, 41s, 40 halves roughly on the day today. Pretty interesting. Is it doing relative volume, you may ask? Well, it was doing 140 coming into the open there. Doesn't really do too much volume in the pre-market, it seems, on the regular. So we get those crazy relative volume pushes. Pinterest, I'm wondering what you're up to. Okay, still holding within range. We caught a bit of a bid. I was looking for it to get pinned to the ground, looking for that continuation, but that didn't really happen. 33's held really, really well off of the open, and we've only caught a bid.
I'm a little surprised by that one.
Yeah, I was looking for continuation because we talked about, okay, well, you know, some of these, like you talked about Meta, you talk about some of these other social medias, not really holding up. Snapchat as well, right?
Snapchat was like 9% revenue growth. These guys were what, 13, and then Meta was 7. No, Meta was like 22. Reddit was not even. Reddit's in a different stratosphere. It was like 70 or 80% or something ridiculous year over year. So really, it's just a comparison game why pins got beat up. I thought that's what most of this earnings cycle you've been seeing. If a stock gets that comparison wrong with cohorts, they get smoked, and you don't catch that bid right away. Amazon might be an example of that with their cloud number compared to Microsoft, Azure, and of course Alphabet. But I thought pins would have that same fate. Thankfully, we weren't trying to short this thing because that was very strong, as you said. But a name that did, and to go from like obviously a nice bounce in Pinterest to the Trade Desk, which you mentioned. The Trade Desk was totally different. It caught a small bid. You're 37% down after bouncing. After bouncing, you're 37% down. Like, they got absolutely smoked. Now it's back above the volume weighted average price. I don't think this was a very clean-ish mean reversion. I don't know where. Like, you could have had it in here at noon. I guess right at the lesson of the day. That was a good one. But even with the bounce, you're talking about 37% down on TTD. And really, a goal structure to the south side is going to be. It's almost like no matter how much it bounces, you're going to come in looking pretty bearish on Monday on a higher time frame. It's a good hold at that 55, 54 area, going all the way back to May. But this is the definition of let it settle down a little bit. AMD broke a little bit. Yeah, AMD is breaking trend. What's the only thing that has me give me pause on AMD is when I look at the bigger long structure, like it's coming in now to the daily trend, which only has 2 points at it, but you know, yes, it's going from the low, but now you're running into this top of the trend line here with advanced micro devices for sure. So what's its cohort doing? NVIDIA trying to break out the highs. It's like, why not be NVIDIA breakout instead of AMD? NVIDIA is up 1.25, almost 1.25, and looking relatively strong. Makes a little bit more sense to me. I'm just going to double check on SOUN for everybody. Like I said, this one is not, like, it's not blasting away like it was earlier off the volume weighted average price. Like, you've gotten a 20-cent move, which is fine for a $13 stock, but when it bounced off VWAP before, Soundhound went 50 to 60 cents. And it did so in a pretty rapid time. Like, we might have already seen the big move, and now we're just consolidating. I don't know if this is going to be a reload anymore. I'm just going to stand pat. We have a bit left. We'll hang on to see if it's going to get past $14 or so. But this might be slowing down a bit. Ooh, I like that. You can get me, and you can get the chart in there. Why not? Oh, you don't want to see me. You have a stock that's up 28%. It's going to look much nicer than my ugly mug, right? Like, or better yet, you look at that gorgeous-looking channel on the daily chart breaking up. This is what gives me the feels. The continuation potential here on Soundhound next week, for sure. Let us know what else you guys are watching in here, because the futures, it's like watching paint dry, although it's running up, so that's good. It's like being proud of the story, proud of what we're seeing in here. I love what the NASDAQ is doing today. We're rounding out a week where this was more about small cappers than large. 37% of the Russell reported this week, so you've seen more runners than it is the big cap earnings. But for the most part, the market has just been steady Eddie. Right? We're now 93% chance we're going to get our cut next month, and the market seems to like what's going on. I mean, labor numbers.
Should be good.
It's one of those bad news, good things. The weakness in the labor market, we get our cut. Bond yields are chilling down near the lows, doing absolutely nothing to scare us. New Fed member doesn't seem to move the needle. Market just continues doing what it's doing. That's what you want to see in a bull market. Sometimes I like the boring up day in the futures. You can focus on individual stocks, and you can sit there smiling about your long-term account.
Yes, sir, for sure. I just want to say, Sean is saying what's up to everyone, and he's just talking in the chat right now, saying what's up, Neil, and what's up to everyone. Hopefully you guys have a good weekend. Hopefully you have a great weekend, Sean, as well. He's got the tournaments going on every weekend, right? So good luck to him there. He just wanted to say what's up and have a good weekend to everyone in the chat. You'll be seeing him on Monday once again. So yeah, I'm here for the rest of the day. It's Power Hour now, Neil, as of right now. So I'm not really seeing too much. Apple's holding that 229 pretty well. I pulled up Snapchat a little bit earlier. Not really trading this one on the day today. But I want to know what you guys are trading. MRM is saying Tom H. So MRM, I know we looked at this one a little bit earlier. High a day, so a bit of a squeeze happening. So let's take a delve into this one and see what this one has been up to on the day today. Shares float, no idea what that is right off of the bat. Market cap, 9.48 million. Oh boy, that must have been from yesterday or this morning. Okay, so that gives us a float of roughly, I guess, okay, interesting. Average volume done 3 million on the 30-day, currently doing 80 million volume. So yeah, Neil, talk about relative volume. This is doing 16,000 times the relative volume currently, 19,000. Like look at the 5-day. That just means this
absurd.
Does not do volume at all. That's all that means. All it means is this does not do any volume, and on a day like today, this is doing significant amounts of volume, coming up as number 5 in terms of market volume leaders on the day today. So absolutely crazy move on this one. Hopefully you guys are involved. Definitely would have shown up in a lot of in-play. There it is, Power Hour, opening of the hour. Let's see if any sort of interesting moves happen to draw the opening of the last hour candle. But yeah, $2.80 current day high, pushing a little bit higher, breaking this downtrend that we saw in the pre-market. Nice short off of the open as well, but maybe trapping some shorts there and pushing a little bit higher as we push even more. Look at that expanding volume coming into the high day break. Oh boy, if you're short, you gotta watch out for this one, as we were literally talking about liquidity traps and short traps. This is definitely a little bit of a short trap from the morning session here happening on MRM. You might need a medical healthcare technology after dealing with this one if you're sitting short.
Unless you're into that sort of thing, because maybe that's your deal.
Maybe.
No, so like, some people like pain. Some people seek out and enjoy pain.
I was doing a little bit of that. I do that sometimes.
I've seen traders. No, I've literally seen traders who, it's like they want, they're drawn to whatever is the thing that is the most, it could be counter trend, dangerous trade. Like this stock is the biggest runner today. They want to get the short. They want that spot. The market's absolutely falling. They're the kind of person that during the flash crash is just salivating for an opportunity to get on the bid.
Oh boy.
Where it's like
it's mispricing.
No, it is.
If you truly believe in mispricing.
That is true.
You know what I mean?
But I would venture to say, so that's not the right example.
What's going on? These guys are having too much.
Oh, that's hilarious. I love it. Who's on there? Is that Ramin?
That is 100% Ramin.
I'm like, for sure that's Ramin. Andre's not messing around like that. Team Ramin all the way. This is why we need Ramin on. You guys have no idea. Ramin is so hilarious.
Yeah.
Yes, you are funny. Ramin is naturally
funny,
hilarious.
yeah.
Just absolutely hilarious. We got to get her on camera at some point. We have to, right, Ramin?
Ramin, have you ever thought about doing stand-up? I think it would do. You do well.
She's hilarious. Trust me.
Jokes.
Good person, but absolutely fine.
She said people will be hurt? What do you mean?
The other thing Ramin will do is
You're gonna hurt them. You're gonna hurt them because they're gonna be laughing so hard, grabbing onto their stomach. Maybe that's how you'll hurt them.
That's a good laugh. You want that deep in the gut that you can't even control it. You can't control yourself.
Like your abs start hurting because they've been getting a workout. You know what I mean?
The absolute best, man.
Damn.
That
Now I
was
wanna
me
go to
watching
Yak
Tropic
Yaks.
Thunder. That was me watching the first Deadpool. Was just
Oh, the first Deadpool, I like
out
that
of
one.
control. The first one, I mean, look, they're all good.
I think I recently saw the Deadpool versus Wolverine. That one. It's okay. It was all right.
Nah.
It's fun. I think it was fun.
At some point, things get stale. See, this was my concern
Fast
with
and
AMD,
Furious?
everybody.
You said at some point things get stale. Fast and Furious is a prime example.
Oh, of course. That ridiculous.
What is it? We're on the 10th movie?
I don't know which one it is, but the worst scene in Fast and Furious history was the one in the cargo jet thing. That was the dumbest thing I've ever seen. And the tank was pretty bad too. But I was afraid this might happen on AMD.
Yes.
So if you looked at it,
dude, I
just
defined that trend
respected
just a
the
few days
all-day
ago.
trend. It
Oh my
just
God.
respected this all-day trend on AMD. Bang, bang, and then a third bang.
Bang, bang.
The good news is now we can break this trend. So it's giving you a third point. It's holding on trend. The market's generally trading up. So if we can now break out above 172, that gives me an entry I like. I didn't want to just randomly long it going into the trend line, but it's different if it respects it, pulls back, consolidates, and then breaks it out. So AMD is going to go up on the side chart for that trend break through 172, which I think can happen for sure. Shout out to, I see some people asking about Palantir. Also, we have an unbelievable team here. And I'm forever Team Ramin. Don't worry if you spell it right or wrong. People spell my name wrong all the time. It's Rameen. Excuse the spelling. The first Deadpool was hilarious, I agree, but it was info-matish. Any ideas on Palantir? I find in the afternoon, specifically, like you get into power hour, the market's not doing much, like AMD's now giving me a setup, but Palantir, it's, like if you look, so the morning breakout happened. Since then, they kind of held VWAP, then it didn't, then it was under VWAP, then it wasn't. It is the definition of what the heck is going on up here. It's just range bound. The only thing that's been pretty clean since the open long would be to short the top. That's about it. So I don't really have any ideas on Palantir. Otherwise, like if you have ideas on Palantir, you're trading Palantir. Daily basis, 51 million in volume, does volatility, like you're in it if you got an idea. And to me, at the open, you had to pick the horse that you're gonna go with in this market. As I said earlier, I picked Rocket Labs. That is what it is. It worked, fine, but Palantir seems to be just dancing around, diddling in the middle. And maybe Soundhound's not gonna go, but it gave me, like Soundhound is trading cleanly off VWAP a second time. That gives me a reason to get into the trade. I just don't see a reason to get into Palantir at all. Oh my goodness. The chat is undefeated. If you can't ram it, dodge it. I like that one. I do like that one. Greg Morehouse, pick your horse is the way to go. We actually were discussing this again with Nimrod. At the open, there's only so much you can see at the open, right? So, and I was explaining like why I missed some, okay, there's a couple of things I missed at the open. Well, right away at 9:30, almost said Roblox, Rocket Labs was breaking out. So that's it. Like you can have a million setups, but if the first thing that happens is a high volatility name pops into your blotter as a breakout trade, well, that's where you're at. And that's it. What are you gonna do? This is now your trade. So I could be sitting there looking for the trade desk short off the open, but something else popped into my blotter. So it was the trade desk. We miss an opportunity to get in the trade desk. You get really lucky that it pops into VWAP and then holds VWAP for a secondary trade, but you gotta back your horse. You throw your ideas out there, and the first one to hit at 9:30, you might just get punched into a trade. And maybe it's your secondary trade. Maybe you wanted something else better, but now you've got to manage the bigger one. And of course, the trade desk is going down again. This thing is incapable of catching a bid. Let's go to Adair.
So to let you guys know, we've officially released our TTV research calendar for next week. That's right. Here's all of the earnings and economic events on the docket for next week. There's actually a handful of interesting earnings names. I think Tuesday should be especially interesting. Circle reporting before the bell, CoreWeave reporting after the bell. We also have CPI, PPI, retail sales, and the University of Michigan consumer sentiment. All of that and more. Check out this calendar for all the details you need to know. In about half an hour, I'll be posting the daily calendar for next Monday. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Dara.
Woo! As always. And also get it, Adara. Doing yeoman's work as always. Join Adara and I in the aftermarket show. I believe we're going to have Steve Talman. We have a lot. It's been a busy week. There's a lot to go over for sure. Someone just said, hey, AMD, it's breaking that trend line you drew. Yes, hasn't closed above it though. If you just punched it long every single, well, from what I've observed, if you just punch long every single time it breaks the trend or creeps above it, you can find yourself in trouble. Ideally I want it to close over. There are times where in the last minute, it looks like it's gonna close over. I'll get in early. It's a 3-minute chart. So it's held over for a couple of minutes. It looks like it's gonna close breaking the trend line. So I'll just get in a little bit before it actually closes the bar, like right here. This is gonna close in 30 seconds and it looks like it's starting to pick up steam. So I might get in half here or something like that and jump in as it's picking up steam because at this point it's a very high probability it's gonna now close above. I'm trying to get 8s, it's at 9s. I can go to 10s and get a fill, which means it'll probably print 8s in a second, doesn't really matter. So now I'm anticipating that it's gonna break the trend line, but I wanna give it what I don't want to happen is it breaks the trend and then before it has a chance to close above, it's already back under. And then what you have is a topping tail wick at the trend line, which is bearish, not bullish. So to me, it's just more bullish of a signal, and there's more people likely trailed out of their shorts or whatever they're using it for to get you this move into the volume weighted average price. So I want to get the rest of these shares at some point, which I'll just try to get them in the teens and see if we can ride this one into the volume weighted average price. While that's happening, it looks like Soundhound's running out of steam. So let me just go over to Soundhound. So Soundhound's coming back into VWAP. I don't want to reload this. It went from 13.65, best fill, 20 cents in the money. I'm not going to let this get back underneath 70. I'm just going to take this one out better than break even. Because if it's moving 20 cents at a time, why am I going to let it drop 15 cents into VWAP? It doesn't make any sense. It makes 0 sense to let it fall that far into the volume weighted average price. So I'm just going to stop it out tight to 13.70 here, and then we can roll with advanced micro devices. See if it can't hold this trend, break out and go to VWAP. We'll have to pay attention to this. If it doesn't go right away, in the afternoon you have less time for the trade to work because you got to be flat by the end of the day. And I also have to worry about the imbalances. So there's more you're working with here in terms of timeline. That's a good thing about an early day trade, trend break, is you can sit in it all day long. You get a mean reversal in the first half an hour, you might get to hold it to the close. Here, holding it to the close is not really that much time, so you have less of an opportunity for it to be a big trade. I'm almost, in the afternoon, every reversion is to VWAP. I'm never thinking it's past that if it's in the last half an hour. I'm just getting out of VWAP every single time because there's less time for the trade to work.
Yeah, I like that push as well, Neil, because again, it's kind of showing us that sellers are at VWAP, and if we're breaking a little bit of a short-term trend and just finding liquidity, I think that VWAP is a great place to find a little bit of turbulence there as well, as it's just shown us over and over again. So if we're going to bid and continue to bid, I think 73.34 that's where VWAP is right now, and you can see how VWAP has interacted over, across the day here. So holding a little bit of resistance, a little bit of selling happening at VWAP over and over again. Let's see if that comes into fruition there. But yeah, I do like that push to take it into sellers at VWAP if it's showing you the right kind of stuff there. But yeah, people in the chat talking about AMD and also MRM, CRML. What is that one? Caramel? CRML?
I go for some caramel.
Critical Metals Group. Caramel not on the NASDAQ exchange. So, all right, Critical Metals. This one, Not really doing anything too crazy, man. Just average volume here. Relative volume is right there. You can see 1.3, 1.16, so maybe a little bit elevated there on the day, but nothing too crazy happening here on Critical Metal Corps. What's the other one? TMC, the metals company. Let's see if that one's doing anything in sympathy, or is the sector running? No idea. Nothing's happening there as well. I haven't really looked at any of the sectors just yet in the afternoon session. So let's quickly go to the map here. So let's just pull up a FinViz map and let's take a quick look at what is going on here. So Tesla's pretty strong, Google's pretty strong right here. Volvo Ed can go down. Let's see, what else do we have? Lilly to the downside. We know that's been doing UNH with a bit of a bid. That's coming into 250. Okay, let's quickly check out UNH on that one. Up over 2% on the day today. Let's see, we got MasterCard. MasterCard's up 2.5%. Okay, leading
Why the heck is
sector.
IBM down 3%?
IBM, well, I don't know, man.
That sticks out like a sore thumb.
A lot of it's 3%. Yeah, IBM. Let's take a quick look at a couple of those. So UNH, IBM, I guess, standing out the most. Apple 4%. Obviously, we're watching that one. They're still holding 229s, but IBM.
I like IBM.
No news on IBM. Sorry.
No news on IBM.
I'd almost feel better if there was a reason it was down.
I think it's just continuation, man. This thing's been kind of beat down. We false broke 250, higher time frame. It's in a bit of a trend.
Kind of weak since earnings.
Yeah, look at this trend that we've been in here.
The what?
Trend. So it's the intraday trend that confluences with the higher time frame trend. So the higher time frame, we're downtrending. Intraday, we're also downtrending. So that adds confluence.
I love that.
It's not a term coined by me. It's an SMB term. So shout out to those guys again for all the work you do for the trading community.
What's cool about trading? I've been trading a long time, but it's like different floors say different things.
Yeah, different floors say different.
What's interesting because that's one I've actually never heard.
So if something's trend, like I will maybe risk a little bit more because I'm like, this is bigger picture and this is happening on the day. So it's participants that are
those guys
not just
also
intraday.
The way that people describe like when they swipe the book.
Yeah. Oh, they swipe some books.
It's like it's different, like punch, sweep, swipe.
Yeah.
Like different floors will have different ways of saying the exact same thing. I always find that hilarious because you're all doing the same. And usually most of the lingo is going to be the same. But we got to get to a super chat, and it makes me smile. Viking Therapeutics, get copy paste, buy the smile. Buy the smiley face, everybody. Although, in my opinion, I bought it because I think they're getting bought out, not because they think they're a takeout target and it's a smiley face, so why not? So I did buy it. I think I said this last week that I need, because I was reminded by a viewer that I had said I wanted to look for this to be a buyout. And when you look at, Merck just made a deal. You got the big patent cliff happening. You've got these guys and pretty much everyone in the GLP space full couple of years behind Eli Lilly when it comes to the oral drug. And then on top of that, even if they get it working, they need some cash to be able to get it out their role. That's just part of the game when you're a smaller name like Viking. So they have a lot of reasons why they would be a bit of a takeout target. And it showed you the rounded bottom. There's your smiley face. I don't need to draw it. Hold a 50 period, consolidation, and now you're post earnings breaking out the 200 period moving average. I love this setup. Candidly, I'm in it, so of course I'm going to say that. But I like the momentum going with Vikings, so you got a good one there for sure. And I always want to thank the viewers when they remind us of things that are going. Well, we have a neutral candle in there. Ooh. I always forget that I actually have it painted. Like when you get a black candle, not red or green, it's a neutral. Ooh. It's a neutral big volume candle. Well, that's not bullish.
Where is that?
You can put it in your platform. You can just.
But where am I looking at that?
Oh, right here.
Oh, okay.
My volume.
Okay.
Control, yeah. But anyways, maybe already trying to reverse. I'm not going to change much of anything on AMD. Like once you get into first resistance, my stop moves to, instead of prior bar, like it's like the current bar or the bar that I got in. So if we lose 171, like 90-ish or so, I'll just jump out of this trade. Not the follow through that I was looking for, unfortunately. That's just how it is. Like you can think it's going to go, like it's the same thing as Soundhound. Like ultimately not bad. Bounces off VWAP, just not as big as the bounces off VWAP earlier. So in the aftermarket or in the afternoon trade, you kind of get what you get. and you can't be upset. Oh, Havana Woody in the chat. What do you got, Havana? That reminds me, the show was not live at the time, but that smiley face on the pullback on XRP really gave you the comfort. Thanks to that wisdom from here. I know Sean was all over XRP. I don't know if you're talking about the same one, but I know Sean was all over that bad boy. Ari Page's brief thoughts on Intel. That's always easy. I'll get to that in a second. I appreciate Trader TV Live. Maximus Decimus Meridius, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for being a viewer. Thank everybody for being a viewer. Appreciate the love there. Trader TV Live is, the whole idea is that trading is hard enough. The markets are hard enough. Let's just do it. Let's just get it together. You know, we can answer questions and we can all look at things. Regarding my thoughts on Intel, it actually broke away today. Okay. I think this is the first time.
It's been holding that 19.5 pretty well, I think.
I know, but I think this is the first time that I actually got stopped out in the afternoon on Intel. Anyways, it's just been a situation where you short the first pop and then you short VWAP and it holds all day long. Well, today it kind of went for the VWAP re-entry here, like held above VWAP, so I kind of shorted it to that high, and it was a straight turnaround. So today, Intel looks like it's bottomed. It's possible to go long this stock and win. Holding this 19, maybe the worst of it's in. It's the first indication today to me that you might be able to start looking for the long. So I think on Monday, I might not be thinking short on Intel anymore. Well, at least temporarily. You know what I mean by that. Like, not forever, but it's held 19. You had, like, come on, the president just said the CEO needs to resign. And they had a bad quarter, and they had a Reuters report talking about production issues. Like, you had all the bad things happen in the last couple of weeks for the stock, and it just held a higher low. I don't know, that tells me there might be a long in here next week. Maybe it's breaking out 20 or above 20 next week, or buying this 19.5 area. If you throw the kitchen sink of bad news, and it still doesn't make a fresh low on the 52-week, sometimes you got to start thinking long, even on a stock like this.
Yeah, I think that's important to watch out for, right? And like we talk about, we just said this, when bad news becomes good news, right? That's essentially what you're trying to say there. And it's like it's sold off so much,
What else is it going to do?
And exactly, it's got all the selling's kind of maybe out of it. And we were talking about like long-term kind of investments and stuff like that, which reminds me, I got to check what Bombardier is doing. But that one was crazy. I remember getting into it 2021, 2020s, being like, all right, well, there's so much selling on this, and any sort of bad news, it's not even selling off even more. It's just met like a bit of a wall, and I think that's always a good look there, especially for something that's long term. And we hear Michael Noss talk about this as well. He talks about the smiley face pattern, right? The rounded bottom. It's like, all right, the selling is pretty much, over an extended amount of time, all the selling kind of comes out of it. Nothing can really break the bid anymore, and it only has one way left to go.
Which is, oh, and there goes Soundhound. So we get out of Sound. Wow, sometimes it's hilarious that sometimes your out is like the literal optimal time to have reversed. But that wasn't the plan. So I did not reverse in Soundhound. I just got out. We said I'm not going to let it break the volume weighted average price. So I got out before it broke VWAP, but you could have just reversed into the short when I got out of it. Not as good of a bounce as before, but at least I finally didn't lose on the stock. Like, it was kind of annoying. Like, I go big hit here, small hit here, then make it back there. So I go 1 for 3 to be flat on the stock, which is fine. And even this one didn't completely work out either, because I still had some shares when it came back through. Soundhound, still like it. We'll talk about this certainly next week as long as it holds 13.5. It still looks pretty good on the daily chart, just kind of giving up the ghost this afternoon. But you know what? The NASDAQ does not want to give it up. Obi?
I mean, I got long on top of that 229, but like I'm pieced off.
In front of that buyer?
Yeah, there's a buyer on 229s, right? It just keeps on holding. So I'm like, all right, let me try to stab along. I've already pieced out of a decent chunk of it here, but yeah, if we're going to continue to kind of wash that 229, then I definitely want to stay involved. And if we drop back below, that's fine as well. Just getting out of the last piece right here, so it's within kind of range of that churn on the downside. Funny enough, I'm talking about it and it's cracking that too. Right, thank you. So there's that 229 buyer again. Every time it kind of comes in, we've been getting a little bit of a pop every time. So yeah, cool, nice. 229 still stays defended. Going into the end of the day, only about 40 minutes, just shy of 40 minutes left until the close. Let's see if buyers stay dominant on the stock today. We know that Apple is trying to push for its all-time highs. It's had a very, very strong day today, and I'm curious to know how much relative volume have we been doing. Okay, so I guess. Coming into, okay, that makes a lot of sense. Once it broke that ATR mark on the day, it started doing above 1 times relative volume. That makes a lot of sense there. And yeah, so Apple on the day. We'll get back to UNH in a second, but this is what I'm talking about. Let's go quickly. I have the relative volume on this chart as well, so go down to a 3-minute. That's what I like to watch. You can see as soon as we start to break some of these levels, this volume starts to come in right here at about 1140, and we start to sustain near high a day and continue to grind up. You see that relative volume starting to pick up, 1.5, 1.6, 1.7. So that's pretty significant for one of the Mag 7 leaders doing 1.7 relative volume on a day where there's no, I mean,
The thing is, so I'm assuming, let me just read that again. I want to be certain about this. You're not entering along, you're holding along that in theory is in the money. Otherwise, why would you be asking the question through the breakout? Generally speaking, 99 times out of 100, if I'm swinging long anything into the high, the whole point is to have done it, taken profit, and hold through. Because if you, to me, it's like, what is the other reason for getting involved in anything which is legging into a breakout? It's so that you can benefit from the breakout. So typically that's what I do. I'm not an options trader, however, so I can't get into the minutia of, I don't know what your position is. And so in terms of managing it, all I can tell you is if I'm in a long like this in any kind of a swing, and I've taken some profit already into the high, I'm absolutely holding to benefit from the high break, if that's at all possible or reasonable at that point. As far as choosing whether you do we not have we might not have XXRP in our platform, so I'm just going to go over to TradingView for you. Because that's sometimes we don't have all the leverage products. It's just that simple. Anything is like a 2x or 3x, it's not a given that it's going to be in our platform. This is very different. Yeah, that's not a hold for me. Did you actually just mean XRP?
Guess what?
Maybe, let me know, did you actually mean XRP in general? What is going on here? No, that's not what I wanted. Come on, TradingView. Or did I just...
Sorry, you got to type in XRP USD.
Yeah, that's what I did. That's my bad. I don't always...
I usually just go to the Coinbase one.
No, Austin says I use Bitstamp, but it doesn't really matter. There you go. If you meant this, and that's an if, I don't know if this is what you meant, but if you meant just XRP, and that's why we get out of AMD flat, I'll get there in a second. If you just meant XRP, then yeah, same thing. If I'm long something into the high, then I'm a hold through the high break. Now, which one would I choose? Well, ETH looks technically better. That's simple. So I take ETH over XRP because it's imminently breaking the high and XRP isn't. So I try to be very simple. If you watch the show, I am very simplistic and very binary with my strategies. Like if I'm choosing between one or the other, and they're both longs, I'm doing the one that's more bullish in the chart. I don't let any nuance or personal opinion about which I think is, which one do I want to hold for the long term? No, it's a trade, it's a swing trade. Which one looks technically better? That's all I care about. And unfortunately, AMD was right to maybe want to get out of this, but I didn't get the other leg out, so I just got out break even. So we got to put a break even stop. Market looks like it could be rolling over here. Let's go back to Adara.
Another update in the search for the new Fed chair. As of a couple days ago in a CNBC interview, that would be on Tuesday morning, Donald Trump indicated that he and his team had narrowed down the Fed chair candidacy to 4 individuals. He specifically said that both Kevin Warsh and Kevin Hassett were in the running. He did not specify who the other 2 members were, though. He narrowed, he basically said no to Scott Bessent. Now, apparently, according to Wall Street Journal, Trump's team is expanding their search for the Fed chair, and they're adding new names to the list. We'll have to see what names end up getting added. But either way, the market dropping here, not sure if this is related, but we do have Wall Street Journal reporting that apparently the list of potential Fed chair candidates could be getting a bit longer. Back to you.
It's getting spicy for sure, Dara. I know you're... Too spicy. How is it too spicy? No. How is it too spicy?
Okay, I mean, we know I don't like spice, but all jokes aside, I'm like, at a certain point, you narrowed it down to 4. Now, why are you re-expanding it? I think what concerns me, Neil, is that the sense of the trajectory, the trend line, if you will, for this search for the Fed chair is getting real choppy.
So here's the thing. As a trader, you have to separate. The market likes certainty. As if you run a business, you want certainty. If you're an investor, you want certainty. All that kind of stuff. Like, it's all well and good. If you're a day trader or a short-term trader, you got to be real about this. I know this is not a cool thing to always say, but you want some chaos and you want some volatility. And I say this, and I will tell you this right now. Sean can tell you the same thing, and anybody that traded during 08 can tell you the same thing. Almost anybody that traded during the financial crisis is going to turn around and tell you they had their best year or one of their best years. It was hands down, the only way to describe it was you were making money and it wasn't fun. Because what was happening is you would go home at the end of most of your days happy because you had a good trading day and like everything was bad in the world. And so you'd go sit at the dinner table or talk to friends and family, and it was your best as everyone's worst. So trust me, I get that. At the same time, as a day trader, that kind of chaos can be good for us, and that's why we like these kinds of markets, or just short-term swing traders, whatever it might be. But trust me, I get it. It's not always fun. There are times when the market's tanking and you're short, and you're not doing any celebration dances. I tend to be a little bit more reserved anyways, but trust me, I get it. But you have to want that. You want that volatility. Like when we have a rate decision, I prefer if it's at 99%, that's kind of boring. It's more exciting when it's a contested decision. Maybe that's not what the market wants. Maybe that's not what businesses want, but that's what traders want. Yeah. Because that's where you get more excitement. Exactly. And that's where you get more opportunity. Maybe you win, maybe you lose, but the chance is bigger, and that's all we're looking for. So if I get excited for a little bit of chaos, it has everything to do with what is better for trading. That's all.
Yeah,
just don't get me wrong.
I think again, I follow a lot of awesome traders on Twitter and YouTube, and I think Lance Brightstein, he posted a video recently talking about what is the purpose of a trader, kind of what do we actually do? Because a lot of people are like, oh, day traders shouldn't be in the market, like you do whatever, and he describes it really well. He's like day traders are kind of like janitors. We clean up the mess. There's mispricing. We'll be there to fix that. You know what I mean? So I think it's a beautiful way to put it. And that chaos and that volatility is great for us because we're like, oh, there's probably a lot of mispricing that comes along with that chaos. And if we're here to clean up, that's opportunity for us.
I'll tell you right now, when I said that about 08, and I can only speak to my experience. What I will tell you is this. Sean and I had our trading floor at that time. We made a lot of our money being on the bid when no one, we made a lot of money bounce longs on stocks, catching bids on stocks. I'm just being real because we couldn't short a lot of stuff. At the time there were a lot of restrictions on short selling. Man, this market's starting to come back in here. There was a lot of restrictions on what you could short and what you couldn't. So we had to find places to buy the banks, and that was your best trade sometimes. And someone had to be on the bid. The financial crisis, whether it was that or whether it was a flash crash or mini flash crashes, we do that all the time. When there was the AP Twitter account got hacked, and there was this was years ago, AP Twitter account got hacked, and some lie about an explosion at the White House was getting proliferated, and the market was dropping. I was yelling out to the trading floor, "This is BS. Only one source," and guys were on the bid. So that's what day traders do sometimes. They make a market when the market makers pull, exactly. and that's our alpha. Like we make some money off of that. Let's go. By the way, when I was saying the market rolling over, but I was looking at AMD go down. Maybe the market's not doing that much, but AMD is continuing its trend back into the downside.
All right, guys, traders, listen up. First month free. That's right. We're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder, and upgrade to Elite. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform, it's everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with backtesting, reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips. All in one platform. Don't miss out and execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code or check the link in the description for our friends at eSignal there. 229's maybe coming back here on Apple. And I'm just reading what you guys are saying in the chat, and I think, somebody had a reply, Joe Schmo saying that's a nonsensical argument. It's a rationalization for profiting in the market in
I
a way
just posted a response to that.
Yeah, well, dude. I don't agree with you at all, but no, go for it.
My response
without day traders, the market would be a mess.
No, well, I don't know. So I understand why you say the janitor analogy. What I think day trading is all about is liquidity.
Yes, we provide liquidity.
Day traders provide liquidity. Remember, most day traders lose money, right? So the overwhelming majority of day traders are losing money to provide liquidity to the market. And oftentimes, I think it's more important. Like it used to be, you had physical market makers that were traders. In the NYSE, they were on the trading floor. And over the years, since I started, it's like a straight line up. Like the S&P goes up in a straight line. The amount of market making done by algorithms goes up, right? And so I think day trading has been a more important source of liquidity the higher the amount of algorithmic market making is taking place. again, that's just me, and that's just my opinion. It doesn't, and at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. The markets, your job, if you're in the markets, you're in the markets to make money for yourself. And at the end of the day, that just means you need to know and observe the rules and make the most money you can based upon those rules. And if they change the rules, you change your behavior. That's the best way to look at it. At the end of the day, that's one thing everybody can agree upon that. Like, the only thing I'll frown upon are people that break the rules. Like, I've said it before. Sean and I, when we couldn't short a lot of stuff in 2008, there were firms that were illegally short selling, and you'd lose traders to those firms. No, did we break the rules? No. Did other people do that? Yes. Did we lose traders to the firms that were giving that opportunity? Absolutely we did. But chickens came home to roost. Those firms went out of business because eventually the regulators got them, and then you had traders come back. And truth be told, I know traders that traded at firms like that never got their final payouts. You know, so I'm happy that I've been trading since 2003, and I've never missed a payout. There was never a payout I couldn't get, and that's why you want to be with a firm that's following the rules. Shout out to Real Trading for that reason specifically. I'm never worried about my commission coming through at the end of the month, but I've known traders that have had that worry before, and you want to make sure that you get your money. It's that simple, right? That's why people got mad at Robinhood because they couldn't execute. Or it's just, at the end of the day, you want to be able to execute, you want to be able to do what you do, and you want to be able to get your cash out when you want to, and that's about it. Oh, come on, Joe Ventura. Really? Check the chat. 2003, did they have electricity then? Seriously?
Well, maybe, I don't know.
Okay, fine. Yeah, it's a long time ago. I mean, Sean's been around since 2002. Rag on that. See? A full year longer. Anyways, yes, of course, electricity.
Joe Schmo, I understand.
You did have to. Sometimes you actually physically would call the gateway or call the broker about a fill. Like it was straight up.
Did they honor your time in the order? That's my question always. Like how do you honor that? Be like, I traded and I submitted this order at this price, but now it's trading at a different price. You have to honor my price at the time I placed the order.
Most of the gateways are pretty good. They were
good
pretty
with that?
good. Yeah,
Okay,
they're pretty good.
That's
But there were times like a major gateway
yeah.
would go down and everybody's trying to call them.
Yeah.
So you're sitting there trying to get through because you want to get the status of your orders. What can you cancel? What's filled? It's like, it was a different world, man. And no, I don't have a page.
Game's always changing. Right?
No, I don't.
And you have to stay adaptive. That's what it is. Like, yeah, HFTs came into the market, and a lot of people have issues with HFTs. But here's the thing: you can either have issues, or you can work around it and continue, doing what you're doing, and still continue to profit from the market. And Neil is a great example. Like he's saying, he's been in the game for how many years, and still consistently takes home a paycheck. So it's just like, all right, well, you really have to learn from that and observe. Be like, all right, the game has definitely. Oh, of course it does, dude. I'm losing hair like crazy. And you know what I realized? I was like, maybe that's the indicator. It's like, if you're on the right path, you better be losing some hair at least, unless you got like amazing genetics.
Okay, first of all,
different.
Yeah, I would just rather.
Some of the best traders I know, they're bald. Come on.
I would just rather have the genetics where I don't lose my hair. Thank you very much. And actually, first of all, no, that's not even the point. I do have the genetics. My brother has. If you saw my bro, he still has a full afro. Like
he doesn't trade though.
Do whatever he wants, man. Big old beard, no gray hair. And he's my older brother, by the way.
Oh boy.
No, but why? I'll tell you why. I've said this a million times. There's something to be said about doing what you love. Oh, yeah. That being said, there's something to be said about doing the thing that you would be doing if you weren't working. My brother's an artist. Like he does the thing that if you didn't have to work, he'd be doing what he's already doing.
That's perfect.
If there was no such thing as a job, that is like he would just be making cool stuff on a computer that looks awesome. That's what my brother does. So that's why he has no gray hair. He's got the best life ever. I'm a really shit artist. So I'm such a bad artist that when I take a picture of my daughter and like I'll put in a group chat or whatever, and it's like we have a chat with our family, like my brother will be like, yo, Neil took that picture of Aaron, right? Instead of my wife. I'm like, is it really that bad? Because I just don't have an eye for that stuff. I'm not good at it. Good with numbers, I'm really terrible with everything else.
I'll be fully honest, and I think Patel in the chat is saying, am I gonna lose hair soon? Bro, I'm already losing hair. The bun. Let me give you guys who are balding a pro tip. If you can grow your hair out and you have a bald spot at the back, go for the man bun, because when you tie it up, even your barber will be surprised as to what you're able to fugaze. So that's all I'm gonna say. But eventually, there will come a time where I will have to cut this off, and it's coming faster and faster, Neil. But it's okay. It's all right. I don't really care. It's part of the process.
It's all
part of the process. What's up, Madera?
It's all in the game.
We're just going to take a look here at our earnings calendar for Monday, because there's a ton of retail favorites reporting on Monday after the bell. We have Monday.com also reporting on Monday morning, but Plug Power, Archer Aviation, Big Bear AI, AMC, AST Space Mobile, and Oklo, they are all reporting after the bell on Monday. Get the details. Check this out on X at TTV Research. And again, you can also check out my giant Starbucks master post on X at TTV Research right now as well. Back to you.
AMC, what is dead may not die.
Oh boy.
Or maybe it is still dying. It's up 4% today. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I'm happy for the apes when the stock goes up. Look at that. Oh, that was a good trade.
Cancel? Why you cancel?
Oh, well, not really. But why is it zooming? I wanted to stay zoomed in so it actually looks not bad. Yeah, look at this whole $2.80 and give you 12 pennies. Shout out to AMC. No, the dead one that woke up is not AMC. The dead one that woke up today is Apple. Like, here's the thing. AMC goes up 4%, and you're like, wow. No one's saying wow. Apple goes up 4%. You see you're long it, because Apple is amazing. Congratulations.
Oh, yeah. Opportunities both ways.
It's flying here, man. It's
like we said, if it's gonna chop into a range, I do want to get involved, because I'm like, all right, well, I feel like it's gonna hit the highs if we're gonna hold support a little bit. We false broke this prior low that I was talking about at the 8.5s, and we tried to sell off and we couldn't sell off. So I was like, all right, well, if you're gonna show me that we can't sell off and we've been strong all day, then why not get into a little bit of a push going into the end of the day? So I pieced off of a lot of it into 229s, because that's what I was looking for, but only about 4 minutes left until these imbalances come out, Neil. And market's taking a bit of a bounce back here. Maybe a pullback into 23,700 here on the NASDAQ, but oh boy, 22920s. Eesh. You know what? It is what it is. I'm going to hold on to this. Let's see if 228s come in. I have absolutely nothing but breadcrumbs left on this one, just taking a little bit of a rep for taking some inventory into the close on a strong ticker. Yeah, I like the short 230. I didn't hold it to 288 halves, but that's what I was looking for, right? I was like, let's see if it gets down to 228 halves. So we did get down there, and we failed to follow through. So I like the long. So reason to buy, reason to sell.
Before imbalances, yeah. We got a super chat and a good question. PGH, I see your question. We'll get to that. We'll go to the super chat first. Do we get a double top for the Qs and the NASDAQ? We talking? Look, let's just go. Are we talking daily? I mean, as far as I'm concerned, you don't actually have to hit the high for it to be a double top. Like, if we turn here and never get to the high, that's effectively a double top. I tend to think, look, I assume the trend is the trend until proven otherwise. Like, I'm not anticipating a double top on the Qs. However, my approach to it is, if we do a reversing candle, then I'm playing some shorts after that. You know, I let it happen, and then it's like a whole mean reversion. You let it happen, and then you get in. I don't say I'm 100%. We're going to stop at this line, so I'm going short. The Qs are at a top. Let's sell some stuff. That's never my approach. So like, it's just not what I do. What I usually would say is, if I'm in something where I'm fearing the top, like I said with GEV, I just put a trail on it. You know, so we're closing under 650 today on GEV Renova. I'm fearing that we're at a top, so I'm getting out. With this, it's inevitably closing under 650, so I'm going to be taking some out on this stock unless something crazy happens in the last 10 minutes here. That's my approach to it. So I don't try to predict that it's going to happen. I just like to react to the price action as stated. And there was a question in the chat, what our favorite trading-related books are. I've only ever answered one way to this. I still firmly answer one way. My favorite trading book, that if I'm suggesting what you should read, it's not even necessarily a book about trading, but it's a book about decision making and analyzing your decisions that are probability based. And it's thinking in bets by Annie Duke. Annie Duke is a poker player. But it's the process of evaluating your decisions, not based on outcomes. Think of it this way. If you buy a stock at $100 and it goes down to $50 and then goes up to 110 and you sell it for a 10% profit, did you win? Yes. Did you make a good decision? What do we think? Probably not. If I go all in with deuce 7 versus aces pre-flop and I happen to suck out, did I make a good decision? No. Did I win? Yes. So thinking in bets is more about the process of how you evaluate your decisions, which I think is super crucial to a trader. Because if the only way that you evaluate your decisions is, did I make money on this trade? Well, then if you did something statistically terrible to make that money, you're just going to do it again, and in the long run, it's going to lose you money. And that's the problem a lot of traders have, is they'll do something that works in a couple of instances. They're like, oh, this is great, let's leverage it up. But really, it's not actually a winning strategy. And if you're evaluating the decisions in a more in a more meaningful or more thoughtful manner, then you might see where that happens. That's why I'm always looking at the risk to reward versus a trade. Like, if I make a winning trade, the way I think about it is, well, what would have happened if it lost? And so I look at this, and if my exits on Apple weren't enough profit, like my average out here on the move was about 60 cents, was my average out, and my original stop was this bar here, which is like the quarter. So I was risking about 28 to 30 cents. And I took it all out 2 to 1. So I can say to myself, yeah, okay, that was a good decision. It still worked out. Now, if my stop was the high of the day, I was risking $1 and my average out was 60 cents, then I don't think that was a good trade. I think that was, it made money, but it was a bad trade. So you have to be able to think of it that way sometimes. The imbalances just came out there and I was rambling, but there's nothing much, except for SBET is a sell of 1.8 million. That might matter. Rivian's a sell of 1 million. Nvidia's only 1 million to buy. That's not much of anything. But SBET, on the other hand, that is a name, well, it's not even moving. 75 million shares is probably why. SBET's done 75 million. So that imbalance of 1.8 is 1.8 million shares into 75 million shares, which might explain why it's not moving around that much. The overall market, 50 million to sell. NASDAQ, 228 to buy. Mag 7, 133 to buy. Incredibly mixed. That gives you a nothing burger feel for the imbalances. I hope that helps you. And again, I think even though I explained kind of the theme behind the book, I still think it's a really good read if you're a trader. Heck, if you're a poker player, it probably doesn't hurt either. I like poker. Played a lot of online poker.
There's one I was recommended last year, which really kind of brought a very strong perspective to my trading journey, and again, not necessarily trading related, but it's a very short book as well. The Gap in the Gain. The Gap in the Gain. I think it was recommended to me by a few different people, but yeah, I finally got around to reading it. I think mid to end of last year, and absolutely solid. That's the one. I have the ebook for it, but the Gap in the Gain, absolutely beautiful book there as well.
So look, I just googled it, so because I like.
Yeah.
Anyone tells somebody like what's the title and the author so that you get it right. Yeah. That's why I say by
Dan Sullivan.
So this one by Dan Sullivan. The Gap is the one you're talking about, The Gap in the Gain. I'm kind of like this, and there's an ebook to it.
There's an ebook, yeah. I think the free ebooks on Kindle or something.
You're now watching me live email this to myself like an old head, so I can probably pick that up. I like listening to ebooks on my.
I think we might have a physical
add this to my
copy
train
in the back
ride
as well. We might have a physical copy.
There's a copy of that book here on the floor?
Maybe. I think because Wayne was reading it.
I think people took all those ones when the floor moved. Anyway, it doesn't really matter.
Brinkles has some of them, yeah.
Right, I'm just going to email that to myself.
Yeah, no, that's a great one there as well. And Apple seems to be holding that 229 going into the last few minutes of the day. I'm still kind of long my breadcrumb, but nothing too crazy. Just again for the reps, the market caught a little bit of a bid, so we are continuing that trend, that uptrend into the close, higher highs, higher lows, as well, especially on the Nasdaq. I'm just curious to know if 230s will print going into the end of the day. I know a lot of people. We talked about that 230. Was it 230? No, we were talking about 200. chain on Google. Google is poised to close above 200 here. 230 could be very interesting on Apple as well, with that aggressive kind of push going into the end of the day. There, what's Sharif getting?
Oh no, Sharif and Ram and Ramin, which is hilarious because they always act like they're at arms. They've been killing it on socials, and they're a good social team. Yet they act like they hate each other, but they love each other. And they're
the drums.
They're like it's like brother and sister.
Yeah.
The what? You can't see.
It gets the people going.
No, what hate? Everybody loves Ramin. You guys, it's all love for sure. But that's all it was. It's the new video. So make sure you check out Sharif on socials. Sharif, you guys missed Sharif breakdancing.
Really?
Because no.
When was
no?
this?
He was breakdancing in front of the green screen, but they didn't. Did you get it on camera? Okay,
Yeah.
so
all right, Sharif's about to bust a move.
Andre said that he got him on camera, but you gonna. Oh, he's gonna do it right now.
He's gonna do one right now.
All right, right now.
Cool. In front of the green screen. Let's go. Oh boy, what was that?
You got this.
All right, cool.
You got this.
Oh.
You got this.
Let's go.
Oh,
Nice.
Let's go. My bad. I didn't mean to curse.
He said, "Let's flip."
Hey, man, that's what I'm
go.
talking about.
Good stuff.
You got to get it done. You got to get it done. The other thing that you got to do, we have special things all over the place. We're talking about books. We're doing some breakdancing. Well, here's another thing we got going on, everybody.
Oh, boy.
We can check out Trade the Pool for swing trading, which we've mentioned, but they got something new, and it's just for traders. A free ebook featuring 4 proven swing trading strategies from Trade the Pool's top funded traders. Inside, you'll see exactly how they approach the markets, how they manage risk, and what setups they rely on so you can learn and grow from what actually works. Download it by scanning the QR code on screen or hitting the link in the description, and you can swing the way to your success. That is, first of all, the thing that impresses me the most is Sharif obviously, works out a little bit.
A little bit.
No, but
Perhaps.
his mobility.
It's a rumor.
No, but his mobility is through the roof. I'm small, but it hurts watching you do that. The back hurts.
Oh, yeah,
The hip hurts.
Yeah.
The knee hurts. My elbow hurts. I don't know why my elbow hurts doing that. I think it's because I was throwing too much at practice yesterday for the kids. But actually, my elbow does hurt a little bit because I was throwing too much at practice for the kids. But that's what you do. But I can't break dance, that's for sure. Shout out to you, Sharif.
That was great,
moves,
dude.
man.
You gotta show me some of those moves. The 1-2 step, dude. Yeah.
The 1-2 step?
The 1-2 step.
Because Obi still hits the clubs.
I mean, you already know.
I'm just saying.
Catch me outside.
Catch him outside. Catch Adara at the desk.
Catch Trump heading into the Azerbaijan and Armenian peace summit. It's just starting now. He just walked in. In cases we couldn't get any crazier, we do have more comments from Donald Trump, who's just taking a seat as we speak. And back to you.
Thanks, Adara. Appreciate it. We only have 3 minutes to go. But you know what? We don't only have 3 minutes to go. Why? Because we still have the market recap after the show.
Boy.
Myself and Adara will be chilling. We'll be talking. We'll answer some questions. We'll get Steve on. We'll overlook what an unbelievable week it's been. Oh, come on, AMD. Seriously?
AMD. Okay. All right.
Now it goes.
Now it's trying to go.
Now AMD goes to the upside after all day long. AMD gets green, and it's too late. That's just how it is.
Too late to apologize.
That's fine. I bet you did. Soundhound go too? Did Soundhound go as well? No, it didn't. Okay, well that one was a good out. That was at least a better out because it's not going any further. 26% for Soundhound today, and holding the range as well. Gorev hung on to that trade, so it survived your stop. That's the other. So Gorev. The good thing about early breakouts, if that didn't happen at the end of the day, then when you take some profit, the old trend line, if it holds the new trend line, and let's say you're stopping out under here and it holds, then you can add right there. Like right here where it's breaking out again. You're now getting in at a better price and your stop's down there anyways. But it's a little bit late in the day for that. With 2 minutes to go, thank you for filling in for Sean. Sean made a cameo in the chat, and he said, what's up to everybody. I'm going to mosey on. I'm going to weasel my way up to the desk.
Oh, boy.
But I'm not going to breakdance my way up to the desk, because if I did, I wouldn't know, but I wouldn't make it to the desk, because I would literally break something.
Oh, that's what you mean. Emphasis on the break.
You crazy?
On the breakdance.
I can't do that stuff.
Thank you, Neil, for another awesome day. It is a Friday, guys, and oh boy, the market's not open for another 2 days, so Makes me sad sometimes. I kind of don't like the weekends, but I love the weekend, though. The weekend is actually here in Toronto once again this weekend. Not going to the concert, though, but yeah. Solid opportunities on the day. We saw some crazy opening drives. Apple technical breakout, Google technical breakout. I was involved with both those stocks. You can kind of go back and take a look at those in the couple of minutes that we have left. If you guys want to go back and look at that 198 on Google. Look at the structure that was forming at 198. I was very gung-ho about the breakout yesterday. I was like, oh my God, I'm going to take all the inventory through. Doesn't come in yesterday, that's perfectly fine. I'm definitely involved with it today, and I did get aggressive, but I was a little tilty because I did not take enough through that 200. Got a little reversion, eventually started working, so a little bit of I would say mischief, getting a little too aggressive on the front side of the move. But when the backside does come in, I did get involved pretty nicely for the reversion to VWAP. But VWAP held pretty well. Apple as well, technical breakout, 220s holding and breaking out of that higher multi-month range high that we were talking about earlier on as well. So that one was absolutely crazy. The market as well, maybe pushing for some fresh highs. So hopefully you guys hopefully had an awesome day, an awesome week. Sean will be back next week on Monday, and I got to time this timer just right, just like I got to do a little bit better with timing some of my trades here. But 10. Thank you, Adair, for the bell once again, and all the news that you give us as well. So 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Thank you very much there, guys. So I'll see you guys around. I'll be in, I think, a few days next month. So I'll see you guys around then. But hopefully, next week. Joe saying next week, buddy. I asked you for next week. All right, no. Okay, all right. Listen, I got to check the schedule, bro. I got to check the schedule. You know, listen, whatever it is, I will provide the liquidity. I will provide the liquidity. That reminds me, we're probably doing towers tonight. All right, so anyways, without any further ado, I think they're ready for us at the big desk, so don't go anywhere. We got Neil, we got Adara, and we got the market recap. I don't know if Ramin's ready, but I think she is. So take it easy, guys. Have a good one. Have a great weekend. Study up.
Thank you very much, Obi. The market recap brought to you by Beta Pro, by Globex, and brought to you by Team Ramin. Everybody is on the ones and twos. Look, it's been a wild day. It's been a wild week. No question about it. We actually, this is a rarity. There is a name that's reporting earnings on a Friday after market.
It's a notable one.
It is a big one. It is Coors. Now, if you remember this, Coors is there's a deal to be bought by CoreWeave, right? So Coors is being bought by CoreWeave. So if the deal goes through, in theory, it doesn't really...
So I was making a face at something Trump just said.
Oh, okay, we'll get to that. If the deal goes through, it doesn't necessarily matter what the earnings are, but there is a bit of a battle right now by a major shareholder trying to block the Coors deal. So the earnings are going to matter if that deal doesn't go through. And apparently, the president is talking now?
Yeah, this is allegedly the Azerbaijan and Armenian peace agreement summit or something, but he just said, so I think what he meant to say was, he's talking to Chris, right, Energy Secretary.
Okay.
I think what he meant to say was the energy space, Chris, is very fertile. What it sounded like is that he said Chris was very fertile. So that is why I laughed out loud, and I do apologize, but that just happened.
Why not? All in good fun.
I actually tripped.
That's how we got. Look, first of all, it was a bit of a happy accident why we got the thank you, Adara, which is fine.
Right? He does this all the time.
You know, I see it right here. Joe Schmo in the chat. Maybe Chris is fertile. Maybe that's just how it is, and there's nothing wrong with that. That is perfectly fine. There is nothing wrong with the market. It is perfectly fine. Why? Because it's a bull market. And bull markets are good because stocks go up. We're all happy, except for the hedgies that shorted on the way up, and that just gives us more juice for things to break out. We're closing the Qs, pretty close to that all-time high. Maybe not quite, but this was on the back of whom? Apple. Today, it was Apple's day. Apple broke out in a big way, and what's interesting about this last little rally in Apple, didn't really give you much good after the earnings, but we knew $500 billion was going to get spent. Yeah. We knew this. This rally is because there's an extra 100 on top. But what it really meant was that out of the crosshairs, Tim Cook had an opportunity to go in front of Trump, say, hey, you know what? We're not going to build iPhones here because that's just not going to happen in any reasonable amount of time. But here's what we are doing, and here's what we can do to appease things. And Trump was like, cool. And now Apple's going higher. So Apple now has a clear path to try to run to those highs. We got a ways to go. We got a clear path to finally get there. Apple getting off the schneid, a good reason why this market was so strong today.
Yeah, well, I actually just saw it. I reposted on X at True Social. This is X at True Social. I'm tired. X at TTD Research. So, Neil, did you know apparently this is Apple's best week since July 2020? 13% gain.
Really?
Yep, and that's per Financial Juice, which is a source I trust. Other people are spreading this too. It's pretty sad when your best week in 5 years is 13%.
That can't be. No, that's seriously?
That's what I'm seeing multiple sources reporting that.
That's nuts.
Yeah. Anyway, I mean, I believe it, honestly.
No,
I
I mean,
it's not a stock that moves much intraday.
Yeah,
and if you think about it on
believe it.
earnings, it's the least exciting. Except for this year, it's actually pretty good on earnings. Usually it's not that exciting on earnings. So yeah, that is what I wanted to talk about, that situation. Core Z is not really moving. Trump's saying the world's on fire. I don't know if it's in a good way or a bad way. We're waiting here for CORZ. Yeah, I want to talk about my Eli Lilly trade if I can after we get the Core Scientific earnings, because that was fun. That was definitely by far my best stock of the day. But I think it's just, I'm realizing this week's stock selection is one of the biggest things that I think it really matters when it comes to taking these trades, especially with stock selection and you're doing your playbook and it's setting up. Obi always says confluence. Yes. I feel like that lesson I really learned in a real way this week. So shout out to the week of trading. Now we're having some other individuals talk. These are the presidents of Armenia and Azerbaijan. Well, Trump is sitting at the table still. I'm waiting for Core Z.
Yeah, they're not out yet. But just very quickly, there was another thing, big theme today, and that was the move in ETH, really. Ethereum with a big break, and off the back of that, you had BMNR and you had SBET doing substantial volume. I know Joey Options was all over the long in ETH. BMNR, it didn't lose trend until, that's literally the last 15 minutes of the day. This finally broke trend. Wild. Unbelievable rally. ETHA, which, of course, the ETH ETF holds up very well the entirety of the day. This is what I was talking about earlier. Remember I was saying, watch out for these ancillary plays, because all you had was a topping tail candle on ETH that held support, and then BMNR lost support on that. So the move down is going to be more harsh. Hey, it works both ways. You're going to get more bang for your buck when you take the long in those bad boys, but it also works in both directions. So nice little day here for ETH. Obviously, that's going to be big, but it wasn't all good everywhere. We had in the trade desk closed close to the lows, almost 40% down for the trade desk. We had a lot of movers on earnings this week, but this was the one that really took the cake to the downside. And it wasn't like it seemed all that bad with TTD at the end of the day. It just, the market really punished them. And sometimes it's a comparisons game, right? And when we have a chance to choose between stronger names out there, it's one little sign of weakness and you're going to get absolutely punished. And I feel like it was a little bit overdone, but it doesn't matter what I think.
Yeah, I don't disagree, but I think the thing is too is TTD. I'm going to take kind of a different take on this. TTD was added to the index unpopularly. We had Robinhood, we had AppLovin. Neither of them made the cut. Robinhood is near all-time highs or at all-time highs. AppLovin is getting closer and closer, and yet TTD comes here with meh earnings. I understand the frustration. I actually think that's why Coinbase tanked as much as it did too. Because Neil, how are you in the S&P 500? First, I don't know why I'm clutching this napkin with emphasis, but how are you just added to the S&P 500, an index which notably requires you to make profit, and the only reason you profited is because Circle IPO'd? Make that
not your core business.
Sense.
Not your core business.
I have a huge issue with that.
You know what else? The funny thing about Coin is the kiss of death with that JP Morgan deal.
Right?
They literally got a deal with team up with JP Morgan, and then, flip a switch, Coinbase is going down now. So you team up with the biggest, most successful bank in the world and tankage. Meanwhile, Robinhood doesn't get into the S&P 500. And you know what's dirty about that Hood thing? Well, Hood thing. What's dirty about Robinhood was that after earnings, we were all like, why wasn't this going up on earnings day? Like, everything was great, and it just refused to go. Well, you know what? Eventually, they couldn't hold it down any further, and Robinhood another high. It just keeps going and going and going. And I'm like I've already said it. I want to be in this name, and I can't buy it up. I'm just not going to buy it up here. I'm waiting for a pullback. But I don't want it to pull back for everyone that's in it. It's a selfish thing, so it is what it is. I just hope it runs forever for everybody and keeps dragging up things like SoFi along with it. You take what you can get, and you try not to be upset. There was another story that maybe doesn't matter. I mean, might not matter to everybody. Can I even pull up FN? I don't know if I can pull up. I can. FNMA. So Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. It was said at the beginning. When President Trump won the election, this is something that has been possibly coming for a while, but they're looking to IPO them. And you got that news earlier in the day, and a big spike up. Let me go to a 3-minute of what happened on this stock, because the story being that they're looking to go back to the market with an IPO with Fannie and Freddie. That happened right in the middle of the session, and a huge spike. These are spicy names when they start running. So we'll see how this plays out, but that was a big story in the middle of the day that moved the market. Not everybody can trade the OTC, I get it, but big opportunity there as well.
I just want to see Bill Pulte ring the bell at the exchange. I'm kind of joking, I'm kind of not, but we know he's been extremely active on X, to put it very mildly, to the point where he was saying, they reported, I'm seeing reports that Jerome Powell is leaving the Fed, and he said that, and then no one could find the reports. It seems like he started it himself and then said people are saying it. So he's an interesting individual. He's currently leading Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. So I think either way, it'll be pretty exciting. I don't know why, but I for some reason I expect Bill Ackman to comment on this too, and I don't know why I think this, but this man always has interesting takes on things, so I would like to hear his takes. Clearly, I'm on Financial X far too much. I'm still not seeing Core Z earnings, guys. I do apologize. Someone in the chat, I believe Danny's boy, was telling me that there were some other names reporting tonight as well. One of them I think is not actually reporting, one of the ones that was mentioned. HRTX, we'll take a look at. Heron Therapeutics, looks like they already did report. It's a $1.35, not really moving too much. LFT, Lument Financial Trust, also not moving too much. So CORZ, by far the biggest of these. I also believe we're having Steve Tileman join us potentially at 4:15. I do believe we. So I have the Zoom ready for when he joins.
Maybe. Just want a quick note. There's another name moving here. It's TGNA. So TGNA is up significantly because Nexstar Media Group is in advanced talks to acquire TGNA. So this is not like it's up not because of earnings or anything like that. It's simply because the deal between Nexstar and TGNA is possible. It's not official. There's no terms. There's no offer that I can look at and tell you, but it is up on that speculation. So this tends to happen. Like they call it Merger Monday for a reason. So Friday afternoon and over the weekend, Sunday night, Monday morning, you tend to see a lot of deal making or deals get closed or open. Let's see if this happens next week. I'm never an advocate of, hey, jump into it and buy it, because you don't know what the premium would be. You don't know what the terms might be. For all you know, they could buy this thing $18.50 cash, and you're buying it at $20, and you're a sucker on Monday morning. So without any terms, that is a mover this afternoon for sure. Still not anything on
I have
Coors.
some ceasefire news, though.
Oh, okay.
So Harinder Singh asking other news on Coors earnings. Unfortunately, I don't have any news. But Wall Street Journal actually reporting that apparently Vladimir Putin of Russia is offering a ceasefire in Ukraine for the Eastern Territory. Apparently, he'd be demanding that Ukraine cede Donetsk, Luhansk, and Crimea. I am part Ukrainian. I should be able to pronounce all of those words better. But either way, Wall Street Journal, I guess, we know they want Crimea, Russia, but it looks like they also want Donetsk and Luhansk.
All I remember is that was a key area in the game of Risk.
Really?
Yes. I used to love playing board games, and I used to love. Well, I still love playing board games, but I loved Risk. That was one of those games where, yeah, I'll be honest with you. After a while, my family didn't want to play Risk with me because I like to be competitive during that game, and maybe I took it a little too seriously because I really wanted to. But what do you mean you want to stop? I'm winning. Like, it's taking too long, but I'm winning. That's how I used to roll. But now I'm a little bit more cool. Kamchaka, that's right. Get it there, Corey, in the chat. Look, cores, I don't know if they're out right now, but it's moving a little bit. That's the interesting thing. Like, it spiked, and now it's dropping, and now it's like the stock went up a couple of points, came back in. Now it's dropping a couple of points to the downside. So there is some activity on cores, but we still have no earnings. We'll keep our eye on that when we do get some numbers. If we do get some numbers, Adara is going to be all over it like she always is. You know she's got everybody here with the news. But we do have our good friend for some trader talk. We got Steve in the house. And there he is, our good friend Steve Talman, of course, as always. Welcome back. I hope you had a fantastic week. It's been a while. I always say this, it's been a wild one, but this one has been extra fun because this week we got a bunch of earnings from Russell names, a lot of small cap movers.
Hey, thanks for having me on. Yeah, it's been a fun one, absolutely. Lots of fun stuff to talk about here. So where would you like to start? Good stuff.
Well, the first place that I kind of wanted to start with was, if we could, like, I don't know how much you've looked at this move in ETH and some of these runners that have been going with it, whether it's SBED or BMNR has been going absolutely nuts. I know you're not afraid to get involved with the small cap runners like HIMS and those types of plays, or smaller cap. Are you involved in any of these plays? Because these treasury, hey, we're ETH treasury, we're a Bitcoin treasury. Like, these have been substantial runners. Maybe they last a day or two sometime, but they've been really good opportunities for day trades. Are you involved in any? What's your take on those plays?
Oh, well, I'm really glad you mentioned SBED. That's a fun one there. I think it's got a lot of juice. I missed it. I looked at my charts at the end of the day here, and it looks like it gave a great entry off 2250-ish midday. But I think this is a runner, so I'm going to be looking for spots to enter this one next week pretty early. You're seeing a lot of these momentum, small cap baskets really start to move. So I think there will be some really good trading opportunities for the small cap boys next week.
That's always going to be a good look. The other question, you know what? I'm actually going to throw this one at you because there was I don't want to say it was like a difficult question to answer, because someone asked on the daily chart on the Qs, like the NASDAQ, and they just simply said, are we at a double top? And the way I sort of answered was, well, I mean, just because we got to the top doesn't automatically make it a double top. A double top means you're reversing off of it. And I don't anticipate a reverse in a bull market. I tend to play for the breakout and go from there. And if it reverses, it reverses, and we react to it. What are your thoughts as we get into resistance here? Obviously, we're on the precipice of new highs in the middle of earnings season. A lot of the big names have already reported. How do you feel about this high in the NASDAQ?
I'm feeling pretty good. I don't know about you, but I'm basically echoing what you're saying here. So you got to test the all-time highs to make new all-time highs. Not every double top is going to reject. I think we need to digest this area. And like you said, we play what we see. It's a bull market. We're going to look for price acceptance here, digestion, and a push through. We'll play that. If we get the rejection, then we can talk about shorts. But I'm not seeing it yet. The market looks really healthy to me, honestly.
Yeah, thank you so much. Like, I was kind of, it's not that I was hoping you would say that, but I always feel like the base case should be as simple as possible and not overthink things as a trader. Like, you follow your rules and you move on, and the trend is your friend and all that. So the other question I wanted to ask you then would be, okay, what are you looking at next week? I feel like this week was you go from like AMD going absolutely crazy one day for us, and then the next thing you know, Apple is going nuts, and then today you had a lot of crypto names that were absolutely flying. So you're jumping around from place to place. It's not a situation where you're every single day, unless you're trading Palantir, you're doing the same thing over and over again. You're having to pick on a daily basis as a day trader. So what is your focus going to be next week?
Great question. So there's a couple areas I'm looking at. It makes it a bit tough right now for me, at least, because there's so many things that are interesting to me. But one area that I really wanted to mention was the rare earth mineral space, which seems to be breaking out. We have Chinese resolution to Chinese tariffs coming up pretty soon here. I believe that what we're seeing is kind of a front running of the potential relief from that tariff news, which should send China and these USAR type names, these MP type names, pretty explosive here. I mean, this is the leader MP. And what I'm seeing is the market finally starting to kind of give this news more validity on a broader sector base. So I'm really loving the USAR chart. This is my top watch next week.
Yeah, you know what's interesting is we were looking at, like, MP's gone. By in all intents and purposes, like that chart's going ham the way Palantir and Robinhood are going ham, and it's always very difficult to buy those at those highs. Like there aren't very many obvious strategies that you have that work. So my question for you on USAR is, it seems like it's got a wedge. If I was drawing the wedge, like the lower highs and the higher lows, has it not broken that wedge to some extent? Are you already involved in this? Because if you're looking for the wedge break, in theory, maybe it's already happened, or are you waiting for it to take out the high? What's the execution strategy? Like the deadline, the China deadline, that's the 12th, right? So that'll be on Tuesday. Mm. So are you waiting till next week, or is this something where you dip because technically it already looks pretty good?
So this is a name that I've played probably pretty sloppily. I thought that we already were getting the breakout a couple weeks ago there. So I took a position, got stopped out in a day pretty quickly here when it failed to hold this range from, what is it, July 16, 17, 18th-ish there. So we came back, we retested support. I wasn't involved. I really wish I was paying closer attention because it just hit the support cluster and just was explosive off of there. But I got a little piece just yesterday off this 9-day moving average as it was pulling back into it because it was just shaping up nicely again. But honestly, I don't have enough of this thing. I'm really looking to add. So what I'd like to see is early next week, I'm just going to keep an eye on the closing price and on the previous high if it gaps up. I just want to see support where the traders left off this week, and that's enough to get me involved again as long as I see they're still into it next week.
I love that look, and I'll be perfectly candid. When I was looking at that wedge, if I was looking for a swing, I would have had that same long when it was breaking that wedge that didn't work. It is what it is, and now it looks like it's working. Sometimes, and for everybody out there are going to be situations where you have a trade set up, you take it the first time, it doesn't work, it's in your toolbook, and you take it the second time, regardless of the outcome the first. That's just how it is. That's the life of a trader. I'm glad you're echoing that as well, Steve. Before we move on, I just want to quickly throw to Derek, because we've been waiting for Core's earnings. They just dropped out. I want to see if we can get them, and then we'll come back.
Yeah, we do have them. These earnings were not good, guys. Core Scientific Q2 adjusted earnings, they in line, or I guess by 1 cent, they beat loss of 8 cents per share versus an expected loss of 9 cents per share. Sales were a miss, $78.628 million versus estimates of $80.765 million expected. So that's in line losses per share, but a sales miss.
There we go. Thank you very much, as always, Adara. We always want to make sure we're getting the news to our viewers. On a Friday, Steve, I feel like this is the first time we've been on. Nobody releases earnings on a Friday afternoon. There's a reason for that. Anyways, but Core is going to do some Core's things. Okay, so going back to the market, you've already mentioned you like some of those. Look, whether it's MP, which is far gone a little bit, but you've given us another play that maybe we can sink our teeth into. Anything else on the radar? Maybe we're not done earnings yet. And what's interesting is we're getting to these highs without NVIDIA reporting yet, which is, let's be real, that is the engine that drives the market right now. That's the engine that drives the AI play. I've noticed a little bit of weakness in some of the energy names for data center. Like all of a sudden, Vernova is topping out. Some of the nuclear names have started to reverse a little bit. And they're all moving together. It gives me at least a little bit of pause that there's some selling going on in some of the, what's the best way to put the nuts and bolts of the AI play, even if everything else is rallying. What's your take going into specifically NVIDIA earnings in a couple of weeks?
Yeah, great question. So I think what we're starting to see is a little bit of diversification in the kind of AI play, playbook here. I think we're in the middle innings, and we are starting to kind of move away from like the obvious, data center power and stuff.
Yeah.
And we're starting to see some really nice inflows into names that are more picks and shovels, more like semiconductor supply chain. For example, we talked about ALAB a few weeks ago, and that's almost a double since then. So I'm looking for these names like ALAB to continue going. I really like AMKR. This one had a fake breakout on earnings, but it's holding, and I think this one's really good to go too. So I'm in AMKR, I'm in Teradyne as well. I think all of this basket is looking excellent. So this is kind of where I'd like to see the money go. So maybe the OKLOs and the VSTs, maybe they need to take a breather and consolidate a little bit. But I'm still in my OKLO, and I still like it long. I think that they can all move together, even if it's a little bit of a not at the same time, you know.
Candidly, and just for full disclosure, I said this in the morning show. I had already sold some SMR. I did not sell any today, even though it's down 10%. But I did put a trail for a portion of my G Vernova after the reaction today. You got to put the money somewhere. And I feel like, to your point, I'm probably not the only one. You at least have an idea where you want to go. That AM care looks really interesting, and obviously, what I love about that chart, we were just talking about smiley faces, which is buying the rounded bottom as something is breaking out. And to that point, it comes down to you don't need to pick a bottom to trade off the bottom. And sometimes it's a heck of a lot better. So it's a good call out there. That's a great take. And to that point, I just want to jump into the chat. And again, this isn't even a question. This is just a comment. Wild Bane saying, you've got great takes and thanks for the HIMS play. And this is the best thing about it. Because I know we keep coming back to this, and I hope you don't mind that we do. You were right on HIMS. The move worked. There happened to be bad news in the moment, but at the end of the day, we always need to be looking in the right place and analyzing our decisions, and so we can all get better. So I want to thank the viewer for that, and thank you for coming on. And when we get those positive notes, I want to make sure we pass them along to you. I don't know if you're in the chat to be able to read them.
I didn't see that. I'm not able to read it right now, but that means so much. I mean, that's why we do this, right? That made my day. So awesome.
That's what I love to see, Steve. Just one look. There's a lot more that we could get into. Obviously, I could pick your brain for the entirety of the session, and we could probably go all day long. We can go into the weekend, all that kind of good stuff. But one thing that we do not talk a lot about, at least I don't think we talk a lot about, has been sort of this, like we had a big move in energy, right? So I get it, it was geopolitical. And maybe you don't look at energy stocks. But we get a big move in the middle of the day when there was talk about a Russia-Ukraine ceasefire again. There was a big time move down in oil. That is one sector, and to a certain extent healthcare as well, which has not been getting under the schneid. And we get a lot of questions about things that are trending down. When do you buy it? Have you looked at, and you can answer any way you want here, but specifically for energy and healthcare, two places that have been languishing. Are you seeing anything that indicates maybe there's a buy zone or there's something to sink your teeth into? I mean, everyone's trying to pick a bottom in things when the market's making highs. I tend to think don't do it, but everyone always asks the same question.
It's a really good question. I don't think there's an easy answer. What I would say is, I mean, we got to listen to what the market's telling us. And if we're in risk on mode, full steam ahead mode here, and the risk off baskets like energy and healthcare just can't catch a bid, I think we got to respect that and listen and keep our money working for us where it's working best. That being said, I know the long-term investors, they want to get a foothold because, I mean, these are critical sectors, like they will eventually catch quite a bit. For me in XLV, I think I thought it was looking good until a week or two ago, and the bottom fell out there. I think that it needs to sweep out to maybe 120 to 123-ish, somewhere in that zone. I'm kind of looking at the wicks from the weekly and monthly sticks from the previous consolidation range. But what I would tell people is you don't have to rush to buy these unless you really need like sector exposure for some specific reason for your strategy. I mean, you can just wait for there to be a significant buy signal. I mean, we'll probably get a big flush out, and then there will be at some point capitulation volume. And I think that's what we should be looking for, capitulation volume into a key support level.
Yeah, because day traders, we always look for that bottoming tail candle, right? You can look for that too in the longer time frame. That's great advice, as always. Steve Talman, our good friend over from Trade the Pool. First off, thank you for all your advice. And we got to make a habit of always reading the positive comments that we get while you're on here. So thank you for coming. Have a fantastic weekend. We look forward to talking to you next week.
Thank you so much. And if you'd like, come on by, everybody, and check out we're doing a webinar here in 15 minutes on Camarilla pivots. So if you got time, come on and hang out.
There it is. Thanks so much, Steve. Everyone check him out there. We'll talk to you next week. Have a good one.
Thanks, you too.
All right, everybody. It's a special edition of the Market Recap Show because we have a special treat. Now, if you've been following the show, then you probably know that we've had a viewer who has been incredibly gracious in his comments, in his support of the channel, in his support of the community, who's been visiting. So I want to introduce, if you didn't see earlier this week, we've got Nimrod here in the building again. Thank you for coming on through. You got a mic on and everything. And the best part, before I let Nimrod speak, the best part about Trader TV Live is that we're all just trying to learn and get better. And I think you exemplify that the most. We had a great discussion there today, and we appreciate your generosity. Can't thank you enough for stopping by. It's so cool to meet our viewers.
Thanks. I really just wanted to say, especially to the community, I was very excited to come here, but also had some concerns. You're always warned not to meet your heroes, and you know how people are on screen, you don't know how they are off screen, and besides that, you're doing something very intense like day trading, so I didn't want to even interfere. I gotta say, I was so surprised for the better, and all my expectations were exceeded. These guys are so generous with their time, with their knowledge, so welcoming. I cannot convey my appreciation. You see, I'm a bit like, I can't really convey my appreciation. And these guys are for real. Like, they really care about us. Beyond that, and that's also something I think it's important to convey, we look at these guys trade, and sometimes it looks like, okay, there's technical analysis and stuff, but behind it, there's so much rationale and theory and knowledge. And we should really, really pay a lot of attention, not only to the positions being traded, but to the principles that are being taught here, which are incredible. So again, I feel this community is so privileged to have such amazing people that don't only trade and care about us on screen, but also off screen. So I really want to convey my appreciation to everyone here and send a lot of love to the folks in the chat in this amazing community as well. Thank you so much, guys. Really, thank you so much. The only thing I will say that broke my conception is we're very obsessed with apple pie interventions for Joe, but it's just a spin trying to cover our eyes from the true horror of Sharif's fetish with eggs. And we really need to pay closer attention to the real underlying issues in this place. Other than that, thank you everyone so much for the hospitality. So.
Thank you so much.
Oh, you've just taken our jobs, that right there.
That was
and on
fantastic.
top of that, you just mic drop it on. You just dunk on both of them at the same time.
And they're both there. They were both right off camera. You can hear Sharif, and you briefly saw the side of Joe's head for some reason. So, yeah.
So one thing you guys have to realize is trust me, this show is a community. You come here, we're gonna have jokes. We got to talk some shop, obviously.
And Neil's hair is actually black, by the way, just for your knowledge. I was amazed. Yeah.
Well, see, this is why. First of all, thank you for the kind words. But the fact that you say I have less gray than it seems like is just amazing. Because I don't think it's true. But in all seriousness. Thank you so much for the kind words.
We had a super chat for you as well. David Tresiak in the chat saying Nimrod, my man.
David.
So shout out, thank you to David, thank you to you for being here as well.
Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you so much, Nimrod.
Take care.
To say this is why we do it, yeah, this is why we do it. Because trading is not easy, and trading without a community, nobody should have to trade without support. That's the best way. Nobody should have to trade without support. That's why we're here. That's why the trading floor that I've been on, myself, Sean, for years, everyone shares ideas and helps. You literally, we got a friend from the Algo group sitting here watching right now who every single time I walk past them, we're starting to talk shop. It's what are you looking at today? What were you trading? That's what it's all about. That's what we try to do. But the other thing we do, everybody, is get some roll call. We cannot get out of here without Adara dropping some roll call. And if you don't know what it is, then get your button to chat right now by hitting that subscribe button, because it's a subs-only chat. And then give a big shout out to Nimrod for stepping on through. Give a big shout out to the entire team. But more specifically, Nimrod, we're going to say thank you Nimrod, and Adara, get them.
Yeah, thank you so much, everyone, for being here. And I feel so lucky. I've actually the privilege of always being able to trade within this community. I never traded on my own. I was introduced to the market here. So I feel very lucky for this awesome community. Thank you so much to Nimrod for being here. Thank you to our friends. Everyone on the team. I'm having a brain blip. Thank you to Neil, Sean, Sharif, Joe, Brendan, Fabian, Ramin, Andre. We had Obi today. So get it, Obi. Get it, Baron Bull Dolls on the desk. I'm losing my mind. Thank you to everyone in the chat. Brebro, Troy Webb, MF Dangerous. We've got Bull Shark, Minnesota Trader, D. Westmeyer, Derek Thompson won. Chris over here, Ben Bradley, LMTV Network, Denny Dollars, Valkyrie, CompuCare Team, Tigger or Lucy, Big Joel, John Fitz, Notorious Dinkelberg, that's a great name. We've got Maximus, Ryan O'Day, Calvin, and we'll end it with Mike DeRider. Thank you guys so much for being here with us every day. We'll see you on Monday. There's lots of retail favorites reporting on Monday after the bell. I do think that next week's market recap on Monday might be a skosh spicy.
It'll be spicy. Also, Mike DeRider, where are you going? You cannot say in the chat that you're traveling somewhere, but you can't tell us. That just makes us want to know. So Mike DeRider, he keeps saying this, but you won't tell us where you're going, so I'm calling you out. Let us know if you can. But have a good trip if you're visiting, and make sure that you tune in as much as you can. It's going to be a wild week next week. It was already a lot of fun.